Jeff Dorborg will have all of the analysis of tonight's Game 7, and to call the play-by-play for you, my pleasure to bring in the Hall of Fame voice of the Los Angeles Dodgers, Ben Scully.
Thank you, John. Hi, everybody, and a very pleasant good evening to you, wherever you may be. I think in all my years in baseball parks, among others, I thought that Yankee Stadium last year in the 9th inning was as loud as I have ever heard. But without a doubt, I have never heard a stadium make the noise that has been made here tonight when the field was empty. There wasn't anybody out there. And this crowd, pushed on by some fiery television film up on the scoreboard, and then it would say, let's go, make noise. Then it would say louder, and it was truly orchestrated. And I kept sitting here thinking, I have never seen a field completely empty of players and the crowd going bananas. That was something, Jeff.
Yeah, it really was, man. And, of course, they were very disappointed last night. They thought with their ace going, Kevin Brown, that they were going to party. Well, now they know all the money's on the line tonight, and they're out here full force and full voice.
Indeed they are, as Al Leiter tunes up, a 31-year-old left-hander, and the last time he pitched, that was in Game 3, he lasted 4 innings, and he made 114 pitches. That was that nightmare kind of a game that wound up 14-11, took 4 hours and 12 minutes, and in his 4 innings, Leiter walked 6. But as John and Jeff have been commenting before the game gets underway, he is certainly capable of turning in a tremendous performance. He was a former second-round draft choice of the Yankees in '84. He's a power pitcher, certainly with a big league arm. Fastballs can be overpowering, hard-breaking ball. He cuts the fastball, and just to mix it up, he even has a hard slider. Can he throw them all for strikes? Well, it remains to be seen. But he's very, very tough here at home, and it will be interesting to see how he performs tonight. Omar Vizquel, Tony Fernandez, and Manny Ramirez in that order. It is certainly at the opposite poles, these two franchises. For Cleveland, 5 pennants in 97 years, but they have lost their last 2 World Series in 1954 and in 95. A curveball for a strike and we're underway. Of course, if misery loves company, Cleveland can look to Boston because the Red Sox have lost 4 straight World Series. The pitch to the leadoff man, Vizquel, foul back, and the count 0-2. Omar, without a doubt, making the fielding play thus far in the series. And this exuberant crowd on its feet with a 2-strike count to Vizquel. Leiter rocks on the rubber. The left-hander kicks and deals. Curveball grounded to third. Vizquel almost fell down, leaving the box. Throw to first in time for the out. So Omar Vizquel tied up, almost took a header, 1 away, and that will bring up Tony Fernandez.
So, Vin, what I was looking at with Al Leiter to see how relaxed he was, and the first pitch he threw to start the game was a slow curveball. We know Leiter is everything hard, and he looks very relaxed, and it looks like his rhythm is good. Now, it remains to be seen if he gets anybody on base, goes to the stretch position, and is pressed a little bit, how he responds. But as you mentioned, he does have a big league arm.
Well, we'll see how he goes now with Tony Fernandez. You may remember Biff Roberts started last night's game at second base, went 1 for 3, and then left the game because he was bothered by the flu. And obviously, it has forced Mike Hargrove to change his lineup. Fernandez takes the strike. Normally, Roberts leads off and Vizquel hits second, but tonight Vizquel leading off and Fernandez batting second. Pitch outside and the count 1-1. Al Leiter was on the telephone to his brother Mark. Mark, of course, pitching for the Giants, but he did not have a good year. But Al and Mark talked for over an hour, they said. The pitch swung on and fouled back in the count 1-2. And again, this crowd is up. With 2 strikes, they want to punch out the hitter.
You know, Vin, he has the ability to do that, too. When he's got a live fastball up in the strike zone, it's kind of tough to catch up to because he's very sneaky. The ball explodes up in the strike zone. He does not get a lot of home runs hit off him, and the reason is that it's so sneaky.
The curveball is low, and the count 2-2. Nice touch that Ed Montague of the National League is the plate umpire. Ed's father was a shortstop and a third baseman for the Cleveland Indians in 1928, and then from 1930, 31, and 32. And Montague Jr. has a big game in his hands right now. The 2-2 fastball is fouled back. But as Jeff pointed out earlier, Ed Montague's father is most famous not for playing for Cleveland, but for signing the great Willie Mays. One away, top of the first inning, no score. We're just going to kind of slide into this one because it'll be a madhouse here tonight. Leiter looks down the barrel to get a sign. Fernandez batting right-handed. Al delivers. Fastball inside. And the count 2-2. Interesting, the Cleveland Indians batting first here in the first inning. It wasn't that way when they first started baseball. The home team, a lot of times, batted first. Here's the 3-2 pitch to Tony Fernandez. Swung on and foul back. And you know, as strange as it sounds, Jeff, they did not put it in the rule book that the home team bats last until 1950, which is really yesterday compared to world history. 3-2 pitch to Fernandez. Swung on and lined to center. Moving over Devon White to pick it off. Why did the home team a lot of time opt to bat first way back when? You know, in those days, they might have used one ball for the home game. So the home team said, well, let's get that ball while it's brand new, got a little life in it, and they would bat first. Baseball, they talk tradition. It's ever-changing, and the batter now, Manny Ramirez. Manny Ramirez has been pretty quiet with a 174 batting average. However, he has a half a dozen RBIs, 2 home runs, and last night had a World Series oddity in the sense that he had 2 scoring fly balls. So Manny, the right-hand hitting right fielder. On deck, David Justice. Leiter ready, and the fastball is hit sharply to short. Renteria staggers a little bit, but stays with it and throws him out. And the score after a half an inning. Cleveland 0, Florida coming up. You're listening to the World Series from CBS Radio Sports.
Chinook is shy, a loner. It's hard for her to make friends. You might call her the black sheep of the family, except she's a wolf. The Discovery Channel presents Wolves at Our Door, the true story of a couple who gained the trust of a pack of gray wolves, then filmed their lives as few have ever seen. Don't miss the surprisingly human Wolves at Our Door, a world premiere television event, Monday night at 8 Eastern and Pacific, only on the Discovery Channel. Explore your world.
All right, I'm here to talk to you about film, 35mm camera film, specifically new Kodak Gold Max self-adjusting film. It lets you take great pictures in bright light, low light, fast action, no action, and even zoom. So say you have a 12-picture roll. You can take one picture in daylight, twilight, flashlight, sunlight, your brother running, your sister sprinting, both standing still, close up, zoomed in, zoomed out, and still have one shot left to snap or whatever else your heart desires. New Gold Max film from Kodak. Take pictures.
There are bay windows and picture windows, and then there are windows of opportunity. Miss them and it could cost you. Right now is your opportunity to catch home loan rates at one of their lowest points in years. Don't wait. Call Countrywide Home Loans to refinance your home loan and lower your monthly payments, or to help make that first home a reality. Call 800-EASY-877. 800-EASY-877. Countrywide. Easy. Really. Equal housing lender. Rates may vary.
Welcome to my storage shed, where you're witnessing the end of a year-long hibernation of my lawnmower, motorcycle, snowblower, and boat. I put Stay-Bill fuel stabilizer in each of their tanks to show you how even after a year, they'll start right up. Here goes.
Rise and shine, everybody! Manufacturer-recommended Stay-Bill fuel stabilizer. Add Stay-Bill to a fresh tank of gas today for a quick start next season.
Let's pause 10 seconds for stations to identify themselves on the CBS Radio Network.
End of 1 at the Garden. The Ducks and the Rangers tied at 1. The Giants won their 5th straight today. They beat the Bengals 29-27. More later on WSAN, New York.
Bottom of the first inning, Cleveland failed to score. Tomei, Fernandez, Vizquel, and Williams, Justice, Grissom, Ramirez, Alomar behind the plate, and 21-year-old Jarrett Wright on the mound. The right-hander working on Devon White, then Edgar Renteria and Gary Sheffield. White, first ball hitting up the middle, flagged by Vizquel to throw him out. An absolute magician at shortstop, short-hopping a ball, moving to his left effortlessly.
Boy, he makes it look so easy. And I was thinking about Devon White stepping up to the plate. In the game against Jared Wright in Game 4, I was thinking this might be a good gauge as the type of stuff that Wright has, because Devon White struck out 4 times in that game. And, of course, last night he came out of the slump, had 3 hits, but here was a ball that went up the middle, looked like it might get through, but you're right, magician. Good word for Vizquel.
Edgar Renteria at the plate, backs away to pitch high and inside, ball 1, 1-0. The Marlins are trying to be only the 4th expansion team to ever win a World Series, and of course they're trying to do it quicker than anybody else. The pitch to Renteria, punched inside first, down the line. Renteria at the bag, makes a turn, on his way to second, and the throw is not in time.
Boy, Vin, that was a nice piece of hitting. Renteria always has had the ability to go the other way. That ball got on him a little bit, but he was looking to go to the right side on the ball out over the plate, and he hit it right over first base.
Boy, they are going wild here in Pro Player Park. A one-out double by Edgar Renteria, and now Sheffield and Dalton trying to pick him up. So Jared Wright, who was magnificent, but remember, at 21 years old, he has worked over 200 innings this year, and that's asking a great deal of any pitcher, but especially a youngster. So he has pitched about 80 innings more than he ever has in his career, and he is charged with the responsibility of game number 7. And, of course, both bullpens are ready, and we're liable to see almost anybody get up and warm up. So here is Gary Sheffield, right out of his stretch, takes a look at second. Sheffield takes low, ball 1. Sheffield has walked 7 times in the World Series alone, and in the postgame, he has walked 19 times during the postseries. So he has been the most respected of the hitters, and it will be interesting to see whether Wright challenges him or not. 1-0 the count to Sheffield, batting .300. Garrett out of his stretch. A look at Renteria. Back he comes outside. Ball 2. Tony Fernandez trying to do the best he can to bird dog Renteria and cut down his lead.
And Sandy Alomar, the Indians catcher, is really trying to calm the young Jared Wright down. He missed with 2 fastballs out over, kind of overthrew them a little bit. Not a bad idea to keep the ball away from Gary Sheffield because he is a real good fastball hitter.
2 balls and no strikes to count. Again, Fernandez bird dogging the runner. The pitch is inside, ball 3. So Sheffield is on the edge of getting his 8th walk in the World Series. And on deck, Darren Dalton. Those expansion teams, the Mets of 69, it took them 8 years. Toronto in 92, it took them 16 years. Kansas City in 85 took them 17 years. The Marlins trying to do it in 5. 3-0 pitch to Sheffield in there for a strike. Going to count 3-1.
That's not a bad 3-0 fastball. That's clocked on the radar gun at 97 miles an hour. This kid has got a great arm. Right now, his fastball is not moving. It's very, very straight. Now, when he's real effective, he uses that 2-seamer that sinks, moves all over the plate area.
The 3-1 pitch to Gary Sheffield is inside, ball 4. He's walked again. First and second with 1 out in the first inning, and Darren Dalton will be coming up. When Jared Wright faced Florida in Game 4, Dalton had a double, a walk, and a single, with the double and a walk against Wright. In that same game, Moises Alou hit a home run. But the Indians still went on to win that game 10-3, and Jared was the winning pitcher. So now here is Dalton starting tonight at first base with 2 on, 1 out, first inning, no score. Wright out of a stretch. A look back at second, and the pitch to Dalton. Off-speed breaking ball in for a strike. 0-1 the count.
Now, Jared Wright did not throw a breaking ball to Gary Sheffield. They were all fastballs. And as I said before, only one of them really moved. The rest were straight. To come back against a left-hander and throw a curveball, that's a good sign for the Indians.
The strike 1 pitch on the way. Wright delivers fastball grounded to the right side. Fernandez to Vizquel, but no play at first. And now they are calling out the runners, obviously, with Sheffield running out of the base paths. They're ruling interference at second base and a double play. Jim Leland is going to go out and argue, but believe me, it's history, and it was called by Cowboy West, the second base umpire of the National League. So the score after 1 inning, Marlins nothing, Indians nothing. You're listening to the World Series from CBS Radio Sports. We'll be back in just a moment.
Tourneau celebrates the opening of Tourneau Time Machine, 57th Street at Madison, with a Rolex history lesson. 1914.
The Q Observatory certifies Rolex as the first wristwatch in history to outperform the pocket watch. And after being tested for 45 days in 5 timing positions and 3 temperatures, Rolex obtains the first ever Q Observatory wristwatch chronometer certification.
1926.
The world's first truly water and shockproof watch is created when Rolex sculpts the revolutionary Oyster case from solid metal.
1997.
The Tourneau Time Machine opens on 57th Street at Madison, and people who for generations have relied on Rolex and Tourneau for authorized Rolex sales and service discover the greatest watch store of all time.
See the Rolex display in our exhibit hall, including a rare Rolex Bubbleback and a 1949 Oyster Perpetual Date Just. All at the new and fabulous Tourneau Time Machine, 57th Street at Madison Avenue.
Choose your Rolex from our extensive selection at any Tourneau. Madison at 59th, Roosevelt Field, Long Island.
Tourneau, where you meet your other face.
Butter or margarine? Window or aisle? Most decisions are no-brainers. But for ones like which color inkjet printer to buy, listen to the experts. They'll say, buy the Epson Stylus Color 600 with 1440 by 720 dots per inch for the incredible price of $269. Windows Magazine called its output eye-popping. Mac Home Journal said, competitors will have to stay up nights just to keep up. Understandably. Only Epson printers make your words and images leap off the page in photo-quality color, laser-quality text, and incredible print speeds. So come in now and see the printer that dazzled family PC editors so much they said 2 words, buy it. The award-winning Epson Stylus Color 600 inkjet printer, now just $269. Because you've got other things to think about, like regular or decaf. You've got to see it in Epson Color. Dial 1-800-GO-EPSON, ask for operator 3600. Price may vary.
See the award-winning Epson Stylus Color 600, now only $269 at Office Depot, Office Max, PC Richard, The Wiz, and Staples.
WFAN, New York.
CBS Radio Sports coverage of the World Series, sponsored by Gold Eagle Leak Stoppers and by Sta-Bil, the fuel stabilizer that keeps gas fresh for quick start. Well, we get a quick start in the first inning as Gary Sheffield automatically out for running out of the baselines, trying to break up a double play. It goes as a double play, and it is the 8th double play turned by the Indians in this World Series. Now in the second inning, David Justice, Matt Williams, and Sandy Alomar. When Al Leiter faced the Marlins, in looking back over his game, we'll check to see what the hitters did. Justice takes high, ball 1. Justice walked and was 0 for 3. And the people who hurt him, among others, were fly ball singles by Williams and Alomar in the first inning of that game. Justice swings and misses. There was also a 2-run home run by Jim Tomei, and there are a couple of critical errors in the 4th inning, and the Indians scored 3 times because of it. The 1-1 pitch in there for a strike in the count 1-2. I saw a sign in the stands. There is Leiter at the end of the tunnel. Well, we'll see for Florida if there is indeed. 1-2, the count of David Justice. The left-hander ready and delivers, and the fast one sinks outside. Ball 2, 2-2.
And I know it's kind of early, and you don't want to jump to conclusions, but Al Leiter looks like a different pitcher tonight than he did in that recent game because now he's locating his pitches.
2-2 pitch on the way. Fastball, a busted bat, and a hopper to first baseman Dalton. He takes it to the bag for the out. 1 away. Well, he certainly sawed that bat, and Matt Williams now will be coming up. Tonight, Mike Hargrove celebrates his 48th birthday. You know what he wants. 52-year-old Jim Leyland will celebrate his birthday December the 15th. And on the table, wrapped for either man, the championship for 1997. Matt Williams with Sandy Alomar on deck. We're in the top of the second inning. No score. It's Al Leiter and Jared Wright. Williams having a big series, hitting .417. He has just 1 home run, however, and 3 runs batted in. Leiter starts him with a fastball, but crowds him a little bit. Ball 1, 1-0 the count.
Then you mentioned that it's Mike Hargrove's birthday. My middle son, Greg, is 30 years old today, and I know he's out there. I'd like to wish him a very happy birthday.
Well, I don't blame you for seizing the opportunity.
Absolutely. That was a nice lead-in. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome. 1 ball and no strikes, the count to Matt Williams. Leiter delivers an ad unintentionally fouled back. It just was a case of the ball hitting the bat, not vice versa. 1-1 to Williams. Sandy Alomar on deck. The 7th game of the World Series. Boy, there have been some remarkable games down through the years. And if you like to spin the pages of baseball's history book, there's a lot of meat there for you. The 1-1 pitch to Matt Williams, high, ball 2, 2-1. You want to go back to 1924, in the 12th inning, a fellow named Muddy Rule of Washington hit a foul ball. Hank Gowdy, the catcher, went back after it, stepped in his own mask, and dropped the foul. The pitch to Williams is swung on and missed. 2-2. That gave Rule another opportunity, and he doubled. And there was a ground ball that took a bad hop. We've heard of that, over Freddie Lindstrom's head. And the winning run scored, and the winning pitcher, Walter Johnson. All on a stepped-on mask. The 2-2 pitch fouled away. Did you ever step on your own mask?
No, I really didn't. I was taught at a very early age that when you go after a pop-up, make sure you throw the mask way away. And, of course, there's stories about guys throwing the mask so well. Randy Hundley threw it so well, he hit Billy Williams right in the mouth and knocked the tooth out. And Billy Williams was an umpire, not the Billy Williams, the hitter, on Randy Hundley's team.
You ever see a catcher try to catch a foul ball without a mitt? I did once.
No.
2-2, the count to Matt Williams. Al Leiter picks off the sign as Charles Johnson flashes it out. Left-hander Dios, fastball, hammered, foul. Unfortunately, it was only an exhibition game. Had it been a World Series game, it would have been memorable. Dodgers playing the Braves. Del Crandall, the catcher of the Braves. Bases loaded, 2 out in whatever inning. Some Dodger hit a high foul ball behind the plate. And as Crandall turned to go back after it, he bumped into the plate umpire, and his mitt came off. So he went back and stood under that high twisting foul barehanded. Great dramatic moment. And he dropped it. The 2-2 pitch is low, ball 3, 3-2. Could you imagine that in a World Series game, though?
Oh, my. Well, yes, that would have been legend. You're right.
Full count. Matt Williams, 1 out in the second inning. No score. And Sandy Alomar on deck. Williams backs out. Now Matt slowly getting back in. The scoreboard flashes noise. Boy, Philip Wiley would love to see this one. Here's the 3-2 pitch to Williams. A bad ball. Swung on and missed. He went after ball 4. Well, he was indeed fooled by Leiter, who picks up his first strikeout.
Now, Al Leiter is throwing the ball. It's very crisp. Good live fastball. That was a breaking ball in the dirt. If the Indians start chasing bad balls against Al Leiter, they're going to have a tough time because he does not throw the ball near the middle of the plate. He's up and the ball runs, or he's down with a breaking ball.
2 out here in the second inning, no score. Leiter into the windup. The left-hander ready and delivers. Fastball swung on and missed. And the count 0-1. Good movement on a fastball up. No balls and 1 strike to count. Into the windup comes Leiter. Back with a breaking ball in the dirt. Swung on and missed. And the Indians are certainly not patient hitters. And because of it, they're paying for it.
Boy, absolutely. Those were both balls. High fastball above the zone and a breaking ball in the dirt. Now, and Al Leiter's got the kind of stuff. He'll take advantage of that.
Strike 2 pitch on the way. Very high. Ball 1. And the count 1-2. 2 down. Top of the second inning. Bases empty. No score in the ball game. Leiter looks down the barrel. Johnson setting a target. And the pitch to Sandy Alomar just off the plate. Fastball maybe a little high as well. And the count 2-2. Leiter right back up on top. He's eager to pitch. Shakes no to Johnson. Now nods in agreement. And all the while, Alomar waits. 2-2 pitch coming up. And it's way inside. Ball 3. Well, a poignant story finally had a happy ending. You know, we've been talking about Levon Hernandez and his mom being constrained in Cuba, not allowed to come here and see her son. She is here tonight in the ballpark, not seeing Levon, but at least looking at the game. 3-2 pitch is hit in the air down the left field line, foul and out of play. And, of course, Hernandez, who took the wise approach yesterday, in Spanish, he said the basic idea, I'll see it and believe it when she's here. Well, she's here. She arrived with Mr. and Mrs. Tony Perez. 3-2 the count to Alomar. Here comes Leiter. Fastball and a fly ball to center. Easy play for Devon White. He puts it away. So 6 in a row retired by Al Leiter. The score after an inning and a half, Cleveland nothing, Florida nothing. And you're listening to the World Series from CBS Radio Sports.
Baseball's Great Commitment, sponsored by CNA, celebrating a century of commitment. I'm John Rooney.
Retiring Dodgers outfielder Brett Butler is recovering from cancer and spends his free time with a number of charities devoted to helping sick children. Butler actively raises money for the Leukemia Society and donates his time and financial support to the Make-A-Wish Foundation and the Starlight Foundation. Butler is also active in the fight against cystic fibrosis. This salute to Brett Butler is sponsored by CNA. CNA for all the commitments you make.
When the victims of Hurricane Andrew made a commitment to rebuild their lives, CNA kept their commitment to the victims of Hurricane Andrew by paying over $350 million in personal and commercial insurance claims. CNA knows that any commitment involves risk. That's why for over a century, they've been committed to helping people manage their risks, be they ordinary or extraordinary. CNA, for all the commitments you make.
CBS Sunday. When a beautiful young scientist falls in love with one of her research subjects, she thinks there is no one else like him. She is wrong.
There's 4 of you.
One of them is her lover. The others could be her killer. Now, her life depends on telling them apart. Kelly McGillis, Larry Hagman, and Jason Gedrick in the best-selling thriller by Ken Follett, The Third Twin, a CBS world premiere movie, Sunday, November 9th.
Here it is, time once again for the Great American Fall Classic. You've had an entire season of opportunity, and now it all comes down to this.
A few days left to protect your deck, or there may not be a next season for you.
Hey, relax. The Flood Company can improve your prospects for next season's viewing. Flood's exceptional exterior wood care products like CWF UV penetrate deep into your wood for one-of-a-kind luster and protection. Flood exterior wood care products. It's how wood should be treated.
This copyrighted broadcast, presented by authority of the Commissioner of Baseball, may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form without express written consent. And we go to the bottom of the second inning, no score. It will be Moises Alou, Bobby Bonilla, and Charles Johnson. Alou, you may remember, hit a 2-run home run in the 6th inning against Jared Wright. That was the game in Cleveland. Now we'll see what happens tonight. Moises Alou with 3 home runs, 9 runs batted in. Sandy Alomar has 10 runs batted in and 2 home runs. And as we mentioned, the all-time World Series RBI man, Bobby Richardson of the Yankees, had 12 RBIs in one series. That's the tops. So Alou will start it off, hitting .349. Moises, right-hand hitter, bends at the knees, bat cocked behind his right ear, and he backs off and takes a strike, and the count 0-1. Alou Bonilla, remember, Bobby has been hitting in the cleanup spot. He's been dropped to number 6. Alou swings, slices one foul off first base out of play, and the count 0-2.
And now those were 2 breaking balls. And, of course, Alou we were talking about it last night. His father was Felipe Alou was a great high fastball hitter, and this kid is, too. They just started him with 2 breaking balls.
The next one is hitting the air back of first base down the line. Ramirez coming out of nowhere, but he can't get it. It's going to wind up in the Marlins bullpen. 0-2 the count to Moises Alou.
I was just thinking, we talk about pitching and catching, and you talk about why is a breaking ball more effective. Obviously, it's spinning, takes a different direction, it's a different speed. And after seeing 2 of those, then Jared Wright threw a fastball right up in Moises Alou's wheelhouse, and he couldn't get around on it, went the other way. That slow curveball was put in his mind, planted a seed.
Fastball very high, ball 1, 1-2. Moises Alou's father is Felipe. He never hit a home run in the World Series. Neither did his uncle Matty nor his uncle Jesus. But Matty Alou, back in 1962, bunted for a base hit against the Yankees, and that turned out to be a big game. The pitch to Alou is outside. With 2 out, Matty Alou got a base hit, and Willie Mays doubled him to third, and for some reason, Ralph Houck did not walk Willie McCovey, even though a right-hand hitter was on deck, and he got away with it. The 2-2 pitch is swung on and popped up. Fernandez going out. All by himself now. He's under it, and Tony puts it away. 1 down. Ralph Houck opting to have Ralph Terry pitch to McCovey instead of Cepeda, and McCovey killed the ball. I mean, he hit a bullet, but it was right at Bobby Richardson. The Yankees won that ball game 1-0, and, of course, with it was Game 7 in the World Championship. But anytime you see young Moises, Boy, what heritage, especially Felipe and Matty. Jesus was not quite that good a player. Bobby Bonilla up there now hitting left-handed, takes a strike. Bonilla is really playing hurt, and it's reflected in a 167 batting average. He's really not saying anything about it, but people close to the club know how banged up he is. He has a bad wrist. He has a bad Achilles tendon, and he is due for surgery when all of this is over. Bonilla takes down and away in the count 1 ball, 1 strike. For Jim Leyland and the Marlins, they couldn't ask more than last night when he came up with the bases loaded only to pop up. He has left 20 runners on base in the series. Little ground ball to Fernandez, who has plenty of time. Bobby is barely getting down the line. 2 out.
Well, that's tough. Bobby has not had a good World Series. He looked really terrible defensively the other night in that terrible weather, and yet, to his credit, he then made a couple good defensive plays. In fact, one was unbelievable against Matt Williams with a runner at second base. He fielded the ball and flipped it underhand from his knees to first base. It was a tremendous play, but he really is struggling. He looks like his timing's all shot, and it's very tough to hit without a good, strong base. And your legs are bothering you, it affects your hitting.
Charles Johnson at the plate. He takes low, ball 1. We're in the bottom of the second inning. No score. The Indians down 6 in a row. And Jared Wright in trouble in the first inning. Edgar Renteria double, Sheffield walk, but Dalton hit into a double play. The 1-0 pitch fouled off. And if you weren't with us, the double play was called by second base umpire Joe West, charging interference. Gary Sheffield going out of the baselines to attempt to break it up. 1-2 the count. The pitch to Johnson, swung on and hit up along third base, foul. It hit his foot first, so timeout. Still 1-2. Records are made to be broken. I mean, that's all you hear in baseball. I'll give you a World Series record that will never be broken. And it happened in the first World Series in 1903. The Boston team, the Boston Pilgrims, played the Pittsburgh Pirates. Here's the 1-2 pitch on the way. Johnson takes strike 3 called. In that series, the Boston Pilgrims hit 16 triples. We're not going to see that anymore. The score after 2 innings, Cleveland nothing, Florida nothing. You're listening to the 1997 World Series on CBS Radio Sports. Sure, we'll be back in just a moment.
What makes Toyota play a role in so many different lives? How come there are more Toyotas on the road every day? If you say because of quality that lasts, you already know why a Toyota certified used vehicle is about as good as a used car can get. Quality that lasts. That's why Toyotas retain their value for so long. Drive any Toyota certified used vehicle and you know it's passed over 128 quality checks, from belts to shocks, tires to light bulbs. And you'll be protected by a 6-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty from original date of purchase. Your Toyota dealer has a great selection of used Camrys, Corollas, even 4Runners. Drive a Camry and you're getting the car that in 1993 Automobile Magazine said was the best car built in America. That in 1995 was Car and Driver's top choice in a family sedan comparison. You'll only find them at your Toyota dealer. Toyota certified used vehicles, because the best new cars make the best used cars.
On your resume that you're the world's fastest speaker.
Yes.
Well, EMI Capital is celebrating their 100th birthday with a music sale of the century. For the first time ever, some of the greatest albums of all time are on sale for an unheard of low price. Plus, a sweepstakes with thousands of instant winners and a chance for the $100,000 grand prize. Hey, there's never been a deal like this before. The problem is, so much music is on sale that naming all of the artists in one commercial is next to impossible. Care to give it a try?
Yes. The Beatles, Garth Brooks, Frank Sinatra, Beach Boys, Pink Floyd, Nat King Cole, Bonnie Raitt, Jimi Hendrix, Steve Miller, Bob Seger, Tina Turner, John Lennon, Al Green, Beastie Boys, Dean Martin, Smashing Pumpkins, Paul McCartney, Hart, Billy Idol, Kenny Rogers, Jethro Tull, John Cicada, Blondie, Crowded House, George Thorogood, Duran, Van, George Harrison, Grand Funk, George Clinton, Natalie Cole, Joe Cocker, Freddie Jackson, Nate.
I'm sorry. That was impressive, but time's up.
So much music, so little time. EMI Capital's 100. It's the sale of the century, going on now at record stores everywhere.
EMI Capital's $100,000 sweepstakes. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited. Open to legal U.S. residents only. Game ends September 1st, 1998. See local music retailer for details.
WFAN, New York.
We're going to the third inning. No score in the ball game. Cleveland, Florida. It'll be Jim Thome, followed by Marquise Grissom, and then Jared Wright. A reminder, for 16 unforgettable days, the Olympic Winter Games return to CBS Radio Sports, so the flame will burn bright in Japan early in 1998. Tune in. Share a moment with the world. So Jim Thome checks in with a .292 batting average. He has 2 home runs, 4 runs batted in. Big left-hand hitting first baseman. And going to work, Al Leiter. Leiter rocks on the rubber. Left-hander kicks and a smooth, slow curveball on the outside corner for a strike. Game 7, the end of a brutally long year. I would think a pitch count is really important now for both managers watching these pitchers.
I would think, especially with Jared Wright, because Wright is going on short rest. He's only got 3 days rest, and he throws so hard. He's a power pitcher, and he's a young kid. Leiter's big and strong, and he's got his full complement of rest. I think he'll be all right.
1 ball and 1 strike to count to Jim Tomei. Leiter ready, Al deals, breaking ball fouled off, and the count 1-2.
Then we're seeing a different pitcher here tonight in Leiter. Leiter has gone to the breaking ball. Now, if he can throw that big, slower breaking ball that he's been throwing tonight, that sets everything else up, and it also keeps him in kind of a groove so he doesn't walk as many. The other night he walked 6 batters, of course, in a terrible weather, but the curveball really helps his command.
Here's the 1-2 pitch to Jim Tomei, and it's a high fastball in the count 2-2. Leiter, of course, has some glistening credentials, and among others, last year he pitched a no-hitter against a very hard-hitting Colorado Rockies team, so you know he's got a world of ability. 2-2, the count of Jim Tomei, pointing that bat, holding it out in front of him for the moment. Now the 2-2 pitch, fastball high, ball 3. So he's working Tomei, a left-hand hitter, up, and that would seem to follow the pattern against most left-handers. With a curveball, got him the strikes, and high fastballs that got him to go to a full count. Leiter looks in. Johnson sets the target on the outside part of the plate, and the fastball in at the hands, ball 4. Let's pause 10 seconds for stations to identify themselves on the CBS radio network.
The Giants are 6-3. They came from behind to beat the Bengals 29-27. Second period at the Garden. Rangers lead the Ducks 2-1. More later on WFAN, New York.
Marquise Grissom coming up. He's cooled off a little bit. He's won for his last 11 at-bats, so his average from .444 in the series has dropped now to .381. Marquise with 2 RBIs, a total of 9 hits. A question about that last pitch. It's way inside at the knees, ball 1. Charles Johnson set up on the outside corner, and Al Leiter's pitch almost took the knuckles of Jim Tomei's hand.
He just made 2 bad pitches in a row, and that's what everybody worries about with Al, like overthrowing. He shook off on a 2-2 count. He shook Charlie Johnson off on a curveball.
Here's the 1-0 pitch to Marquise Grissom. The left-hander deals. Grissom backs off, breaking ball in at the thighs, ball 2.
And sometimes when a pitcher shakes the catcher off, he knows that maybe he made a mistake, but he's going to prove to the catcher, with this fastball, I'm going to show you, and he tried to throw it too hard, and now he's a little bit out of a groove for about 3 pitches in a row here.
2-0 pitch to Marquise Grissom, inside at the hands. So walking Jim Tomei 3-2, he comes back 3-0 to Marquise Grissom, and then you have Jared Wright coming up in what would appear to be a bunt situation. We'll see. Leiter, left foot on the rubber, looks down to Charles Johnson. Dalton in front of Tomei. Marquis turns around showing bunt, but just to distract the pitcher from the strike zone, but he got it in there anyway, and the count 3-1. No score, top of the 3rd inning. Jared Wright and Al Leiter. Leiter, a look over at first. Left-hander ready, and the 3-1 pitch swung on and missed. 3-2.
Well, you talked before about the Indians having to be selective. Marquise Grissom just swung at ball 4. This ball club, this Indian ball club, usually is very selective. They know what they're going up there trying to do. But when you've got a guy throwing as hard as Leiter, you're going to make quick decisions.
3-2 pitch, runner not going, ground ball, base hit into left field. Tomei to second and holding there. So Jared Wright will be coming up. First and second, nobody out. And you would expect Wright to bunt, but of course after watching that base hit by Chad O.J., it remains to be seen. Remember when Wright pitched against the Marlins, it was in Cleveland. The DH was used, and Wright did not swing the bat. So now he's coming up there. I did a little research, too. You know, we were talking about O.J., and I was saying I'd never let him hit the ball or swing and anything else, and he got the base hit. Prior to last night, in the World Series without the DH, American League pitchers had 6 hits in 140 at-bats. That's a batting average of .043. You want to talk about bucking the odds, letting O.J. swing, and it worked. So now let's see about Jared Wright. 2 on, nobody out, no score in the 3rd. Up come the corners, right around to bunt, fouled it away, and actually Leiter almost knocked the bat out of his hands, and they count 0-1.
You know what worries me in a situation like this is this guy has not been doing this. But remember, Jared Wright's not that far out of high school. He probably was their star hitter.
He was certainly a star football player.
Oh.
We told you the other night as a quarterback, he ran 300 yards in one game. 0-1 to count to Jared Wright. Out of a stretch goes Al Leiter. Left-hander at the belt, ready, comes right back, and a fastball over his head. A throw down to second, not in time. If you're up there to bunt, you're hoping to get the curveball, aren't you? I mean, you would much rather try and bunt the curveball than the fastball, because the fastball you might foul back or pop it up.
Yeah, the high fastball is the toughest pitch to bunt, so if you get something down the zone, you would really like that. Now, Jared Wright is really not squaring around getting the head of the bat out where he wants it. I see he might have a little trouble getting the ball down at all.
1-1 pitch on the way. He pulls the bat away. It's low and inside. Ball 2, 2-1. And Al Leiter suddenly has the natives restless here at Pro Player Park. But it's no score in the third. A walk to Tomei and a single by Marquise Grissom. And the Indians are in business. First and second, nobody out. Jared Wright waiting, and the 2-1 pitch coming up. He shows bunt. Bunted foul, line drive into the stands over and behind the Marlins dugout. It is a brutal assignment for the kid to come up and try to bunt. 2-2.
Well, the toughest part, too, when you have runners at first and second and none out, you instruct your bunters to bunt the ball to third baseline. Jared Wright would like to get the ball down between the white lines. He doesn't care if he gets to third base. His approach to bunting, I don't think it's possible for him to get the ball in the fair part of the ballpark. He's not bending his knees and getting out there.
The 2-2 pitch bunted, and it's to Dalton, who juggles, can't make the play at third, and throws to first. If Dalton handles the bunt cleanly, they might have had a force play on Tomei, but Darren double gripped, lost the play, and had to get the out at first. And hey, how about congratulations to Jared Wright?
You know, you're not kidding. First of all, he fouled two back. Didn't look like he was ever going to be able to bunt the ball. But you know what happened? Al Leiter threw a batting practice get-me-over fastball, just a little under 90 miles an hour to get it over, and it was down in the strike zone and allowed him to get the ball down. I didn't think he could put the ball, not to mention in the white lines, but I thought he might foul it back over the screen if he touched it.
Second and third, one out, and Omar Vizquel at the plate. Left-hander Leiter ready and delivers inside. Almost hit him. Ball 1-0. So Jared Wright did what most people thought impossible. He got the bunt down. And the fact that Florida self-destructed is another story. 1 ball and no strike to Omar Vizquel. Leiter at the belt. Al ready, comes back 1-0, and that's high and inside. Ball 2. So now he's in very dangerous company, perhaps loading him up with Tony Fernandez coming up.
Now then, as you mentioned before, Darren Dalton, of course, formerly a catcher, would come out from the ball in a different direction, but he got to the ball so quickly, he thought surely he's going to get the runner at third.
The 2-0 pitch on the way, swung on and popped up. So Vizquel angrily slams the bat down. The runners have nowhere to go as Renteria makes the catch. So a huge out. Vizquel hitting only .231, pops it up. So Leiter is almost out of that tunnel, and here comes Tony Fernandez, who lined out to Devon White in the first inning.
One of the things I always instructed my pitcher and catcher, now the situation, you would think that you're over the hump because you got the second out with that runner standing there at third base, not to mention the one at second. But now's the toughest one. You cannot give in at all here. You're talking about a very hot hitter in Tony Fernandez, but very often in this situation, the pitcher feels like, oh, man, I got the biggest out I needed. That's not true. This is the biggest one right now.
Tony Fernandez hit almost 400 right-handed during the regular season. So the veteran second baseman waiting at the plate, and the fastball is fouled back to the screen. Good fastball. A lot of life on that one. And the count 0-1. It was around the knees. In the inning, Tomei walked. Grissom singled into second. Wright sacrificed only to have Vizquel pop up. Under the heading of the best laid plans of mice and men, put the name Omar Vizquel. And now here's Tony Fernandez. 0-1 the count. Tony, who wears number 1, asking for time, and it's granted by Ed Montague. Fernandez hitting .462 in the series. Tony waiting, slightly open stance. Leiter at the belt. Al kicks, comes to the hitter way inside. Almost got Fernandez on the right ankle. And the count 1 ball and 1 strike. Tony Fernandez hit almost 400 right-handed during the regular season. So the veteran second baseman waiting at the plate. And the fastball is fouled back to the screen. Good fastball. A lot of life on that one. And the count 0-1. It was around the knees. In the inning, Tomei walked. Grissom singled into second. Wright sacrificed only to have Vizquel pop up. under the heading of the best laid plans of mice and men, put the name Omar Vizquel. And now here's Tony Fernandez. 0-1 the count. Tony, who wears number 1, asking for time, and it's granted by Ed Montague. Fernandez hitting .462 in the series. Tony waiting, slightly open stance. Leiter at the belt. Al kicks, comes to the hitter way inside. Almost got Fernandez on the right ankle. And the count 1 ball and 1 strike.
It looked like Charles Johnson and Al Leiter have made up their minds that they're going to really pitch in this situation, pitch the Indian hitters right on the hands, way in as much as they can. That's the pitch they got in on Vizquel. He just couldn't get the head of the bat out, but they have tried to get the ball in on Tony Fernandez. 1 ball and 1 strike to count to Tony. Out of a stretch comes Leiter, and the pitch is a little high. Ball 2, 2-1. On deck, the number 3 hitter in the lineup, Manny Ramirez. So this is a big battle within the war now between Leiter and Fernandez. Al staring in. Charles Johnson wigwagging a couple of signs out. Now the left-hander out of a stretch. And the 2-1 pitch to Tony Fernandez, swung on, base hit to center. In comes Tomei. Here comes Grissom to score, and the Indians lead 2-0. And what a well-made point you had. Just when Leiter looked like he was getting out of the woods, he gives up a key base hit. Well, I got one of them right. I didn't think Wright would get the bunt down, but I always worried about that situation. In fact, when I was a catcher with the Dodgers and with the Angels, I always went out to my pitcher after that situation where you got the second out and say, hey, don't relax now. You've got to go even harder now. This is the toughest one to get. And that was a nice piece of hitting by Tony Fernandez. Even though they were pitching him hard inside, he didn't go to try to pull the ball. He stayed right in the middle of the field. And with that base hit, 2 pitchers jump up in the bullpen for the Marlins. That's 24 pitches in this inning for Al Leiter. And here he was sailing along, pitching beautifully. The leadoff walk. Boy, is that the one that just kills the manager?
Absolutely. 3-2 to Tomei and walked in. Then he fell behind 3-0 to Grissom and gave up a base hit. And eventually that key single by Tony Fernandez. So Tony Fernandez had 44 RBIs during the year, and he now has 4 RBIs in the World Series. The Indians leading 2-0, and Manny Ramirez at the plate. Manny grounded to short in the first inning. He's 0 for 1. Leiter out of a stretch, a look over at first, now straddles the rubber, then fakes a throw, and just standing there quietly is Tony Fernandez.
Yeah, I looked into the Indian dugout, and there is Vizquel smiling broadly now. Before he put a towel over his head, he didn't want to look. He felt that he had given his team a bad shot.
Fastball sinks too low out of the zone to Ramirez, and the count 1 ball and no strikes. Antonio Alfonseca and the brilliant left-hander Felix Heredia throwing in the bullpen for the Marlins. Boy, Heredia has been an unsung hero. He's been magnificent.
Boy, he has been. Boy, Jim Leland has gone to him a couple times as a long reliever, and he's just been nearly perfect.
Here's the 1-0 pitch coming up to Manny Ramirez. Leiter works him away with a fastball. So the pitcher who worked the first 2 innings doesn't look like the pitcher who's working the 3rd inning. Whatever happened to him?
It looked like he just came apart, and it was a point. It was Jim Tomei again, a left-handed hitter. Al shook off. He shook up on a 2-2 count, shook off the breaking ball, decided he was going to strike him out with a fastball, overthrew it, and then walked him on the next pitch.
2-0 pitch, and low and inside. Now he's on the edge of walking his second man in the inning and bringing up David Justice. So 3-0 to count to Manny Ramirez. Leiter on the rubber. Out of a stretch, another look over at Fernandez. The 3-0 pitch, Ramirez shies away. It almost hit him, ball 4. And, of course, for Jim Leland, you cannot play much of a waiting game in the World Series when it's number 7. Even though Leiter is due to bat second in the 3rd inning, Leland might be hoping, if he doesn't like his stuff, that he can get through it and then hit for him. But a lot of managers have paid a horrendous price when they're caught in just that kind of a situation.
Well, you're not kidding. When I went over to the National League to manage, I realized the different strategies used there, and you keep trying to sneak one through to save a player here, save a player there. Before you know it, the ball game can get away from you.
It's 2-0 in favor of Cleveland, top of the 3rd inning. David Justice, 2 on and 2 out, and he takes a pitch in there for a strike. Remember, Justice had his bat broken in his last at-bat. He's annoyed at the call by Ed Montague, but the count remains 0-1. Leiter battling to get out of the inning. The left-hander looking at Fernandez and Ramirez. Curveball is hit behind the plate. So the count adjusted is 0-2.
You know, Vin, just thinking about the strategy that Jim Leland has really used in this World Series, he stayed with the starters as long as he could. I mean, that was an example with Livan Hernandez, who looked like he was out of gas in the third inning. The guy went into the ninth. I mean, that was Jim staying with him.
0-2 the count to David Justice. Leiter ready. Here he comes, and it's up and away. Ball 1, 1-2. So Jim Leland with some big decisions to make, and the Indians leading Florida 2-0. Heredia and Alfonseca have stopped throwing for the moment, and Leiter still has to get David Justice, hitting only .217 in the series. Leiter comes back, and it's a fastball on the outside corner. Down goes Justice. The Indians get 2 and lead 2 in the score after 2.5 innings. Cleveland 2, Florida 0. You're listening to the World Series from CBS Radio Sports.
Out at the Skip Barber Driving School, Dodge Neons are helping people learn about all sorts of high-performance driving maneuvers. With its four-wheel independent suspension and its inherent cab-forward, wheels-to-the-corner stability, it's perfect for all the twists and turns it gets thrown into by demanding instructors and determined students. It's also the perfect choice for the kind of driving you do, especially now with $1,500 cash back, making Neon under $10,200 for starters and around $12,800 nicely equipped, allowing it to smartly negotiate the turn into the bank parking lot or get low financing instead of cash back. Dodge Neon. That's a friendly Dodge dealer near you, where you can maneuver yourself into a Neon in nothing flat. List prices after $1,500 cash back exclude tax. Financing option is for qualified buyers. Skip Barber Neons are nicely equipped with the available for order ACR package.
Welcome to my storage shed, where you're witnessing the end of a year-long hibernation of my lawnmower, motorcycle, snowblower, and boat. I put Stay-Bill fuel stabilizer in each of their tanks to show you how even after a year, they'll start right up. Here goes.
Rise and shine, everybody! Manufacturer recommended Stay-Bill fuel stabilizer. Add Stay-Bill to a fresh tank of gas today for a quick start next season.
CBS Radio Sports coverage of the 1997 World Series between the Cleveland Indians and the Florida Marlins, sponsored by Okie Data, by Gm7, by the State Farm Insurance Company, by Kodak, and by Rolaids. The Indians 2 runs, 2 hits. Florida no runs, 1 hit. And we go to the bottom of the third inning. Craig Counsell, then Al Leiter is due to bat second, and Devon White. And with no action in the Marlins bullpen, we assume Leiter will take his turn at the plate. So Jared Wright staked to a 2-0 lead. Not much of a cushion to lean on, but nevertheless better than nothing. And Wright waiting for Counsell to check in. Craig hitting .211. Matt Williams plays about even with the bag at third. Tomei, a usual distance from the bag at first. And the outfield split, a gap in right center as Counsell takes a strike. If anything, Marquise Grisham shades a wee bit to left center field.
And this is a situation that, if you're Jared Wright, yes, you want to get the leadoff hitter especially the eighth place hitter because he'll bunt him over.
Strike one pitch, fouled at the plate, and the count 0-2.
Or I should say they'll try to bunt him over. Try. Now, we talk about the Indians having an unbelievable year. I mean, they struggled a lot of the year. They were vulnerable for part of the year. But in the postseason, they have done all the little things. Now, for Jared Wright, to get that ball down with 2 strikes on him, it hasn't been up in a major league game. He gets the bunt down. It's bunted to Darren Dalton. Looks like there's going to be a force at third base, and the pitcher's going to have to run the bases. Doesn't work that way. Things have been really falling their way, but they've taken advantage of them.
Absolutely. Counsell waiting, 0-2, and Jared Wright deals fastball just inside, ball 1. 1-2 the count. Al Leiter out on deck, so there's no doubt about that. Jared Wright checks in with Sandy Alomar. Right-hander comes back 1-2, and it's fouled away again. So still 1-2 to Craig Counsell. We're in the bottom of the third inning in the final game of the series, and the Indians leading Florida 2-0.
I bet I was watching the radar gun. We're talking about Jared Wright throwing a fastball 97, 98 miles an hour. He just threw a changeup 85 miles an hour. There are a lot of pitchers like that, an 85 mile an hour fastball.
Absolutely. Here's the 1-2 pitch to Craig Counsell, and the fastball is hit in the air to right center, but moving over is Grissom to pick it off easily, and just like that, one away in the third inning. And the batter will be Al Leiter. You know, during this game, we thought that every now and then we'd drop in a famous seventh game of the World Series. There have been so many. How about 1926? Grover Cleveland Alexander called in to face Tony Lazzari with the bases loaded. The Cardinals leading the Yankees 3-2. The pitch to Al Leiter, and that misses ball one. Lazzari just misses, hitting a grand slam home run, and then strikes out. And the Cardinals win the series 3-2, but a bizarre last note of Game 7 in that series. Babe Ruth was caught stealing to end the series. 2-0 the count to Al Leiter with one away in the third. Devon White on deck, and the pitch in there for a strike to Al, and the count 2-1.
Wonder what his reasoning was when he took off for second base. I know he's a good player, but
2-1 pitch on the way, and that's in there for a strike, and the count 2-2. Well, I'll ask him when I see him.
Hope you're not planning on
no
for a while.
I hope not. 2-2 pitch coming up, and Al Leiter swings late, but he fought it off and hits it foul into the seats down the left field line.
Wasn't Alexander known to take a nip or two?
Oh, yes. In fact, they were talking about how old he was and hung over. And he was 39, first of all. I mean, he wasn't an old man. 39 is certainly not old, but maybe in 1926 it was. Here's the 2-2 pitch on the way, a little high. So Jared Wright goes 3-2 to Al Leiter with one out in the third inning. And the Indians leading 2-0. Wright looks down the barrel. Leiter hits as he pitches, left-handed all the way. And the 3-2 pitch to Leiter is taken low, ball 4. Now, that may or may not be a blessing. I mean, for the Marlins, they're kind of happy. They have Leiter aboard, but do they want him running around? It has seemed to have taken a lot out of other pitchers throughout the series, especially after such a long season. So here is Devon White, and I don't know why Jim Thome's on the bag. Why they would have Thome, if he expects Leiter, now he's gesturing and he's getting off. I couldn't believe he'd be up there. Devon White batting left-handed, grounded to short in the first inning, and Thome is directly behind Leiter. Right out of a stretch, Jared deals, and the fastball is low, ball 1. Devon White hitting .286, coming off a good ball game last night. Single to left, single to right, and tripled. The 1-0 pitch on the way, and Debo takes a strike, and the count 1-1. 2 runs, 2 hits for Cleveland, no runs, 1 hit for Florida. That was the second batter up, Edgar Renteria, who doubled, but he never got beyond second base. Right out of a stretch. Young Jared, a high set, hesitates, comes to the hitter, and it's fouled away, and the count 1-2. Sometimes when he does that, he comes awfully close to a balk. I don't think they would ever think about calling in this series. He seems to stop, and then he drops just a wee bit more. And, of course, any movement you make after a complete stop, you better be coming to the plate or going to first base. So he shaded it on that last pitch, and the count 1-2. Right set, and Jared delivers, and White fouls it off. That's Wright and White, and it's 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Before those last 3 pitches, the pitches that Jared Wright threw to Al Leiter, and also the first pitch to Devon White, he was aiming the ball. Now, I mean, it sounds silly to say he's aiming the ball and he's throwing at 90-some miles an hour, but then he cranked it up. Now he's up to 97.
Here's the 1-2 pitch to Devon White, and a fastball is fouled back out of play, and there was a lot of hurry on that thing. And the count remains, that was 97 according to the scoreboard. I'll tell you one thing, that one looked like it might very well have been 97.
And the ball players would say that had some giddy up on it. That ball got up there in a hurry.
Or as they started saying, I guess about 20 years ago, he can bring it. He can bring it. 1-2 the count. Devon White, Edgar Renteria on deck. We're in the bottom of the third, 2-0 Cleveland. Jared Wright out of a stretch, and the pitch to White off speed and away. And the count 2-2. So he went from 97 to 82 with that change. 2 balls and 2 strikes the count to Devon White.
I think if he got that one in the outside corner, Devon would have given it to him and turned around and walked back to the dugout, but he missed with it. He really fooled him, but he missed outside.
Here's the 2-2 pitch coming up. Jared ready, deal, swung on, and foul back. So remember, he went 3-2 to Leiter. Now he is making several pitches to Devon White on a hot night in Miami.
Now, we were talking about pitch count. Al Leiter, of course, who's running the bases now at first base, had 63 pitches through 3. Jared Wright was very economical. He only had 23 pitches coming into this inning, but he's working now.
The 2-2 pitch to Devon White. Wright out of a stretch comes to him, swung on and missed. So Devon White hits the dust. And for Devon White, that's been a big problem for him throughout the series. He has struck out 9 times, and of course Wright put him away 4 times when they last met in Cleveland. And the batter will be Edgar Renteria.
Well, there was good reason why he missed that one. Then they had it on the board. He threw that 98 miles an hour.
But then again, remember, we keep watching Rob Nen throw it around 100, and they keep drilling it back at him, so they're remarkable, these guys. Here's Edgar Renteria. He doubled in the first inning. Tomei deep guarding the chalk. Renteria, right-hand hitter, and Jared Wright delivers way inside on the corner for a strike. Renteria pulled off on the pitch, but Ed Montague right there to call it in the count 0-1.
That was very smooth. You followed the break of that ball right over the inside.
The problem was I was following Renteria.
Leaving home,
yeah. Left. Strike 1 pitch, and that's inside, and they count 1 ball and 1 strike.
Well, how many times you see somebody has a big curveball and they put a big sweeper on, the right-hand hitter goes falling over backwards, and the umpire says strike. That's embarrassing.
Indeed it is. 1-1 the count to Edgar Renteria. Jared Wright will look over at Leiter, who's the base runner at first. Now the pitch to Renteria, that's away, so he's falling behind slightly, 2-1. Waiting his turn, Gary Sheffield, the incredible walking man. Cleveland 2, Florida nothing, bottom of the 3rd. We are just warming up. Wright, a look over his left shoulder to see what Leiter's up to. The pitch to Renteria is low, and now he's behind 3-1. And Gary Sheffield ready for an important at-bat. Renteria backs out for the moment, hitting .259. One of the outstanding young shortstops in the major leagues. Just starting at 22 from Barranquilla in Colombia. Wright ready, a look at Leiter, and the 3-1 pitch to Renteria is high, ball 4. So with 2 out and 2 on, Gary Sheffield coming up, and Wright has now walked 3. When Wright beat the Marlins by going 6 innings, he walked 5. And Sandy Alomar out there to talk to him for the moment. Sheffield has walked 8 times in the series and 20 times in the post.
Well, this has really got to be a concern now for the Indians. Mike Hargrove knows his youngster is on 3 days rest. He's a power pitcher, and he's not locating right now. Now, as you mentioned earlier, you can throw the ball 95, 97 miles an hour, but if you put that in the middle of the plate, Gary Sheffield can turn it around in a hurry and make this a 3-2 ball game.
Absolutely. If I read Sandy Alomar's lips, and it was so quick, but I thought he said something about follow through. So we'll see now as Sheffield checks in. Right, a look at the runners at first and second, and the fastball is swung on and missed. And that was down around the knees, and Sheffield swung from the heels. They tell me it's a 96-mile-an-hour fastball. The Indians are up and at 'em in the bullpen. They're going to start moving around. There's no reason to save anybody. Charles Nagy will be first man to answer the call in the Indian pen. No balls and 1 strike to Sheffield. Right, out of a stretch and in a little trouble with 2 out. He checks the runners, the youngster delivers, and there's a pop fly on the left side of the infield. Matt Williams, 4-time Gold Glove, makes the catch, and Wright's out of the inning. The score after 3 innings, Cleveland 2, Florida nothing. You're listening to the World Series from CBS Radio Sports.
Yoo-hoo, your brain calling. Wake up! Wow, some dream, huh? Your mother-in-law rides into your house on a giraffe and makes off with your laundry. Well, no one can be up and functioning sensibly 24 hours a day, except, of course, the Okie Data helpline. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. If you need help with an Okie Data printer or fax, call them. They'll help you out. Hey, maybe we'll dream about that tonight. We're working the Okie Data helpline and Uncle Murray calls, singing Italian love songs.
To learn more about Okie Data, call 1-800-OKIE-TEEN.
Ever go to that Shakespeare play with the guy in tights and the girl up in the balcony, and right when she's teasing him about eternal devotion, you blurt out, "Hey, Juliet, you're saying your love will last forever?" And Juliet snaps back, "Lifetime guarantee. What do you think this is, that new GM Goodwrench Service Plus?" And you figure, hey, wherefore art thou? So you go and you get a lifetime guarantee on parts and labor, plus upfront pricing, plus courtesy transportation. And you think GM Goodwrench Service Plus, the plus means better. Call 800-96-GM Plus for the select GM dealer near you. Ask for limited lifetime guarantee details. Professional golfer Nancy Lopez for State Farm.
In tournaments, I can really burn up the course. In my kitchen back in Georgia, burning things is the last thing I want to do. Kitchen fires can start easily, so here are a few tips. Don't ever leave cooking food unattended. And watch cooking temperatures, especially with hot fat or grease. Turn pot handles inward to prevent accidental spills. And never put towels or paper near a burner. Safety should always be par for the course.
State Farm. We're concerned about your home safety. And you.
All right, I'm here to talk to you about film. 35mm camera film. Specifically, new Kodak Gold Max self-adjusting film. It lets you take great pictures in bright light, low light, fast action, no action, and even zoom. So say you have a 12-picture roll. You can take one picture in daylight, twilight, flashlight, sunlight, your brother running, your sister sprinting, both standing still, close up, zoomed in, zoomed out, and still have one shot left to snap or whatever else your heart desires. New Gold Max film from Kodak. Take pictures further.
Right now, let's pause 10 seconds for stations to identify themselves on the CBS radio network.
They played 2 periods at the Garden, and the Rangers lead the Ducks 2-1. The Giants scored 19 straight second-half points. They beat the Bengals today 29-27. More later on WFAN New York.
Young Jared Wright got Gary Sheffield to pop up with 2 on and 2 out. So we move along to the 4th inning. Cleveland 2 and Florida nothing. It'll be Matt Williams, Sandy Alomar, and then Jim Tomei against left-hander Al Leiter. Leiter got into a mess of trouble in the 3rd inning. He walked Tomei, gave up a single to Marquise Grissom, and with 2 out, Tony Fernandez singled to center to drive in 2. So Al Leiter down 2-0, and Matt Williams, who struck out in the 2nd inning, coming up. 2 runs, only 2 hits for the Indians. No runs, only 1 hit for Florida. Leiter up on top, waiting for Williams. Very deliberate before he gets in. Matt still not ready. Hits the plate once with the bat and says, okay, let's go hacking. Into the windup goes Leiter, and the curveball stayed up. And the count 1 ball and no strikes.
You know, you wonder when you have a pitcher running the bases, especially a hyper pitcher like Al, you wonder if maybe running the bases will calm you down. Take a little bit of the energy away from you and get you honed in on the pitches.
The 1-0 pitch on the way, swung on and missed, 1-1. Well, it's a good way to have in mind. In other words, if he's knocked out of the game, you say, well, he ran the bases and it tired him. And if he pitches a good game, you say exactly what you did.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
1-1. Can't lose. Al Leiter, both feet on the rubber, hangs 10. Now the left-hander's 1-1 pitch, fouled away. So breaking balls to Matt Williams, and the count 1-2. You know, that was quite a pitch that Jared Wright made, and I think I read Alomar's lips about follow through. That first strike to Gary Sheffield at the knees, boy, was that a blur.
It was. He drove it downhill. You're right. And when you get that legs under you, before he was kind of stiff-legging it, spinning over away.
1-2 pitch on the way. Breaking ball. Got him swinging. So he strikes out Matt Williams a 2nd time. And for Al Leiter, that would be his 3rd strikeout. Williams twice and Justice once. And the batter will be Sandy Alomar. I'm wondering, is it hard for a catcher to see all of that in a pitcher's delivery? Or is it the fact he's coming right at you? He's like an open book. You can read him.
You can see that. You can see the big picture. You see all the big mechanical moves coming at you. You might not see the release point.
Fastball is hit over the head of third baseman Bonilla and down the line. Alou over to get it, and holding on with a single to left is Sandy Alomar. And the batter will be Jim Tomei. Hit number 3 for Cleveland. They lead 2-0 here in the top of the 4th.
As a catcher, one of the things you would like the catcher to do is be able to almost be like a pitching coach on the field, because you can't keep going out as a coach or a manager to the pitcher. But just little signs you might have with your pitcher, you can get him back on track again. You can slow him down. You can keep him back over the rubber. You can get him to follow through, as you mentioned, as Sandy said. There are a whole lot of things that you can do, and if you know your pitcher's mechanics, it really helps.
Leiter out of a stretch. The pitch to Tomei. He flinches and takes a strike, and the count 0-1. Remember, Tomei went 3-2 in the count and walked, came around to score a run in the third inning. Would it be proper for a catcher before a game to go to the pitching coach and say, what should I look for that would lead him off the way you want him to go? The strike one pitch low, 1-1. Do you do that?
Sure, yeah. I used to keep a book on my own as to what I was looking for, check points on each pitcher, not just what his pitches are. On a given night, you have got to figure out what are his best pitches on a given night. Kind of preferentially say, okay, his best pitch is this fastball, and then his breaking ball tonight is better than his changeup. And then you go along those lines.
1-1 pitch on the way to Tomei, and that's high and outside, ball 2. You can't really go, or can you, on the stuff that he shows you warming up in the bullpen?
Well, that gives you a little idea, but you got to wait till you get out here on the mound and in the regular field, because sometimes I've seen guys have great stuff in the bullpen, nothing on the mound in the game, and vice versa.
2-1 to Tomei, 1 out, Alomar at first, and he takes a slow hook in there for a strike. That's a pitch, really, that he will more than get by. He's bothering the hitters with it.
He sure is. Now, that's what he's going to this inning. That's what he got Matt Williams to look bad on. Now he's throwing it to Tomei like that. And your fastball that Sandy Alomar hit, he broke his bat on. But now Charles Johnson is making him throw off-speed stuff.
2-2 pitch on the way. Breaking ball, hit in the air to right center. Sheffield started back. Now he has to come running in and make a sliding catch for the out. He was going the wrong way. Might very well have lost the ball in the shirt sleeve crowd, or just thought it was hit harder. And he was lucky it was high, and he was able to correct and get back underneath.
Well, you're not kidding. That is a tough call for an outfielder. They're trying to read the ball off the bat. Now, you've got a noisy crowd. You got a 6'4", 230-pound home run hitter, 40 home runs this year, takes a full swing, and the ball starts off his bat in an arc. You think, uh-oh, so you go back, and that ball was off the end of the bat. That's why so many good power hitters get these dunk shots in between the infield and the outfield.
It's another reason why it's so difficult to be converted from an infielder to an outfielder, or an outfielder for an infielder. Infielders basically go in. Outfielders instinctively go back. Marquise Grissom takes inside, ball 1. He's single to left field in the third inning. That was kind of remarkable that both Bill Russell and Davy Lopes were center fielders. They were converted and played together in the big leagues for 8.5 years. The 1-0 pitch, Grissom takes a strike on the inside corner, and the count 1-1. Marquise hitting .409, got a base hit, scored a run in the third.
The Dodgers are known for that, taking real good athletes and switching their positions. Teddy Sizemore was a catcher. They made him a second baseman. He became a rookie of the year for them.
Here's the 1-1 pitch to Marquise Grissom, and that drives him off the plate. Ball 2, 2-1. So Williams struck out. Alomar singles. Tomei flies to right. And here's Marquise Grissom. To look ahead, Dalton, Alou, and Bonilla due up in the bottom of the fourth. Leiter at the belt. Checks first, comes to Grissom, drives him away again. Ball 3. He's trying to keep the ball inside his shirt.
He's trying to run the ball in. This is when he came apart last inning. It was when he's trying to get the ball in, he started spinning off the mound. In other words, for a left-hander, when you lift your right leg, you kind of come at the pitcher and then come over the leg. He's kind of flying over toward third base when he's delivering the ball.
3-1 pitch on the way. Fastball swung on and missed. Up around the letters, and the count 3-2. So with 2 down, Alomar will be ready to go. Dave Nelson over to say something to him. The large crowd on its feet. And Leiter, chin on his chest, deep in thought. Now lifts it, steps on the rubber, set at the belt. There goes Alomar, and the fastball is fouled back out of play. Still 3-2.
You know, we talked about some of the great pitchers in the game, and of course, I was very fortunate to be on those Dodger teams with Don Drysdale, Sandy Koufax, Don Sutton, Claude Osteen. Al Leiter has a kind of fastball that Sandy Koufax had. Out of this delivery, he's very smooth and easy in the beginning of it, and it just seems to sneak up on you, and they cannot lay off the high fastball.
3-2, runner going, breaking ball, got him swinging. So he strikes out 2 to give him 4. No run to hit a man left. And the score after 3.5 innings, Cleveland 2, Florida 0. You're listening to the World Series from CBS Radio Sports.
Out.
What do you mean out? He was totally safe. Give me a break.
Hot dog, get your hot dog.
Pressure, stress, spicy foods. When the game brings on heartburn and acid indigestion, you need powerful relief. You need Rolaids. Tablet for tablet, Rolaids can absorb 47% more acid than regular Tums. And it works fast. When the game gets to you,
I'm getting heartburn here.
Rolaids, R-O-L-A-I-D-S, spells relief. Use as directed.
Hi, welcome to my storage shed, where you're witnessing the end of a year-long hibernation of my lawnmower, motorcycle, snowblower, and boat. I put Stay-Bill fuel stabilizer in each of their tanks to show you how even after a year, they'll start right up. Here goes.
Rise and shine, everybody! Manufacturer recommended Stay-Bill fuel stabilizer. Add Stay-Bill to a fresh tank of gas today for a quick start next season.
Teammate, brought to you by the U.S. Army. The Beasts of the East. Tiger Tales from 1984 after this.
We'll be right back.
Listen, Rick, about leaving the band. Mine's made up, Jerry. I don't want to play colleges. I want to be in college. I'm ready to do some growing up in the Army. Wait a second. You wait. I'll earn up to $40,000 for tuition if I qualify through the Montgomery GI Bill and the Army College Fund. Hey, I just wanted to say I'm behind you.
Call 1-800-USA-ARMY. Paid for by the U.S. Army. They charged out of the gate like no other team in Major League history. The 1984 Detroit Tigers won their first 9 games, 18 of 20, and were 35-5 before the rest of the league could recover. But it was too late. Sparky Anderson's squad became only the second team ever to lead from wire to wire and cruise through the playoffs and World Series, earning their spot among baseball's best. Teammates brought to you by the U.S. Army. I'm Jerry Coleman. Be sure to visit CBS Radio Sports online at www.cbsradio.com. Play 9 innings of McMillan Sports Trivia and check out Baseball Cyber Cards, interactive trading cards. Game 7 of the World Series. Here's another one to think about. 1960, the Yankees and the Pirates. Bill Burden hits a hard ground ball, a definite double play ball to Tony Kubek in the 8th inning. The ball hits a pebble, hits Kubek in the throat. The Pirates score 5 runs, and in the 9th inning, with the game tied, Ralph Terry faces Bill Mazeroski, and Maz hits it out to give the Pirates the championship on a 10-9 game. Another 7th game to really think about. Jared Wright working on Darren Dalton, and Dalton takes outside ball 1. Darren has already figured prominently in the game. He hit a ground ball in the first inning that was ruled to double play because Sheffield ran out of the baselines trying to break it up. Wright comes back 1-0, and that's high ball 2. And then, if you remember in the 3rd inning, when Jared Wright bunted, Dalton fielded the ball, had a play at third, but double clutched. He lost that play and had to get the out, and it meant a run. The 2-0 pitch, Dalton takes a strike, and the count 2-1. Darren 0 for 1, having a big series, hitting .438. It is hard to figure that Dalton would come back unless he not only has a change of heart, he changes his contract. He takes inside. Next year, he's due to get $5 million. There's a buyout for $500,000, and if Wade Heisinger is going to cut this salary structure he has down here, Dalton is one of the first to get cut. He hits one foul off third out of play, and the count 3-2. The only problem is Jeff Conine doesn't figure to come back either, because Conine won't exercise a $3 million option. The Marlins figure to turn their backs on that, and Conine doesn't have 6 years service time to be a free agent. Dalton pops it up in foul ground. Williams over to the box seats, hoping it'll come back, but it doesn't, and the count stays 3-2. So Conine can't be a free agent. He'll be exposed in the expansion draft, and if he isn't taken by Tampa Bay or Arizona, and he probably won't because he's due to make $2.8 million, the Marlins will have until December 20th to tender him a contract. And according to the rules, the tender offers can't be less than 80% of the previous salary. There's a ground ball to Tony Fernandez, and he quickly throws to Tomey for the out. Well, the Marlins aren't likely to pick up Conine's $2.2 million. So I guess what we're saying is Jeff Conine, one of the original Marlins, doesn't figure to come back, and the inspirational leader hitting well over 400, Darren Dalton, figures to go bye-bye as well.
I think you're right. I think Clifford Floyd is sitting in the wings. He's the guy that's been a prospect for a number of years. Of course, that terrible injury, breaking his wrist in so many places against the Mets when he was with Montreal, but he's got exceptional talent. He's still very young. A left-handed hitter, gives them balance in their lineup. Probably is the guy they're thinking about.
Moises Alou, first ball swinging, fouls it away. Coming over to the box seats is Jim Tomei, but it's a good 8 rows back in, and the count 0-1.
You like to be a general manager in this day and age. It's not whether you're putting together a good team. It's whether your payroll looks right. It's more than a chess game. It's unbelievable trying to get put a team together, especially when you have payroll constraints on a ball club.
0-1 the count to Moises Alou. Here comes Jared Wright, and Moises takes a strike, and the count 0-2. Alou popped up in the second inning. No balls and 2 strikes the count. Waiting his turn on deck, Bobby Bonilla. Alou hitting .333. Right in, hitting left fielder, back up and waiting. Right into his windup, comes back 0-2, and got the inside corner, strike 3 called. So Jared Wright picks up his 3rd strikeout. You got Charles Johnson, Devon White, and now Moises Alou. And with 2 out in the 4th inning, Bobby Bonilla.
This was a really tough pitch. You're trying to defend against a pitcher who can get the ball up there as high as 97, 98 miles an hour. Then he throws a hook on the inside part of the plate, and it starts like it's at you, and it comes back over the plate.
The first pitch to Bobby Bonilla is fouled back in the lower deck, and the count 0-1.
It's a dangerous pitch unless you start it far enough in that when it does come over the plates on the very inside corner, if you make a mistake and get it over the middle, that's the old hanger pitch.
Strike 1 pitch, and that's on the inside corner. So Wright throwing darts and throwing strikes. And the count 0-2 to Bonilla, who backs out for the moment. Jared Wright leading 2-0, and we're in the bottom of the 4th inning. Wright staring in to get a sign. Now he's ready. And the strike 2 pitch on the way is just outside ball 1. 1-2 the count. When you talk about Game 7 in the World Series, 1991 was a masterpiece when Jack Morris beat John Smoltz 1-0. An off-speed pitch, Bonilla way out in front of it, and he strikes out. And the score after 4. Cleveland 2, Florida 0. You're listening to the World Series from CBS Radio Sports. We'll be back in just a moment.
Hey, nice tie. My favorite colors, puce and bone.
Some people will say or do anything to make a sale. They'll even sell pre-owned Lexus vehicles to cash in on the Lexus reputation.
Check out this car. Always a hit with the ladies.
But unless you're getting a certified pre-owned car from a Lexus dealer, much of the Lexus experience will be missing. Like an extensive inspection and our customer care package that includes 24-hour roadside assistance, affordable financing, and a 6-year, 70,000-mile limited warranty from original date of purchase.
The paint job, it matches your daughter's eyes. Oh, this is your wife?
So don't be fooled by semantics and flattery. If you expect all the luxury that should come with a certified pre-owned Lexus, remember, other dealers can't deliver.
Roadside assistance? Why, of course. What do you think the tire iron's for?
There's only one place you'll find a certified pre-owned Lexus. Visit your New York, New Jersey, Connecticut Lexus dealer today.
Financing offer available at participating dealers to qualified customers from Lexus Financial Services. To your participating Lexus dealer for financing, roadside assistance, and warranty details.
Cleveland 2 runs, 3 hits, and no errors. Florida, no runs, 1 hit, and no errors. We're going to the 5th inning. The Indians sitting on top of that 2-0 lead, and Jared Wright will start it off. Then Omar Vizquel and Tony Fernandez. We were talking about a well-pitched game, that 1-0 game where Jack Morris beat John Smoltz. Remember the rally handkerchiefs? Lonnie Smith on first base, Terry Pendleton getting an extra base hit. Lonnie losing the fly to the ball, wasn't quite sure where it was. Should have scored, wound up at third, never scored, and Morris went on to beat Smoltz 1-0. What a game that was for all the marbles, as they say.
Unbelievable. How about the 65 game? You were broadcasting, and I was there with the Dodgers, and Sandy Koufax went on 2 days rest. We talked about it earlier in the series. He didn't have a curveball early in the game. He went with nothing but fastballs and pitched a 2-hitter.
And I remember a play at third base. I think it might have been Zoilo Versailles. Hit a shot over third. Gilliam made a great backhand stop on the line, threw him out to save the inning. Then the Dodgers, in their ultimate wisdom, took Gilliam out for defensive purposes. How do you do? Here's Jared Wright, sacrificed in the third inning, believe it or not. It was the bunt fielded by Dalton who double clutched and lost the runner at third. So Wright, a full swing foul into the stands beyond the Marlins dugout, and the count 0-1. So Wright, Vizquel, and Fernandez, if anybody gets aboard, Manny Ramirez. We're in the fifth inning. 2 runs, 3 hits for Cleveland. No runs, 1 hit for Florida. Leiter back with a fastball swung on and missed. No reason to get cute with an American League pitcher. It's just going to be heat, I believe, in the count 0-2. The big hit, of course, last night by Chad O.J. Leiter ready into his windup. Strike 2 pitch. Fastball blows him down. 5 strikeouts for Al Leiter. 1 away here in the fifth. And Omar Vizquel coming up. Vizquel grounded out in the first inning, had a big at-bat, second and third and 1 out, and popped it up, so he was angry. Now here he comes with 1 out, bases empty. If you weren't with us in the third inning, Tomei walked, Grissom singled, and Wright sacrificed. Had Dalton fielded the ball, they would have had an out at third. They didn't get it. Then Vizquel popped up. But Tony Fernandez came up and had a base hit up the middle to drive in 2. Vizquel takes high, and they count 1 ball and 1 strike. 2 runs, 3 hits for the Indians. No runs, 1 hit for Florida, top of the fifth. Al Leiter ready in the 1-1 pitch is on the inside corner. An inwardly turned by Omar Vizquel. Jay Powell and Felix Heredia again up in the pen. The 1-2 pitch is a curve in the dirt. This might be Leiter's last inning. He's due to bat third when the Marlins hit in the 5th inning. And it doesn't figure any reason to get Heredia up there unless you're getting him ready. The 2-2 pitch to Omar Vizquel way inside. Ball 3, Tony Fernandez on deck. 2-0 Cleveland, top of the fifth. Leiter ready, here he comes. Fastball, hit in the air to shallow left. Going to be a tough play. Alou can't get it. Neither can Renteria. So Vizquel holding on with a bloop single to left, and the batter will be Tony Fernandez. Hit number 4 off Leiter.
Now, we got a situation, we've talked about it before. Vizquel is the guy that can really run in this ball club with the stolen bases he had during the regular season at 43. Stole a big base last night to get to third base. On the other hand, you've got an unbelievably good throwing catcher in Charles Johnson of the Marlins, and Al Leiter holds runners close. But Vizquel has been known to go on first move on a left-hander. Really take a chance, break it off. First move he sees, he takes off. We'll see if they try anything.
Interesting, the Indians have stolen 3 out of 6, while the Marlins are 4 for 4 in stolen bases. Leiter a look over at Vizquel. Dalton up in front of the runner, and the pitch to Fernandez, he takes a strike, and the count 0-1. 2-0 Cleveland, top of the 5th inning. Fernandez, a key base hit in the 3rd inning to drive in 2. They got him out in the 1st inning, but he hit the ball hard, lining out to Devon White, slightly in right center. So Leiter perhaps pitching his last inning, maybe. Manny Ramirez on deck. Out of a stretch goes Al. A look over at Vizquel. Another look. Vizquel goes. Breaking ball is low. The throw is not in time. 2-0 Cleveland, top of the 5th. Leiter ready. Here he comes. Fastball hit in the air to shallow left. Going to be a tough play. Alou can't get it. Neither can Renteria. So Vizquel holding on with a bloop single to left, and the batter will be Tony Fernandez. Hit number 4 off Leiter.
Now, we got a situation, we've talked about it before. Vizquel is the guy that can really run in this ball club with the stolen bases he had during the regular season at 43. Stole a big base last night to get to third base. On the other hand, you've got an unbelievably good throwing catcher in Charles Johnson of the Marlins, and Al Leiter holds runners close. But Vizquel has been known to go on first move on a left-hander. Really take a chance, break it off. First move he sees, he takes off. We'll see if they try anything.
Interesting, the Indians have stolen 3 out of 6, while the Marlins are 4 for 4 in stolen bases. Leiter a look over at Vizquel. Dalton up in front of the runner, and the pitch to Fernandez. He takes a strike, and the count 0-1. 2-0 Cleveland, top of the 5th inning. Fernandez, a key base hit in the 3rd inning to drive in 2. They got him out in the 1st inning, but he hit the ball hard, lining out to Devon White, slightly in right center. So Leiter perhaps pitching his last inning, maybe. Manny Ramirez on deck. Out of a stretch goes Al. A look over at Vizquel. Another look. Vizquel goes. Breaking ball is low. The throw is not in time. Boy, what a throw by Charles Johnson. A remarkable throw. Vizquel had a good jump, and Johnson almost got him.
I don't know how he did that. That was a breaking ball, and he threw it sidearm and threw a strike to second base. If it hadn't been for Vizquel's great jump and sliding headfirst and just catching the base with his left arm, he would have been out.
What a marvelous throw. So Tony Fernandez with a chance to pick up another run. 1 ball and 1 strike. Remember, Vizquel stole 3rd in the 3rd inning last night and came home on a scoring fly ball. Pitch to Tony is in there for a strike, and the count 1-2. When Vizquel stole 3rd in the 3rd inning, he did it with Manny Ramirez up, and Bobby Bonilla was playing very deep. Bonilla is not that deep with Tony Fernandez at the plate. Leiter hands it aside, says no to Johnson, and time called as Fernandez backs out, and Johnson going out to talk to his pitcher.
Yeah, I was just thinking about that stolen base situation. Leiter didn't throw over at all. On 2 pitches, he didn't throw over, so, normally you keep waiting for a left-hander to do something about it, but Vizquel really works well with Davey Nelson, the first base coach, who was a very good base stealer in his day. But we talked about going on first movement. You do that on a left-hander because you're watching them. You see everything looking right at you, and if you can read their leg, the front leg normally is the one that will tell you whether they're coming over or not, and it looked like Vizquel knew the read right away and just took off even before he lifted his leg.
And you were positive that he would go, and yet they didn't pitch out. They didn't throw over there. They did nothing. 1 ball and 1 strike to Tony Fernandez. Leiter comes back. Breaking ball lashed foul into the Cleveland bullpen and bounces out again. And the count 1-2. So that breaking ball didn't really fool him. He jumped on it, but pulled it too much.
Vin, it's very interesting to watch Tony Fernandez hit. A lot of hitters get in there where they really almost squeeze the wood right out of the handle of the bat. He lays that bat in his hand so softly, almost like he's holding on to an egg. Very relaxed, and that's one of the reasons his hands are so quick, because he doesn't overswing. He just tries to throw the head of the bat at the ball.
And he's very good at doing just that. Hitting .500 in the World Series, and as we told you last time, almost hit .400 against left-hand pitchers. Tony asking for time, granted by Ed Montague, and the count 1 ball and 2 strikes. Leiter a long look in with 1 out. Al set, looks at second, works the hitter. Fastball swung on and missed. So down goes Fernandez. Good pitch inside and down at the knees. So that's the 2nd out. It's also 6 strikeouts for Leiter, and it brings up Manny Ramirez. So that pitch certainly tied up Tony Fernandez. So Leiter pitching well, but he's down 2-0. And the batter now, Manny Ramirez, rolled to short and hit by the pitch.
Boy, he is pitching well. We just said it in one of the breaks. Do we have another game somewhat similar to what we had the other night where Hernandez struggled so much and Jim Leland stayed with him and he got his feet back on the ground?
They're going to walk Ramirez intentionally, take the bat right out of his hands and go left-handed to left-handed with David Justice coming up. But remember, Justice slugging percentage against left-hand pitching was over .600 during the regular year in the American League. David has grounded to first, broke his bat, and struck out. So they figure Leiter will be able to take care of him, and consequently the walk to Manny Ramirez. It also sets it up for a force play to get out of the inning. So with 2 on, 2 out, it'll be Justice versus Leiter, but not before Charles Johnson goes out to the mound and talks to him.
Well, here's your situation. If you're the catcher and you've got a left-handed hitter facing a left-handed pitcher, and this is a good left-handed hitter, by the way, as you mentioned, especially against certain left-handed pitchers, you probably say to him, if we miss with a fastball, we're going to miss low and away. I don't care where you go with your fastball. You can run it back on his hands. but make sure we don't leave a breaking ball in the middle of the plate, because that's where he has a chance to adjust. On that high fastball, say a fastball that misses on the width of the plate, but it's up in the zone, it's tough to catch up to.
All right, David Justice ready to check in. Runners at first and second, Vizquel at second, Ramirez at first on the intentional walk. And here is Justice, 0 for 2, batting .208 in the series. Justice's numbers show that he has 4 runs batted in, but no home runs. David waiting, Leiter out of a stretch. Al delivers, breaking ball strike on the outside part of the plate and down in the count 0-1. David Justice with that 1-0 home run in the Tommy Glavine game. So he knows all about 7th game pressures. It's 2-0 Cleveland, top of the 5th. Leiter nods yes to Johnson, set at the belt. Another look back at second, and the next pitch is high in the count 1-1.
And remember, the guy that he hit that off of in that game was Jim Poole, a left-hander. The difference right now is Al Leiter is not using the curveball to Justice. He's using that cutter. So it's a hard breaking ball out away from David.
1-1 pitch coming up to Justice. Leiter with a fastball swung on and foul back. And the count 1-2. To repeat, when the Marlins come up in the bottom of the 5th inning, they'll have Johnson, Counsell, and Leiter's spot, and the crowd on its feet, as they always do with 2 strikes on the hitter, what they did at Jacobs Field in Cleveland throughout the 3 games there. Big pitch now. Justice pumping the wood back and forth. Counsell on the grass. There goes Vizquel. The pitch is high. The throw is low, and he's stolen third. So Omar Vizquel has stolen second and third, stealing third for the second time in 2 games. Although I always remember Maury Wills telling me it was a lot easier to steal third than it was second.
Yes, especially with a left-handed pitcher on the mound. They have more of a difficult time seeing the runner. And you see Manny Ramirez is still at first base. He had to do that because that's not a sign given double steal. That was just a jump gotten by Vizquel, and you got to be careful because Charles Johnson might throw to second.
2-2 pitch is outside, a big curveball, and Justice just did hold up. Greg Koss, the American League umpire at third base, indicating no swing, and he wasn't close to swinging.
Now somebody will say, well, what good does it do to steal third in a situation with 2 outs? There are so many more ways to score from third base. What it also does is make Al Leiter very aware now. He doesn't want to bounce a breaking ball.
3-2, the count of David Justice, and a lot of trouble on deck. Matt Williams. Out of a stretch goes Leiter. 3-2 pitch is strike 3 called on the outside corner, and the Indians lead 2. The score after 4.5 innings, Cleveland 2, Florida nothing.
If you're a man over 40, you need to be concerned about your prostate, and you need to know about Propulmex. Propulmex, a unique combination of natural ingredients with scientifically standardized saw palmetto, the herb proven to support good prostate health. Natural effective Propulmex can even help promote free urinary flow. If you're over 40, have regular checkups and take Propulmex from SunSource, the natural way to support prostate health. Propulmex is available in pharmacy sections. Satisfaction guaranteed. For more information, call toll-free 1-888-439-8300.
Hey, it's me, your brain. You know, the one you only use about 25% of. Pay attention. You're about to get an idea. Now, you want to get that idea on paper, right? Here's a tip. Oki Data printers. Got it? Good work. Oki Data makes a full line. Laser class, multifunction, dot matrix, whatever you need. You can count on Oki Data. Of course I know what I'm talking about. I'm the brains of the operation, remember? To learn more about Oki Data, call 1-800-OKI-TEAM. Professional golfer Nancy Lopez for State Farm.
In tournaments, I can really burn up the course. In my kitchen back in Georgia, burning things is the last thing I want to do. Kitchen fires can start easily, so here are a few tips. Don't ever leave cooking food unattended. And watch cooking temperatures, especially with hot fat or grease. Turn pot handles inward to prevent accidental spills, and never put towels or paper near a burner. Safety should always be par for the course.
State Farm. We're concerned about your home safety. And you.
Here it is, time once again for the Great American Fall Classic. You've had an entire season of opportunity, and now it all comes down to this.
A few days left to protect your deck, or there may not be a next season for you.
Be relaxed. The Flood Company can improve your prospects for next season's viewing. Flood's exceptional exterior wood care products like CWF UV penetrate deep into your wood for one-of-a-kind luster and protection. Flood exterior wood care products. It's how wood should be treated.
Right now, let's pause 10 seconds for stations to identify themselves on the CBS Radio Network.
6.5 minutes to go at the Garden. Tamo Solani has the hat trick. Ducks and Rangers tied at 3. Giants won their 5th straight today, beat the Bengals 29-27. More later on WFAN, New York.
Bottom of the 5th inning, 2-0 in favor of Cleveland. Jared Wright will now go to work on Johnson, Counsell, and a hitter for Leiter. We say that because Al Fonseca continues to throw in the bullpen. But Leiter went over and got a helmet and a bat, so we better just wait and see. Charles Johnson pulls one foul and the count 0-1. Jim Eisenreich chatting with Leiter in the Marlins dugout. Eisenreich always available, of course, as a pinch hitter. The strike one pitch coming up to Charles Johnson is taken off the plate and the count 1-1. The only 2 runs came in the 3rd inning. Tomei walked, Grissom singled, Wright sacrificed, and with 2 out, Fernandez singled to center for the 2. The 1-1 pitch, a little chopper to the left of the mound, Wright down to get it and throws him out. 1 away. The pitchers, considering how late it is in the year, how long the year is, the fact that they're both coming back under such tough circumstances, and they have each been brilliant.
Oh, they really have been. And you're thinking about Leiter. You know, Leiter was hoping if Charles Johnson got on and Counsell got on, maybe they'd ask him to bunt the runner over. He's out there with a bat in his hand, but that might be wishful thinking.
We'll see. Leiter striking out the side in the 5th inning. When he got Wright, Fernandez, and then Justice looking, he has 7 strikeouts. Down in the bullpen, they're anxious to know whether Leiter's going to continue or not. Counsell takes the strike. For Leland, down 2-0, it might be Craig Counsell that will settle the issue for him. If Counsell gets aboard, he goes for a hitter. If Counsell doesn't get on, bases empty, 2 out, he'd let Leiter bat. Let's just see if that holds up. Meanwhile, Al Fonseca continues to throw in the bullpen as Counsell takes low, and the count 1 ball and 1 strike. You know, one thing, in the 7 games, we haven't had a real rhubarb of any kind. No bitter argument, not even on that interference call at second base. 1-1 pitch in there, and the count 1-2. Some of World Series games in the past have been headlined by arguments or bizarre plays, but not this series. Not yet, anyway. Counsell out of the box now. Craig back up. Little left-hand hitter. Wright checking with Alomar. Jarrett into the windup, and his 1-2 fastball is foul back. You know, things like 1951, Eddie Stanky trying to steal second base, Rizzuto trying to put the tag on him. Stanky kicks the ball out of Rizzuto's glove, and a mess went on. I mean, there used to be a lot of arguments in the World Series. Maybe it's a tribute to the umpires, or just a case that nothing really has happened to cause an argument. 1-2 pitch coming up to Counsell, pull foul outside of first down the line.
Well, we've seen a couple plays that really could have brought about some arguments, but I think both managers are class guys, and they're trying to keep everything in order with their ball clubs, because these ball clubs really mirror their managers' personalities. If you got a manager that's kind of always chirping at the umpires, well, their players will start doing that.
Sure. 1-2 the count to Counsell. Jared Wright ready and delivers. Counsell takes outside. Back in 1957 when the Braves were playing the Yankees. Remember the shoe polish incident, if you're old enough to remember, where Nippy Jones was the batter. Tommy Byrne bounced the ball in the dirt. Jones claimed it hit him on the foot, and when they showed the umpire the ball, the shoe polish was on it, and they let Nippy Jones go to first, and eventually the Braves pulled it out. Ground foul outside of first base. That was in the 10th inning. The Braves were down 5-4. Johnny Logan got a double that tied up the game, and Eddie Matthews hit it out, and all because of the shoe polish.
So I remember that. From then on, anytime anybody had one that was even close, they checked the ball for shoe polish.
2-2 to count. Craig Counsell flied to center in the 3rd inning. Here comes Jared Wright. Got him looking. A great pitch, and Counsell couldn't do anything with it. That's the 5th strikeout for Jared Wright. Al Leiter, who will now come up and hit, has 7 strikeouts. And Antonio Alfonseca can stop throwing in the bullpen. Leiter walked in the 3rd inning. That was when Marlins on walks to Leiter and Renteria had 2 on, only to have Gary Sheffield pop up. Pitch to Leiter, low, ball 1, 1-0. The 1-0 pitch on the way is outside, so Jared Wright having a little trouble with Al Leiter, and he's behind 2-0 after walking him back in the 3rd inning. Young Jarrett, both feet on the rubber, looks in, Leiter waiting. 2-0 Cleveland, bottom of the 5th inning. Jared Wright fires, and that's inside, ball 3. So he's in danger of walking Leiter a second time, and Devon White on deck. Now the 3-0 pitch coming up. Fastball in there for a strike, and they count 3-1.
When Al Leiter was a young player with the Yankees and came to spring training the big league club the first time, I was out running in Tampa one time.
3-1 pitch is another ball 4, and he walks a second time. That's a killer for Mike Hargrove to walk the pitcher with 2 out in the inning.
Yeah, and he just gave the signal to Jim Thome to play behind him. But you say, how can this be? How can this happen? That's a mental thing where, again, you might aim the ball. I started to tell a story about Al Leiter. Here was a young, hard-throwing left-hander, just in his first spring training camp with the Yankees. And I was out running in Tampa near Mr. Steinbrenner's hotel. And I see this guy, and I was so far away I couldn't see, playing catch with somebody else on this beach area. Well, I looked and I said, this guy looks like he knows how to toe the rubber. Really had this kind of movement. Well, I looked up and I see a guy catching him who was left-handed. It was Al Leiter catching his brother Mark, who was rehabbing a bad arm and whose career looked like it was over.
Devon White takes off speed and high, ball 1. And, of course, on a hot night, considering all the innings he has turned in, why, you can bet that Mike Hargrove, along with Mark Wiley, very anxiously watching, and now Wiley's going out to the mound, so Wright's needle could very well be on empty. We'll wait and see. Brian Anderson is up and throwing in the bullpen. On most teams, the pitching coach goes out to counsel, and the manager goes out and brings the hook. Every now and then you see a manager who might be sensitive to the crowd and the boos, and he'll send somebody else out to do the dirty work. A reminder, CBS Radio sports coverage of the World Series is sponsored by Gold Eagle Leak Stoppers and by Sta-Bil, the fuel stabilizer that keeps gas fresh for quick starts.
Vin, I like to go out all the time myself. Of course, if I had any strength in the game, it was pitcher-catcher relationships, but I'd like to go out and talk to the pitcher myself. I don't like to send somebody else out there.
1 ball and no strikes. The count to Devon White, who was grounded to short and struck out. So Devon 0 for 2, batting .276. Wright looked like he was going to have an EV inning, and there's a high fly ball into dead center. Back goes Grissom, away back to the track, and makes the catch almost 400 feet away. So the Marlins leave 1, and the score at the end of 5. Cleveland 2, Florida 0. You're listening to the World Series.
Motz is his name. It means freedom in Blackfoot. He's big, strong, the leader of the pack. Literally. The Discovery Channel presents Wolves at Our Door. The true story of a couple who gained the trust of a pack of gray wolves, then filmed their lives as few have ever seen. Don't miss the surprisingly human Wolves at Our Door, a world premiere television event. Monday night at 8 Eastern and Pacific, only on the Discovery Channel. Explore your world.
You're feeling crummy. You have heartburn or upset stomach or a headache, or all of them. What should you do? Enjoy the fast, effective relief of Bromo Seltzer. It's a refreshing, effervescent liquid. For heartburn and upset stomach, Bromo Seltzer contains a fast-acting antacid. For a headache, Bromo Seltzer contains a powerful non-aspirin pain reliever. Get fast relief for heartburn, upset stomach, and headache with
Welcome to my storage shed, where you're witnessing the end of a year-long hibernation of my lawnmower, motorcycle, snowblower, and boat. I put Sta-Bil fuel stabilizer in each of their tanks to show you how even after a year, they'll start right up. Here goes.
Rise and shine, everybody! Manufacturer recommended Sta-Bil fuel stabilizer. Add Sta-Bil to a fresh tank of gas today for a quick start next season.
Your husband tracks oily grease across your carpet. You shriek, which scares the cat, who knocks over a wine glass that startles your kid, whose ice cream splatters all over your rug. Hi, I'm David Orrick. Vacuuming can't clean up this mess, but my new Orrick Steamer Carpet Cleaner can. Call 1-800-842-8900 and try my amazing Orrick Steamer free for 15 days. That's 1-800-842-8900. And next time, ask your husband to leave his boots outside.
There are always surprises in the World Series, and certainly there's a surprise in Game 7. Al Leiter and Jared Wright are still in the game, and they are pitching exceptionally well. Had it not been for a double clutch by Darren Dalton on a bunt, it would be 1-0 in favor of Cleveland instead of 2-0. Leiter has struck out 7, and young Jared Wright has struck out 5. Wright has allowed only 1 hit, a double in the first inning to Edgar Renteria. And Leiter got into trouble in the third inning on a walk and a couple of base hits. So it's 2-0 Cleveland. We go to the 6th inning, and Matt Williams will start it off. Matt Williams struck out in the second inning and struck out in the fourth. Matt hitting .385, and Al Leiter ready to go. I'm sure each manager before this game started would think, boy, if I could ever, miracles upon miracles, get 5 innings from my starter, I'd really feel lucky. Matt Williams fouls up a breaking ball on the hands, and that's exactly what they've gotten.
I think you're right. I don't think if we had talked to each manager beforehand and specifically tried to pin him down, which they really don't want to say that because they're not sure where they're going, they would have been very happy with the performances they've gotten out of their 2 pitchers.
So Matt Williams waiting. No balls in 1 strike to count. Top of the 6th, 2-0 Cleveland. Williams with 2 Ks tonight has struck out 6 times in the series. And Leiter looks down the barrel to get us on. The outfield very deep, slightly shaded to left. Williams takes high. And the count 1 ball and 1 strike. Williams, Alomar, and Tomei. And if anybody gets on, Marquise Grissom. Now the 1-1 pitch on the way. Fastball, foul back. He was late trying to turn on it. And the count 1-2.
Well, we talked about Al Leiter being a big, strong guy, and he's 32 years of age, but his arm might be younger than that. There were several years that he really had a bad arm, was always rehabbing, so he didn't take a lot out of it. And he is at about 106 pitches right now, which is not bad. I mean, you can be strong. He's on full rest.
1-2 pitch to Williams is taken high, ball 2.
And he really has a good game plan now. Now, he struggled for a while where he was going to too much hard stuff, but they have tried to keep the ball hard in on right-handed hitters and then show him the breaking ball, and he's been very effective.
Here he comes 2-2 to Matt Williams, and that's swung on and fouled away. Dennis Cook, the left-hander, has joined Antonio Alfonseca. However, Alfonseca is in a crouch. He warmed up a lot the previous inning, and Dennis Cook, on a night like this, I don't imagine it would take more than about 15 throws to get anybody ready.
No, it really wouldn't this time of year, too. You might be a little stiffer normally, but not with the humidity here.
2-2 the count to Matt Williams. Here comes Al Leiter over the top, and a breaking ball down and in, ball 3, 3-2. That thing had some bite to it, and according to the clock, 89 miles an hour.
Now, that's a hard breaking ball. You're right. When you throw a ball that hard, it does have bite, and that's the pitch that Matt Williams chased earlier and swung right over.
3-2 pitch to Matt Williams is high, ball 4. So Jim Leland will watch now for any sign of fatigue. That's only the 3rd walk given up by Leiter. He struck out 7. And the batter is Alomar, who flied to center and looped a single to left in the 4th inning. Alomar taking a quick look at Jeff Newman to see if they might put on a play. You certainly don't have any speed here. Alomar with Jim Tomei on deck. 2-0 in favor of Cleveland, top of the 6th inning. Leiter ready and delivers way inside at the ankles. Nice save by Charles Johnson, ball 1.
Now, Vin, you were talking about their situation. You think about game situations. A lot of managers don't like to hit and run, for an example, when you have a left-handed pitcher on the mound. With a hit and run, what you're trying to do is run the runner in order to get an infielder out of position so that there's a hole somewhere. But if you have a left-handed pitcher, it holds him close. You don't get a jump. So all you're doing really is forcing the hitter to swing at anything that's thrown up there at him.
1 ball and no strikes. Williams directly behind Darren Dalton, the first baseman. Leiter looks, set, ready, and now comes to the plate, and Alomar swings and pops it up. Coming down the line is Dalton in foul ground, and Darren stays on it and makes the catch. Charles Johnson standing alongside of him. So Alomar fouls out to Dalton, 1 out, and Jim Tomei the batter. We were talking before in the memory bank about plays eliciting violent arguments in the World Series. Remember 1975, the 3rd game? Ed Armbruster of the Reds bunting out in front of the plate. Carlton Fisk in a collision, then Fisk picks up the bunt, throws it out into center field. That made it 3-2 in favor of the Red Sox. Joe Morgan got a base hit eventually to win the game. And Larry Barnett made a rather strange ruling that night. The pitch to Tomei in for a strike, 0-1. Larry Barnett said the collision was not intentional, so he didn't allow any call, but there's no mention of the word intentional in any kind of a collision with a base runner or a catcher trying to do his job and somebody else bumping into him. Here's the strike one pitch on the way.
That's a tough play, too, especially the right-handed hitter trying to get out of the box. The catcher's trying to get out on the ball, and they're kind of hesitating on who's going to go. Especially the hitter, he's not sure when the catcher's going for the ball.
Strike one pitch on the way, and that's high and outside, and the count 1 ball and 1 strike. Then, of course, there was that game in 1978, the Yankees and the Dodgers. The Yankees down 3-0. They had Munson and Jackson on base. Lou Piniella hit a line drive. Russell dropped it, picked it up, stepped on second, throwing, and Reggie Jackson did or did not get his hip in the way of the throw. The 1-1 pitch, that's a little high, ball 2, 2-1. The throw hit Jackson. Frank Pooley, the umpire, said no interference. The Yankees went on to win, but every now and then there's been a big play, almost a big play when you think about it, involving Ken Kaiser that played at first base the other night.
Yes.
2-1 the count. Leiter delivers, breaking ball low, and he's behind to Tomei 3-1. He walked Tomei on a 3-2 pitch in the third inning, and it hurt him.
You know, most recently in postseason play just a year ago when that kid reached over at Yankee Stadium and caught that ball against the Yankees in a game which, if the Orioles had won that game, they go back home 2-0.
3-1 pitch, swung on, a chopper to Dalton. He turns, fires to Renteria. Back to Dalton. They get the double play. 3-6-3 double play, and the score after 5.5 innings, Cleveland 2, Florida 0. You're listening to the World Series from CBS Radio Sports.
There are bay windows and picture windows, and then there are windows of opportunity. Miss them and it could cost you. Right now is your opportunity to catch home loan rates at one of their lowest points in years. Don't wait. Call Countrywide Home Loans to refinance your home loan and lower your monthly payments, or to help make that first home a reality. Call 800-EASY-877. 800-EASY-877. Countrywide. Easy. Really. Equal housing lender. Rates may vary.
CBS Sunday. When a beautiful young scientist falls in love with one of her research subjects, she thinks there is no one else like him. She is wrong.
There's 4 of you.
One of them is her lover. The others could be her killer. Now, her life depends on telling them apart. Kelly McGillis, Larry Hagman, and Jason Gedrick in the best-selling thriller by Ken Follett, The Third Twin, a CBS world premiere movie, Sunday, November 9th.
Here it is, time once again for the Great American Fall Classic. You've had an entire season of opportunity, and now it all comes down to this.
A few days left to protect your deck, or there may not be a next season for you.
Be relaxed. The Flood Company can improve your prospects for next season's viewing. Flood's exceptional exterior wood care products like CWF UV penetrate deep into your wood for one-of-a-kind luster and protection. Flood exterior wood care products. It's how wood should be treated.
Recently, a national consumer magazine let the steam out of the name brand carpet steamers, but not mine. Hi, I'm David Orick. My Orick Steamer carpet cleaner removes oily grease, stubborn stains, spills, head accidents, and odors. Call 1-800-842-8900 and try it risk-free for 15 days. That's 1-800-842-8900. My Orick Steamer. It'll get a great review from the most important consumer of all, you.
For 16 unforgettable days, the Olympic Winter Games return to CBS Radio Sports, and the flame will burn bright in Japan early in 1998. Tune in. Share a moment with the world. Bottom of the 6th inning, 2-0 Cleveland. It'll be Edgar Renteria, Gary Sheffield, and Darren Dalton in that order. Jared Wright has pushed himself. He has gotten to the 6th. And now we'll see if he has anything left. Brian Anderson and Charles Nagy throwing back of him. Wright ready and delivers, and the pitch inside to Renteria, who doubled in the first inning and walked in the third. Renteria batting .259. 2-0 Cleveland, bottom of the 6th inning. Game 7. Renteria shows bunt, takes a strike. He had Matt Williams on the move with the fake, and the count 1 ball and 1 strike.
And then the pitch count we talked about, so important, especially with this youngster, 21 years of age, on short rest, is at 84 right now.
1-1 pitch, breaking ball, strike, and the count 1-2 to Renteria. When you have a prized product like Jared Wright, you always have to worry he might hurt himself.
Absolutely. That's your major concern. Now, normally when a guy gets late in the game, He doesn't hurt his arm as much.
Fastball hit in the air to center field, but Grissom moves over to flag it for the out, one away.
I should restate that. Actually, what you worry about when you start to pile this type of pitch count on a kid, which you don't know how far he can go or what he's feeling, you're not sure whether he'll tell you it's bothering him or not. But when you can watch and see things go wrong, it's when his command starts to leave him because his legs get tired, and that's when you hurt your arm.
Mm-hmm. Well, Gary Sheffield has had 2 big at-bats. He came up in the first inning with Edgar Renteria at second base, and he walked. He came up in the third inning with 2 out and 2 on and popped up. So Jared Wright working on him for the third time. 2-0 Cleveland, bottom of the 6th. 1 out, bases empty. Wright delivers a strike, 0-1. The infield swung around over to third. Jim Thome way off the line. Tony Fernandez on the rim, just about his back spikes on the grass. And the outfield swung way around to left. So they play Sheffield to pull and pull and pull again. He takes outside, and they count 1 ball and 1 strike. Darren Dalton waiting his turn on deck. And if they get to him, then Moises Alou. Wright looks down, getting a sign. The 21-year-old ready, and the 1-1 pitch swung on and missed in the count 1-2. And he's still got good stuff, obviously.
Boy, he does. That was a breaking ball that he got down in the strike zone right where he wanted it. And you wonder, this kid is so young and so sure of himself, but he knows there are guys warming up in the bullpen behind him. Pitchers know when somebody else is throwing, but it doesn't seem to bother this guy.
1-2 the count, and time called. Sheffield backs out, mopping his brow with both forearms, then putting his helmet back on. 2 runs, 4 hits for Cleveland. No runs, 1 hit for Florida. Here's the pitch to Gary Sheffield high. The only Marlin hit, a first inning 1-out double by Edgar Renteria. Wright has struck out 5 while walking 4. Garrett ready, and the 2-2 pitch to Gary is taken low. Ball 3.
Whoa, how does he lay off that pitch? With a pitcher who's throwing 97 miles an hour fastballs, that's an 86-mile-an-hour breaking ball, almost right on the money. I guess the only way you lay off it is when you know you can't hit it.
Either that or you're just totally fooled.
Yes.
So 3-2, and the crowd, many of them up on their feet again now as Wright looks in for a sign. Alomar shuffling the cards behind the plate. Now setting a target. Wright nods yes, selects the one he wants. And the 3-2 pitch swung on and missed. Gary Sheffield strikes out. 6 strikeouts for Jared Wright on a pitch that appeared to be a little bit in and up.
Now, Vin, isn't that amazing? Sandy Alomar gave fastball low and away, slid low and away, and the ball was up and in. Now, that's what a live young arm can do. Now, most guys who don't throw like that can't do that.
And that fastball exploded.
And that's why he had to swing at it. You know, somebody who doesn't have that kind of fastball, a hitter doesn't commit that way.
Darren Dalton might have cracked his bat. He hits one foul outside of first. They count 0-1. 1 hit. That's all he's allowed. A first inning double by Edgar Renteria. He has balanced his books and then some. 4 walks, 6 strikeouts. Wright comes back and Dalton takes outside, and they count 1-1. 2-0 Cleveland, bottom of the 6th inning. Dalton hit into a double play. That was the interference call when Sheffield ran out of the baseline to try and break up the double play. The 1-1 pitch is high, and down goes Dalton. Woo. And again, we are so grateful that in 1951, the Pittsburgh Pirates wore helmets, and in 1971, it was mandatory because that just leveled Darren Dalton.
I really don't know how that missed him. That ball was right at his head. And Darren Dalton getting down underneath that ball. Somehow Sandy Alomar reached up and caught it.
2 balls and 1 strike to count to Dalton. Right into the windup. Jared delivers. Fastball whacked to right. Coming up for it in a hurry is Ramirez. Makes a sliding miss. And it goes all the way to the wall. And Dalton is going to wind up at third. Ramirez had a really relatively easy catch, and it went right through his hands, and Dalton's at third. Maybe Ramirez lost it. I don't know. The lights are different here. Remember, we commented at Jacobs Field. The lights are tall and skinny. Here, they look like small strands of pearls. He got his glove up as he went into a slide, and it got by him.
You know, I couldn't tell from the replay whether he was looking like he was trying to get underneath the light poles or not. I think he just started to slide too soon and just missed it.
They're going to rule it a base hit. So all of a sudden, a runner at third with 2 outs, and Moises Alou coming up. He popped up and struck out. So Manny Ramirez unable to handle that line drive. Dalton a triple with 2 outs. And Alou waiting is right, ready, and delivers. Swung on a fly ball to shallow left center. Grissom says he will take it, and Marquis puts it away. So the Marlins get a break, but they can't cash it in. And the score after 6 innings, Cleveland 2, Florida 0. You're listening to the World Series from CBS Radio Sports.
Your education began with an erector set. You graduated the day you rebuilt your car's engine. Now computers do all the work. But you can still count on metal driving metal. And a motor oil like Chevron Supreme, with an anti-wear formula to reduce engine friction and heat.
Okay, try it.
Chevron Supreme Motor Oil. Simply smarter. Now at discount stores and major retail automotive stores.
In 1906, as the women of America made a commitment to do the same work as men, CNA made a commitment to the women of America by being one of the first to insure them for accidents and illnesses. CNA understands that any commitment carries with it a certain degree of risk. So for over a century, they've been committed to helping people manage their risks, be they ordinary or extraordinary. CNA, for all the commitments you make.
People who race in the Sports Car Club of America are very competitive, which explains the fact that Dodge Neon is one of the most popular and successful cars campaigned on the SCCA racing circuit. And mind you, this is not some exotic, specially prepared, fancy-schmancy Dodge Neon. No. The Neon they run races in is pretty much the same tight-handling, 132-horse Neon you run errands in. A point that makes the very competitive price even better. And if you're quick as a Dodge Neon, you can also get $1,500 cash back, making the price under $10,200 for starters and around $12,800 nicely equipped. Or get low financing instead of cash back. Dodge Neon at the friendly Dodge dealer near you. List prices after $1,500 cash back exclude tax. Financing option is for qualified buyers. SCCA race-modified Neons are nicely equipped with the available for order ACR package.
The Sta-Bil start of the 7th is sponsored by Sta-Bil Fuel Stabilizer. It keeps gas fresh for quick starts next season. Let's pause 10 seconds for stations to identify themselves on the CBS Radio Network.
The Rangers blew a 2-goal lead. They settled for a 3-3 tie with the Ducks. The Giants have won 5 straight. They beat the Bengals today 29-27. More later on WFAN, New York.
Vin Scully along with Jeff Torborg and John Rooney here in Pro Player Park in Miami, with the Indians stubbornly holding on to a 2-0 lead. Dennis Cook, the left-hander, has been so brilliant in the series, now comes in to pick up for Al Leiter. Leiter went 6 innings, allowed 2 runs and 4 hits, walked 3, struck out 7, pitched exceptionally well. And now it'll be Marquis Grissom, Garrett Wright still in the ballgame, and Omar Vizquel. Cook looks in to get a sign. Dennis ready, into the windup. And the first pitch is a little high, ball 1. 1-0, the count to Grissom. Grissom hitting .391 in the series. Single to left, scored a run, and struck out. Cook into the windup, and the 1-0 pitch on the way. That's in there for a strike. Dennis Cook, 1-0 in his 3rd game in the series, has worked 2 2/3 innings, allowed 1 hit, struck out 3, no runs of any kind. So Grissom waiting, and Cook checking. 2-0 Indians in the 7th inning. Dennis into the windup. Back he comes, and Grissom lifts one into right field. Sheffield running to the track at the wall and makes the catch right at the 3:45 sign. 1 away. I was just thinking, we mentioned earlier that Livan Hernandez's mother made it out of Cuba. She is here watching the ball game. She was escorted into the ballpark by Mr. and Mrs. Tony Perez, and we've been spotting 7th games of World Series throughout the broadcast. In that great 1975 World Series between Cincinnati and Boston, the Sox were winning 3-0 in the 6th inning, and Tony Perez hit a 2-run home run to get the Reds close. The pitch now to Jared Wright, a strike. Later on, Pete Rose got a base hit to tie up the game, and Joe Morgan eventually won it with a base hit, and the Reds knocked off the Red Sox. Here's the strike one pitch coming up to Jared Wright, and that's low. Wright has sacrificed and struck out 0 for 1, and it may be that Mike Hargrove would just as soon have his young right-hander sitting quietly in the dugout for a moment. 1 ball and 1 strike to count. Cook, both feet on the rubber, but spread-eagled almost. Bends at the waist, looks in to get a sign from Charles Johnson. Dennis into the windup, and the 1-1 pitch, fastball, swung on and fouled back, and the count 1 and 2.
Pretty good swing.
So Jared Wright is learning. He got the bunt down, and he's up there hacking.
You know, you were talking about Tony Perez. To get away from the World Series a minute, do you remember the home run he hit in the 67 All-Star game in Anaheim in the 12th inning to win the game, 2-1?
1 ball and 2 strikes to Jared Wright. 2-0 Cleveland with 1 out, top of the 7th inning. Dennis Cook staring in. Still staring in. Now into the windup. And the 1-2 pitch, fastball on the inside corner, strike 3 called. The Wright strikes out, not to anybody's great surprise. Strikeout number 1 for Dennis Cook. And with 2 down in the 7th inning, Omar Vizquel coming up. When the Marlins bat in the bottom of the 7th, they'll have Bobby Bonilla, Charles Johnson, and then Craig Counsell. Unless Jim Leyland goes to the bench. Dennis Cook standing back of the rubber. Omar Vizquel up there at the plate. Cookie into the windup, and the first pitch to Vizquel, low and inside, ball 1. Vizquel grounded to third and popped up, and then in the 5th inning, single to left, stole second and turned right around and stole third, but stayed there as Justice struck out. The 1-0 pitch to Omar Vizquel. That's a little high, ball 2, and the count 2-0. As far as stolen bases is concerned, Vizquel has put on a show. He is 5 for 5 in stolen bases against the Marlins. And I was going to say against Charles Johnson, but of course that's not fair. You're always stealing on the pitcher. Right, Jeff?
Absolutely. That was just an exclamation point after that one. Been very good.
2-0 the count, Omar Vizquel. Cook staring in. Bonilla up at the bag at third. Vizquel takes a strike, and the count 2-1.
Boy, that's a surprise, though. Coming into this series, you think that running game is going to be shut down. This guy throws with the best of them, but without getting any help, you can put perfect throws at the base there, and the runner's already there.
Absolutely. Here's a 2-1 pitch by Dennis Cook. Fastball swung on late. He got that one by, and the count 2-2, and again, they're up and at him here. Two the count. Omar Vizquel. Dennis Cook behind the rubber, deep in thought, now up on top. Dennis reading Charles Johnson with the bases empty, and a 2-2 pitch coming up to Omar Vizquel. The left-hander deals, got him swinging. So he strikes out 2, and the Indians go out in order. And the score after 6.5 innings, Cleveland 2, Florida 0. You're listening to the World Series from CBS Radio Sports.
Nagano, Prelude to Glory, brought to you by Prime Star. 2 Asian nations sending Winter Olympic athletes for the first time. After this, for Prime Star.
No, you tell him. Okay, talk to me, people. This Prime Star situation, how bad is it?
Oh, it's panic time, sir.
And not only does Prime Star not make you buy a dish.
Now they have 160 channels.
We can't compete with that.
Holy Toledo.
Oh, it gets worse, sir.
Oh, yeah.
They've grouped all their channels into categories.
Great idea.
Sure is.
It's a wonderful idea.
Why didn't you think of it?
Well,
Prime Star is the best value in satellite TV. Call 1-800-PRIME-STAR or visit your local Radio Shack.
1972, Sapporo, Japan. Some 1,300 athletes from 35 nations competed for the Olympic gold. Among these nations, Taiwan and the Philippines sent athletes to the Winter Games for the first time in Winter Olympic history. Nagano, Prelude to Glory. Brought to you by Prime Star.
CBS Radio Sports coverage of the 1997 World Series between the Cleveland Indians and the Florida Marlins is sponsored by Prime Star, by Sunsource Propulmax, by the Liberty Mutual Insurance Company, by Bromo Seltzer, and by Xerox. Well, the fans are aware of Levon Hernandez's mother being here, holding up a sign, welcome, bienvenida, Miriam, Levon's mother, to those who don't understand. So that's a nice touch, but it would have been a heck of a lot nicer if she were over here when her son were pitching. But better late than never. And you just wonder how long she'll be allowed to stay here before literally they reel her back into Cuba.
Yes.
Well, let's see about the Marlins now. Bobby Bonilla, Charles Johnson, and Craig Counsell in that order. 2-0, Cleveland. And out there on the mound, pushing himself, is 21-year-old Jared Wright. Jared ready and delivers. Bonilla wails one. That's a way out there and gone. He finally got well in an at-bat. Bonilla hits it out to shake up the town. For Bobby Bonilla, his first World Series home run, and he had to hit that about 425 feet. It is now 2-1 Cleveland, and it'll be Charles Johnson, the batter. 67,204 cheering for their Marlins. I'm sure there are a few people here rooting for Cleveland, but not that many. So the bullpen heating up, and the pitch now to Johnson is high, ball one. Charles Nagy and Paul Assenmacher throwing in the bullpen, and Bonilla really unleashed his powerful swing. The 1-0 pitch in there for a strike, 1-1.
Bobby was geared up. He was looking fastball, and he got it right in the middle of the plate, and boy, he didn't miss it. He really crushed that ball.
Right ready now, the 1-1 pitch. Johnson lays off a pitch up around the eyes, ball two. You may remember Wright gave up a home run to Moises Alou in the 6th inning. The first time he pitched against the Marlins. Now he gives a home run to Bonilla in the 7th to cut the lead in half. 2-1 pitch to Johnson, foul back. Remember, Moises Alou made the last out in the 6th inning, just a fly ball with a runner at third. That's when Dalton hit that line drive that seemed to confuse Manny Ramirez. But boy, there was no doubt about the ball Bonilla hit. Right ready now, the 2-2 pitch, way inside, ball three. Craig Counsell on deck.
Well, then we were wondering when this young man was going to start to get a little weary. 21 years of age, 3 days rest. He was close to 100 pitches, 97 going into this inning.
Here's the 3-2 pitch, swung on and missed. So he's got enough left to record his 7th strikeout. And with one down, Craig Counsell, the batter.
Now, it's interesting that now on that strikeout, his last 2 fastballs were down to 93. He had been at 97. Well, you say, well, that's 4 miles an hour, but you're still up in the high rent district. You just still have to be careful where in the plate you are with the ball.
So the batter, Craig Counsell, flied to center, struck out, 0 for 2. Dennis Cook is on deck, and Jared Wright delivers, and the first pitch low, ball one. I can't help but thinking, now that we've been talking about the past throughout the night, 1955, Yankee Stadium, 22 years old, Johnny Padres out there. And he shuts down the Yankees 2-0 to win it. The 1-0 pitch, low and inside, ball two. Of course, Padres, I remember very well, after the game, he said, I wasn't nervous at all because at my age, I didn't figure anybody expected anything from me. So maybe Wright feels the same way. Hey, I'm only 21. What do they want? 2-0 the count to Counsell, way inside, ball three. So he might be struggling a bit now. 3-0 the count.
I think what will happen here, Mike Hargrove will wait. If he walks Counsell or Counsell reaches base, Mike Hargrove will wait to see what kind of commitment Jim Leyland might make to his pinch hitter, and then he'll make his move.
3-0 pitch is outside, and he wasn't close to throwing a strike to a man who couldn't take him deep. It is the 5th walk given up by Jared Wright. He has struck out 7, and they are going to the bench, not to anybody's surprise. Cliff Floyd, a left-hand hitter, will be coming up. Floyd with a lot of power, and there'll be a meeting at the mound waiting until Floyd is announced. Cliff's had 2 at-bats in the series, and he is 0 for 2, striking out 1 of the 2 times. Now the meeting at the mound has broken up, but Floyd has yet to make it up to the plate, nor have we heard him officially being announced in the game. And now Ed Montague points to Floyd, and that makes it official. Jim Eisenreich is hanging around, but Floyd is going to come up. So let's see what they do.
Now, this is where the moves start, and here goes Mike Hargrove. He's heard the announcement. He's going out to the mound now. He'll bring a left-hander, but he'll get Conine, probably from the Marlins on the other side.
There are no real surprises in the manager's thinking. It's the old story. I would rather have, let's say, Assenmacher face Conine than a tired Jared Wright face Cliff Floyd. So while Assenmacher is called in and will warm up, let's pause for this.
So the market's going wild, and I'm trading online with one of those new places. Try to dump 500 shares. Looks like I did. 2 hours later, my screen says I didn't. This isn't electronic trading. It's electronic torture. With eSchwab, in most cases, your market order is confirmed instantly, all for a low price of just $29.95 a stock trade. Call 1-800-eSchwab and start saving now. They promised a bargain, but then it turns out quotes cost extra. Software's on me. Research, forget about it. eSchwab comes complete with state-of-the-art software, research, and real-time quotes. Get the writing. Call 1-800-eSchwab now.
Their system was jammed. I wait and wait and wait while the stock I want goes up, up, up.
Yeah, you get what you pay for. Call 1-800-eSchwab to open an account now, and the portfolio management software is on us. Pay just $29.95 a stock trade and get electronic trading the way it should be. Charles Schwab and Company. Member SIPC NYSE for equity trades up to 1,000 shares.
The wheels are turning here in South Florida. Cliff Floyd announced a bat for Dennis Cook. Mike Hargrove brought in Paul Assenmacher. Now Kurt Abbott will bat for Cliff Floyd. And that adds a little more spice because Kurt Abbott is an Ohio boy. He's from Zanesville, and he's coming up now trying to hurt Cleveland. So you have the home run by Bonilla that ignited the crowd. The tiring Jared Wright reached down and struck out Charles Johnson and apparently spent all his money when he struck out Johnson. He didn't come close to throwing a strike to Counsell. So Wright comes out in a tough spot. He can win it or have nothing to do with it because Counsell at first base is his responsibility. So Assenmacher ready to face Kurt Abbott. Assenmacher, the veteran left-hander, in his fifth game, he's worked 3 1/3 innings, allowed 5 hits but no runs. And Abbott in a crouch waiting at the plate. And the first pitch to Kurt, big curveball low, ball 1. Kurt Abbott hit .274 for Florida this year. He had quite a bit of sock 2 years ago. 2 years ago, Abbott playing every day had 17 home runs. Here's the 1-0 pitch on the way. Abbott looks at a hook for a strike, and the count 1-1.
You're right, Vin. Abbott was the everyday shortstop until Renteria came along, and they even sent Abbott after he got hurt to the minor leagues. He's been a real good soldier for this organization, and he does have pop in his bat, and he hits the ball well out to right center field.
Then at the waist and knees, Assenmacher goes to first to drive Counsell back. So Paul Assenmacher straddling the rubber. Charles Nagy down in the bullpen. And so is Jose Mesa. And Nagy has stopped throwing. Assenmacher delivers. Breaking ball rolls slowly and foul up along third. And the count 1-2.
Well, they definitely didn't go at him with fastballs, did they? They went with 3 breaking balls. The last 2 out over, the old backdoor breaking ball. And that last one, Abbott, it stands in an open stance, but Crouch kind of hooked the ball and pulled it foul on third base.
So Kurt Abbott hitting for Cliff Floyd, who batted for Dennis Cook. It is 2-1 Cleveland, bottom of the 7th inning. Assenmacher with 1 out. A look over at Counsell, and the pitch is popped in the air to right field. Going back on the ball is Ramirez, but he has a play. Counsell tags up, and Ramirez guns it in, and Counsell has to hold at first base. So Abbott a fly ball to right field. 2 down in the 7th inning, and Devon White coming up. Now, Debo is a switch hitter, so he'll turn around and go right-handed against Assenmacher. The Indians scored 2 runs in the 3rd inning, and their offense has not been heard from again. Florida had no offense until Bobby Bonilla hit a home run in the 7th inning. All of the Florida hits And now I'm going to check. They have an error up there. I think they've given Manny Ramirez an error. It took them a while to put it up there. Originally, we thought Dalton had gotten a triple. The breaking ball missed high, ball one. So I assume they had a huddle, and they're giving Ramirez an error. Otherwise, I was going to say, the Marlins have 3 hits, a double, a triple, and a home run. But scratch the triple, make it an error. Here's the 1-0 pitch on the way. Curve ball low, ball 2, and the count 2-0. On deck, Edgar Renteria. White back up to the plate. Assenmacher with a huge assignment, trying to get the 3rd out here. Devon White back up and waiting. He'll be 35 right after Christmas. And he looks at a good curveball for a strike, and the count 2-1. Boy, Assenmacher staying with the breaking ball. That's all it seems like he's going to give him.
Yeah, it really does. And that's what these left-handers coming out of the bullpen can stay around this game a long time. If you can get a breaking ball over, especially from a low arm angle. Even the right-hand hitters, not just the left-hand hitters.
Now the 2-1 pitch in there on the inside corner for a strike. And the count 2-2. So Devon White, 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 out. He wears number 22. It's 2-1 in favor of Cleveland. And the Marlins trying to make it 2-2. So he got all the deuces you need to bust Vegas. Assenmacher straightens up, a look over at Counsell. The left-hander delivers fastball down and away. So after all the curveballs, he got one on the inside corner for a strike, tried to come back with one and missed, and now everybody up. 3-2, the tying run will be going. Craig Counsell from first base. White backs out, now Devon back up. Assenmacher out of a stretch. A look at Counsell, he goes late, and the pitch is fouled away. The one thing Counsell didn't want is to get picked off. He wasn't worrying about a jump. It was a cautious lead and then a late start.
Well, absolutely. If he got picked off in a situation like that, boy, you talk about a cardinal sin. That's more than that.
You know how you tell stories? A bunch of baseball men sitting around, you tell stories. And Dave Campbell was telling me one about Earl Weaver, but we can't use it right now. Assenmacher out of a stretch. The 3-2 pitch is swung on and missed. Devon White strikes out for the 9th time in the series. The Marlins lead the tying run, and the score after 7 innings, Cleveland 2, Florida 1. You're listening to the World Series from CBS Radio Sports. We'll be back in just a moment.
Roz Porter here with the Everyday People Show, where we delve into the lives of everyday people. And we're brought to you by the all-new Toyota Sienna. I'm here with Scout Troop 312 and their leader, Ron King. So tell me, Ron, how long have you been a scout?
Well, Roz, for as long as I can remember. So were you a scout?
No, I toyed with the idea, but I never committed.
Really, Roz, being trustworthy, loyal, reliable, always dependable.
Well, Ron, if you want something that you'll always depend on, try the all-new Toyota Sienna minivan. 7-passenger seating, front-wheel drive, plenty of space, and an available driver's side sliding door. The Toyota Sienna is a smart, safe, and affordable choice. The all-new Toyota Sienna. Your life will never be the same. Toyota, every day. So tell me, Ron, these fine examples of junior leadership here, are they with you?
Yes, they are, Roz. Troops, I think it's time for some knot-tying practice.
Oh, fun. Well, hey, that's kind of right there. I think it's time to go. Everyday People brought to you by the all-new Sienna. Toyota, every day. Ouch!
Is today the day you go before the co-op board and reveal your other face? Remember, more than your car.
The meeting's indoors.
More than your country club.
It's in Westchester.
More than your MBA.
It's on the wall in your study.
Your watch proclaims the essential you. Before you meet the board, meet your other face. The Santos de Cartier watch at Tourneau Time Machine, where you'll find the world's largest and most impressive collection of fine watches.
Sensibly priced from $40 to $250,000.
Santos de Cartier. Sporty yet elegant. The Santos watch is the face of stability, substance,
and class.
Cartier's classic Santos watch in steel and gold, or all 18-karat gold. At the Tourneau Time Machine, you'll find Cartier and more than 70 brands and over 7,000 styles of dress, sport, and business watches.
The Santos de Cartier at the Time Machine. It tells the world and the board you've arrived, and on time.
Step into Tourneau Time Machine, 57th Street at Madison. Other Tourneau locations at Madison and 59th and 7th Avenue at 34th Street.
Tourneau, where you meet your other face.
WFAN, New York.
We are going to the 8th inning in Game 7 of the World Series. Cleveland, 2 runs, 4 hits, and 1 error. Florida, 1 run, 2 hits, and no errors. Antonio Alfonseca will be brought in. Dennis Cook worked 1 inning, struck out 2. Al Leiter went 6 and allowed 2 runs. Jared Wright, 6 1/3, allowed 1 run and 2 hits, walked 5, struck out 7. Paul Ossenmacher got a strikeout to end the 7th inning. So now Tony Fernandez, Manny Ramirez, and David Justice in that order.
Well, we were asking about a big 7 game, and we're getting something special here.
Tony Fernandez lined out to center, singled to center, and struck out 1 for 3. Al Fonseca ready, delivers, and Fernandez takes a strike in the count 0-1.
All right, we got this inning started. I want to hear this story about Earl Weaver.
Well, I'm sure there's going to be a lot of books written about Earl, but Dave Campbell swears this happened. Rich Dower, second baseman for Baltimore for a few years, went to school at SC, and he got into a stretch where he was hitting into double plays to break the backs of rallies and end innings. The 1-0 pitch to Fernandez, a check swing comebacker. He's done, 1 away. Anyway, Dower had really stretched his manager's patience, and sure enough came up in a clutch spot and hit into a double play. And he came back in the dugout, and Weaver just went crazy, and he grabbed Dower by the chest and said, "For crying out loud, Rich, if you feel you're going to hit into a double play, strike out." If you feel like you're going to hit into a double play, check your coat and hat on the way. Oh. Strange things uttered by managers under pressure. Manny Ramirez grounded to short, hit by a pitch, walked intentionally. Manny is 0 for 1. And Manny takes a strike, hitting just 167. You look back over your scorebook, the Indians have had 2 hits since the 3rd inning. But they're leading 2-1. Al Fonseca looks down the barrel to get a sign. Now the big guy out of the Dominican ready in the strike 1 pitch, and Ramirez lays off low in the count 1 ball, 1 strike. 2 runs, 4 hits, 1 error for the Indians, 1 run, 2 hits, no errors for Florida. And this is more like a 7th game of the World Series, a 1-run game. Al Fonseca ready now. Big guy turns, comes back 1-1, and that's inside to Ramirez, ball 2. Manny trying to make a sliding catch on a ball hit by Dalton. Might have gone into the slide prematurely. Might have also lost it in the lights. We don't know, but it went right through his hands. And where originally it looked like a triple, they have since corrected it to make it a 3-base error. So Ramirez trying to atone, plus get a 167 average up a bit. 2-1 pitch. Manny swings, fouls it back, and the count 2-2.
Remember, Vin, you were talking about earlier in the game, you and John and I, about what often or many times happens in World Series play. Somebody steps up whom you hadn't even counted on. This Al Fonseca wasn't even on the roster before the World Series. Here he comes into the 7th game, throwing 97, 98-mile-an-hour fastballs, an integral part of the Marlins bullpen.
Absolutely. And I think Felix Heredia, although they liked him all year, really has come to the fore. So they've gotten great bullpen help. And interesting also, the fellow who has let him down has been Rob Nen, the ace. 2-2, the count of Manny Ramirez. David Justice on deck. Al Fonseca turns on the rubber. The big man deals 2-2. Fastball, got him looking, and down goes Ramirez. 10 Indians have struck out tonight. 7 by Leiter, 2 by Cook, and now this one for Al Fonseca. And here's David Justice. Justice broke his bat, grounded to first, struck out in the 3rd, and struck out in the 5th. By the way, when the Marlins bat in the bottom of the 8th inning, Edgar Renteria, Gary Sheffield, and Darren Dalton. So Justice up there and waiting. Renteria into the windup and delivers. Fastball chase. That was out of the zone. Justice went after it anyway. And the count, no balls and 1 strike.
So we were talking about having to make up your mind very quickly. That was another 98-mile-an-hour fastball. So when it's leaving his hand, you're starting to say, I think I better get it going here.
The strike 1 pitch is swung on. High bouncer wide to first. A foot race. The throw to Al Fonseca is just in time. Play going 3-1 from Dalton. The score after 7.5 innings remains Cleveland 2, Florida 1. You're listening to the World Series from CBS Radio Sports.
Company risk managers are no strangers to taking risks. So at Liberty Mutual, we have hundreds of ways to help manage and reduce your cost of risk, including innovative loss prevention, managed care, and claims programs. So call us, because doing business with Liberty Mutual is no risk at all.
You're feeling crummy. You have heartburn or upset stomach or a headache, or all of them. What should you do? Enjoy the fast, effective relief of Bromo Seltzer. It's a refreshing, effervescent liquid. For heartburn and upset stomach, Bromo Seltzer contains a fast-acting antacid. For a headache, Bromo Seltzer contains a powerful non-aspirin pain reliever. Get fast relief for heartburn, upset stomach, and headache with
Get this. I got a call the other day. It's my Xerox sales agent. My Xerox sales agent? I'm thinking the lease can't be up already. But all he wants to know is there anything he can do for me? And when I say no, he says, okay, he'll keep checking up with me from time to time to see if I need anything. You know, my doctor doesn't even do that. At Xerox, customer service means customer satisfaction. It means getting you help when you need it. It means we'll never leave you alone. The document company, Xerox.
Ever go to one of those swank auction houses to pick up some Rembrandts and Picassos for your den? And the numbers keep going higher and higher till you say, wow, why can't we know the cost right now? And the guy in the tux with the wooden hammer goes, upfront pricing, sir. What do you think this is, that new GM Goodwrench Service Plus? And you figure, hey, I'm impressionistic, so you go and you get upfront pricing, plus a lifetime guarantee on parts and labor, plus courtesy transportation. And you think GM Goodwrench Service Plus, the plus means better.
Call 800-96-GM Plus for the select GM dealer near you. Ask for limited lifetime guarantee details.
Let's pause 10 seconds for stations to identify themselves on the CBS Radio Network.
Dave Mussolini scored all three for the Ducks. Rangers and Anaheim finish in a 3-3 tie. The first-place Giants are 6-3. They beat the Bengals 29-27. More later on WFAN, New York.
Boy, they are alive and well in South Florida. 67,204 trying to root their Marlins home. Meanwhile, the Indians stubbornly holding on to a 2-1 lead, and they bring in Mike Jackson, who had a struggle last night. Jackson worked 2 innings, gave up 2 hits, 2 walks, had 2 strikeouts, and barely got by. And now here he goes again. The right-hander deals high to Renteria, ball 1. Renteria double walked and lined out to center. So Ossenmacher came in and got Abbott and White, and now they give the ball to Jackson, but he's going to be backed up in the bullpen. The next pitch to Renteria, a comebacker. Edgar falls down in the batter's box. The out recorded at first, and he walks away with chalk all over him. One
Vin,
down.
Excuse me, Vin. One of the things we were talking about last night, Mike Jackson could not get his patented slider over on the outer part of the plate last night. The pitch he just made to Renteria was a nasty one on a low outside part of the plate. Wondering tonight whether he could come back after 2 innings last night. I talked to him before the game. He said, yeah, I've got an inning in me. You worry about a guy who relies on a slider when he's tired because he can't get the ball out over the plate. You know, tired arm doesn't allow you to pop that slider out there, and that's one of the things you become concerned with a slider ball pitcher.
Well, Gary Sheffield will certainly test him now. Sheffield walked in the first inning, popped up to third, and struck out in the 6th. So Gary waiting, Jackson deals, swung on and fouled off, and the count 0-1. Brian Anderson down in the bullpen. The Indians have used Garrett Wright for 6 1/3, Paul Ossenmacher for 2 outs, and now Mike Jackson. And the Marlins used Al Leiter for 6, Dennis Cook for 1, and then Antonio Alfonseca for 1. Although Alfonseca will probably go out there in the 9th inning. 2-1 Cleveland, bottom of the 8th, 1 out, bases empty. Sheffield waiting, Jackson ready, and the fastball on the inside corner. Whipped that at the thigh, dropped his arm a wee bit as well.
I was watching him do that last night. Normally he throws high 3/4 to overhand. He threw that ball low 3/4 and made that run back in on Gary Sheffield. I would think now that they're probably going to try to run a slider way away.
The strike 2 pitch on the way is a foul ball on a breaking ball. So it's still 0-2.
Boy, that was strange. It looked like Sandy Alomar was starting to set up inside. Now, maybe he was trying to decoy. And a lot of times as a catcher, you go tap the glove up underneath the hitter's ear, and he thinks, oh, he's sitting right under me, and they look for the ball in.
0-2 the count to Sheffield. Darren Dalton on deck. Mike Jackson wants another ball. The timeout for the moment.
And I can just picture in my mind's eye Mike Jackson facing Gary Sheffield and hanging a slider right in the middle of the plate. But because the pitch was a little slower than his fastball, Gary missed it. But Gary doesn't miss too many cripple pitches, hanging breaking balls or fastballs in the middle of the plate.
Hitting .273 in the series. Now the strike two pitch on the way. Jackson delivers, swung on and missed.
And he did. That ball was not a perfect slider, but it must have had enough bite that it threw Gary Sheffield off.
So Sheffield strikes out. That would be 9 strikeouts by Cleveland pitchers. And now Mike Hargrove wants to go out and talk, as Darren Dalton will be the batter. We have 2 down, bottom of the 8th, 2-1 Cleveland, and Brian Anderson, who has been throwing in the bullpen, is now going to be called in to relieve Jackson. So while Anderson warms up, let's pause for this.
Hey, it's me, your brain. You know, you really ought to visit once in a while. It's amazing what you've got stashed away up here. Like this file on Oki Data printers. You know Oki Data. They've been making printers for 24 years with over 9 million sold. And you act like you never heard of Oki Data. Do I have to remind you about everything? Oh, by the way, that report is due next week. And don't forget lunch with James at 12:30. And your dry cleaning's ready this afternoon. And your name is spelled with 1 or not.
To learn more about Oki Data, call 1-800-OKI-TEEN. Liberty Mutual Insurance attracts thousands of new business customers every year. Because with us, they can expect to get sound safety advice and responsive claim service. Which means doing our job helps people stay on the job. Liberty Mutual, helping people live safer, more secure lives.
With its rambunctious 132 horsepower engine, you can really take off in a Dodge Neon. And right now, you can not only take off quickly, you can take off a quick $1,500 cash back. Which brings the roomy, cab-forward, tight-handling Dodge Neon zooming into the neighborhood of 10-1 for starters, and zipping around 12-8 nicely equipped. Or get low financing instead of cash back. It's a remarkable combination of economics and acceleration that absolutely endears Neon to people who race on the SCCA circuit. Dodge Neon, under 10-2 for starters, around 12-8, nicely equipped, and awaiting your arrival for takeoff at the friendly Dodge dealer near you. List prices after $1,500 cash back exclude tax. Financing option is for qualified buyers. SCCA modified Neons are nicely equipped with the available for order ACR package.
Left-hander Brian Anderson comes in from the Cleveland bullpen, and pinch hitter Jeff Conine will be coming up. Anderson in Game 4 relieved Wright and turned in a superlative effort. 3 innings, 1 hit, 2 strikeouts. He did not see Conine in that game. And you know, Jeff, you were talking a moment ago about what a surprise it is for Antonio Alfonseca, not even on the roster, to be pitching in Game 7. How about this fella who came really out of nowhere?
Well, you're not kidding. You know, when he was not on the roster for the divisional series, added later as the extra pitcher, you figured, well, they needed a mop-up guy, or actually a guy who's a long reliever. He's done a terrific job for Mike Hargrove.
Remember when they brought him in the 10th inning of Game 6, scoreless against Baltimore? He couldn't believe that either. Conine laid on the first pitch, fouls it off to the right, and the count 0-1. As Anderson said, when they called him in, he was well shocked. I thought it was a mistake. He said it was like, hey, the score isn't 10-0, it's 0-0. Well, he came in and picked up the victory on Tony Fernandez's home run. Well, here he is, Brian Anderson, out of Geneva, Ohio, pitching the biggest inning of his life right now. Left-handed delivers and missed inside to Conine. We have 2 out, bases empty, bottom of the 8th. Cleveland 2, Florida 1. A fitting 7th game. Anderson staring in, Conine waggling the wood, hitting .250 in the series. Fastball in there at the knees, inside corner 1 and 2. He will play first base in the 9th inning, but this could be Jeff Conine's last at-bat as a Florida Marlin. We explained all that contract stuff earlier in the game.
You know, Ben, what's interesting to me, too, as a manager and a catcher, it was always drilled into me as a catcher, and I drill in our catchers, stay away from the inside part of the plate.
Fastball away, 2-2.
When the hitter could tie the game or win it. Sandy Alomar's not worried about that. They just threw 2 fastballs low and in on Conine, and Conine loves the ball down and in. I'm going, oh, if I were Mike Hargrove, I'd be, Here they go back in there again.
2-2 fastball fouled away, hit inside out into the crowd or first base. So Conine is still there. Renteria hit back to the box, fell down, and went out. Sheffield struck out, and that was all for Mike Jackson. Now, Brian Anderson is trying to get Conine to get out of the 8th inning, and then from the looks of things, they give Jose Mesa the ball for the bottom of the 9th.
I would think so. I wouldn't be surprised to see a changeup blown away right here.
2-2 pitch. A change, fouled away. Good call.
Well, I'll tell you what, I would have called that a long time ago, but it's interesting how game plans are set up ahead of time with the pitching coach, the manager, and so on, and the catcher and pitcher. They must have the book on Conine if they want to make sure that they keep him honest inside, because he has got a very quick bat on the inner half of the plate, and they've worked him inside.
2-2 pitch is swung on, a high fly ball to left field, down the line. Justice coming to the line in the corner and disappears from our view, but he caught the ball, and the inning is over. So Conine hits one foul in the corner, and the inning is over. And the score after 8 innings, Cleveland 2, Florida 1. You're listening to the World Series from CBS Radio Sports. We'll be back in just a moment.
The signature sound of pain and suffering. Just listen to the lyrics. Tortured souls, broken hearts, and the occasional owner of an unworthy used car. Needless to say, the subject of the certified pre-owned Lexus rarely comes up in songs based on anxiety. The luxury of a Lexus is its very antithesis. Each car passes an extensive inspection and as part of its customer care package offers 24-hour roadside assistance, affordable financing, and a 6-year, 70,000-mile limited warranty from the original date of purchase. No wonder certified pre-owned Lexus owners are so optimistic. At much less than they'd expect to pay, they're singing its praises rather than the blues. Hit it. There's only one place you'll find a certified pre-owned Lexus. Visit your New York, New Jersey, Connecticut Lexus dealer today.
Financing also available at participating dealers to qualify customers for Lexus Financial Services. See participating Lexus dealers and financing or assistance for more details.
And the winner for Best Color Printer is Epson. And the winner for Best Color Printer is Epson. And the winner...
This isn't a broken record. It's a record being broken. Because in 1997, the award for Best Color Printer went to Epson. 49 times. 49 awards for Best Color Printer in the last 6 months alone. Maybe it's because Epson stylus printers are the only ones with the perfect picture imaging system. It gives you up to 1440 by 720 dots per inch for brilliant photo quality color and laser-sharp black text at incredible print speeds. So while everyone else is saying they've got the best printers, only Epson has the experts saying...
And the winner for Best Color Printer is Epson.
For more about the award-winning line of Epson stylus color printers, call 1-800-GO-EPSON. Ask for operator 3600. You've got to see it in Epson color.
See the award-winning Epson Stylus Color 600, now only $269 at Circuit City, CompUSA, Computer City, Wolf Camera and Video, and J&R Discount.
WFAN, New York.
We're going to the 9th inning. Cleveland 2 and Florida 1. And Cleveland really dodged a bullet because they pitched Conine exactly the way he likes it. You called every pitch, Jeff, and they barely got away with that foul ball that Conine hit.
Well, remember he won the All-Star game in Texas 2 years ago. He was the MVP. He caught a pitch like that, low and in, and drilled it out of the ballpark. He is very quick and very strong. He just missed that ball, got under it.
And as he was going down to first base, anxiously watching the fly ball, it almost brought back Carlton Fisk. I mean, he couldn't will it. He just was watching it and then slammed the bat down in disgust when it went foul, and then really was upset because Justice caught it. Here's Matt Williams, and he takes outside, ball 1. Williams hitting .385. Struck out twice and walked. 2 runs, 4 hits for Cleveland. 1 run, 2 hits for Florida. Matt Williams fouls another one off, and they count 1 ball and 1 strike. So Mike Hargrove celebrating his 48th birthday, although I'm sure he feels a lot older than that. And down in the Marlin dugout, Jim Leland twisting and turning. just a couple of months away from his 53rd birthday, and he must be going through agony. Right down to the nub. The old push against shove. 2-1 Cleveland in the ninth. The pitch to Williams is inside. I think the crowd reacting because there are some Cleveland fans waving banners. They're safely in a box above the stand, and the crowd hollering back at the Cleveland fans. 2-1 to count to Williams. Al Fonseca into the windup and delivers. That takes high, ball 3, 3-1.
You know, no one would ever have any idea how the stomachs are rolling in those dugouts. Both sides of the field, just flat out, you know, rolling on every pitch, on every swing, on every play that's made in the infield or outfield. You've come this far. You've worked so hard. Boy, it is really gut-wrenching now.
Matt Williams tattered and torn at the plate. Takes ball 4. The left pants leg ripped just below the hip pocket, and it flaps as he runs down to first base. So Williams on ball 4. And the batter now will be Sandy Alomar. Alomar flied to center, single to left, and fouled out. So Alomar is 1 for 3. And Jim Leyland reminding his infield, look out for the bunt. You have the left-hand hitting Jim Tomei on deck. Felix Heredia down in the bullpen is no doubt getting ready, if possible, to go after Tomei. A ground ball to short, however. The feed to second base, and that's all. Edgar Renteria had that ball rolling around in his glove as if it was a bar of wet soap, and somehow he got the force. The crowd, remembering the ruling by Joe West in the first inning on Sheffield, they wanted something called on Williams, but it was a legitimate hard slide. Had Renteria had control, they might have gotten a double play. They barely got the force. And now, with Tomei coming up, Jim Leyland himself has gone out to the mound. Felix Heredia is coming in. So let's pause for this.
Hi, welcome to my storage shed, where you're witnessing the end of a year-long hibernation of my lawnmower, motorcycle, snowblower, and boat. I put Stay-Bill fuel stabilizer in each of their tanks to show you how even after a year, they'll start right up. Here goes.
Rise and shine, everybody! Manufacturer recommended Stay-Bill fuel stabilizer. Add Stay-Bill to a fresh tank of gas today for a quick start next season.
CBS Sunday. When a beautiful young scientist falls in love with one of her research subjects, she thinks there is no one else like him. She is wrong.
There's 4 of you.
One of them is her lover. The others could be her killer. Now, her life depends on telling them apart. Kelly McGillis, Larry Hagman, and Jason Gedrick in the best-selling thriller by Ken Follett, The Third Twin, a CBS world premiere movie, Sunday, November 9th.
This is today's GT Global Millennium Minute. The countdown is on.
It's October 26, 1997. 796 days until the year 2000. As early as 3700 BC, there were dental specialists in Egypt. They pulled and replaced a lot of teeth. At the time, no one knew what caused tooth decay. In 476 AD, Arab dentists identified tartar as one of the culprits. In the 19th century, the United States took the lead in dentistry, identifying bacteria as the true cause of tooth decay. Americans also perfected dental x-rays, invented Novocaine, and discovered fluoride. Today, there are more than 110,000 dentists in America. It's believed the future may bring us a vaccine against tooth decay. I'm Roberta Baskin, CBS News.
This GT Global Millennium Minute was brought to you by GT Global Mutual Funds, a member of the $80 billion LGT Group, bringing investors a world of opportunity.
We're in the ninth inning. 1 out, a runner at first, and left-hander Felix Heredia brought in to face Jim Tomei. Now, Felix Heredia has been a superlative and superb left-hander. Heredia, in his 4th game, has worked 5 1/3 innings and has allowed 1 hit and nothing else. So with 1 out, Tomei at the plate, Grissom to follow. Rob Nen is heating up in the bullpen, so Heredia might only pitch to Tomei. The left-hander at the belt comes to Jim, and there's a ground ball, base hit into right field. Sheffield was very deep, so Alomar is going to go to third, and he'll make the play. So Sandy Alomar took one look and saw that Sheffield, playing a 40 home run hitter, very deep and right, and that gave Alomar the chance to move up a notch to third base.
That was very good base running, recognizing the fact that Gary was so deep. So Sandy, of course, has a bad knee, and his legs have got to be tired by the 7th game, and already had played over 200-some games, his club. And Jim Leland is now going to the umpire at home plate. Ed Montague, this looks like a double switch. Here comes Eisenreich out to play first base.
Now the old double switch. They're going to bring in Rob Nen, and Nen will go in Dalton's spot. That means Jim Eisenreich will be in the number 9 slot. And Leland has made his move, and we will wait for Nen to come out of the bullpen. And when he gets in and warms up, why don't we use the time and pause for this?
CBS Sunday, when a beautiful young scientist falls in love with one of her research subjects, she thinks there is no one else like him. She is wrong.
There's 4 of you.
One of them is her lover. The others could be her killer. Now, her life depends on telling them apart. Kelly McGillis, Larry Hagman, and Jason Gedrick in the best-selling thriller by Ken Follett, The Third Twin, a CBS world premiere movie, Sunday, November 9th.
When the victims of Hurricane Andrew made a commitment to rebuild their lives, CNA kept their commitment to the victims of Hurricane Andrew by paying over $350 million in personal and commercial insurance claims. CNA knows that any commitment involves risk. That's why for over a century, they've been committed to helping people manage their risks, be they ordinary or extraordinary. CNA, for all the commitments you make.
It started as a sibling rivalry. You just had to be first. Then when feet weren't fast enough, you discovered cars, and life turned ever faster. But now you appreciate the long run, and a motor oil like Chevron Supreme, with an anti-wear formula to maximize the life of your engine, because no one ever won the Indy 499.
I was first.
Chevron Supreme Motor Oil. Simply smarter. Now at discount stores and major retail automotive stores.
There are bay windows and picture windows, and then there are windows of opportunity. Miss them and it could cost you. Right now is your opportunity to catch home loan rates at one of their lowest points in years. Don't wait. Call Countrywide Home Loans to refinance your home loan and lower your monthly payments, or to help make that first home a reality. Call 800-EASY-877. 800-EASY-877. Countrywide. Easy. Really. Equal housing lender. Rates may vary.
The Indians, with one out, leading 2-1 here in the 9th inning, have runners at first and third. Rob Nen, who has not been any comfort and solace for Jim Leland, is brought in to try to stop the inning, and he will go head-to-head with Marquise Grissom. First and third and one out. Nen comes in with an ERA of 12. He has been in 3 games. This will be his 4th. He did save 2, but in 3 innings, he gave up 7 hits and 4 earned runs, so he has not been sharp. And Leland is hoping that tonight will be the night for him.
Well, we also have to remember, here's a closer that really pitches on adrenaline in a 14-7 game he came into.
Rob Reddy set at the belt and delivers. Marquise Grissom backs off, ball 1.
It's so tough for a guy that's come in to close ball games, close games most of the time, trying to win for the ball club, to come into a game, his team's leading by a touchdown, and he can't hold it. It just comes apart. It happens so often.
Here's the 1-0 pitch to Marquise Grissom. Rob Nen delivers, swung on and fouled back, and the count 1-1. But here he is in a totally different role. He's not trying to close. He's not trying to save. He's just trying to get out of the inning without giving up a run. That's a totally different game for him.
Well, you're not kidding, and he just popped that one 97 miles an hour. We're in a situation now. First and third, who knows? Squeeze? You worry about it with a guy that throws this hard.
1-1 pitch on the way, and that's taken down and away. Ball 2 in the count 2-1. Nice save by Charles Johnson. And, of course, the specter of a wild pitch always hangs over the infield when you have somebody throwing as hard as Nen.
Well, now, Marquise Grissom took an awful long time looking at Jeff Newman, so the Marlins dugout's got to really be thinking about
2-1 pitch, swung on, ground ball down to right. The play to the plate, and it's going to be to Johnson in time to get him.
Well, you can see what they were thinking about, knowing that Renneria knows who the hitter is, and it's Grissom who runs well. The ball was a chopper. It was not a bullet. So they're thinking, boy, we better cut this run off, because if we don't get the double play, the run scores.
Boy, I was surprised because
I was too.
The infield's not up like that, and yet the kid got a good throw. It was short hop by Johnson, and Alomar came in standing up and was tagged on the leg.
What a great play by Charles Johnson. That ball short hopped him, as you said, been in the dirt. That is a tough play. First of all, here comes a runner coming at you. Now the ball short hopped, and he had to come up with this play, and he caught it with two hands. Boy, what a beautiful play.
So now they will go to the bench, and Brian Giles, the batter, and he fouls it away in the count 0-1. So in the inning, he had the walk to Williams. Alomar hit what looked like a double play, but it bothered and handcuffed Renteria, so he only turned it into a force. Tomei got the base hit, and Alomar took third, and Grissom, it's a ground ball to Renteria, who threw to the plate, not thinking about the double play, and they got Alomar. So 2 out, runners at first and second, and here is Giles with the count 0-1. Then, out of a stretch, checks the runners, right-handed deals, and the pitch is high. By the way, if you're not keeping score, in the bottom of the 9th inning for Florida, Moises Alou, Bobby Bonilla, and Charles Johnson. 1 ball and 1 strike to Brian Giles. Then, out of a stretch, a look at the runners. Rob Reddian deals. Giles swings a fly ball to left field, going back on it, and he's there as Alou, and then comes in and gets the outs necessary, and the Indians fail to score. And we are heading after 8.5 innings. Cleveland 2, Florida 1. You're listening to the World Series from CBS Radio Sports.
Here's a little lesson in advanced economics called, appropriately, neonomics, as in Dodge Neon. It's a combination of price and power that makes it one of the FCCA's top choices and most frequent winners in sedan racing. Further, the laws of neonomics, according to Dodge, state that right now the consumer, that being you, is entitled to $1,500 cash back, which brings the disposable income you'll have to dispose of down to under $10,200 for starters, and around $12,800 nicely equipped. Or get low financing instead of cash back. Dodge Neon, at the friendly Dodge dealer near you, where the laws of neonomics are in your favor. List prices after $1,500 cash back exclude tax. Financing option is for qualified buyers. SCCA modified Neons are nicely equipped with the available for order ACR package.
Here it is, time once again for the Great American Fall Classic. You've had an entire season of opportunity, and now it all comes down to this.
A few days left to protect your deck, or there may not be a next season for you.
Be relaxed. The Flood Company can improve your prospects for next season's viewing. Flood's exceptional exterior wood care products like CWF UV penetrate deep into your wood for one-of-a-kind luster and protection. Flood exterior wood care products. It's how wood should be treated.
Here's one. I'm working late the other night when suddenly the Xerox copier flashes me a message. Hey, I don't speak copier, but I do speak English. So I dial the number on the machine, figuring I'll leave Xerox a message. And then it happened. Someone actually picked up the phone and asked if they could help me. I was so shocked, I hung up.
At Xerox, customer service means customer satisfaction. It means getting you help when you need it. It means we'll never leave you alone. The document company, Xerox.
Right now, let's pause 10 seconds for stations to identify themselves on the CBS Radio Network.
Jay Mussolini scored all 3 for the Ducks. Rangers and Anaheim finished in a 3-3 tie. The first-place Giants are 6-3. They beat the Bengals 29-27. More later on WFAN, New York.
We have arrived at the bottom of the 9th inning, and the challenge is there for both teams. Cleveland winning 5 pennants in 97 years, but they have not won a World Series since 1948. Interestingly enough, it's Mike Hargrove's 48th birthday. They have lost 2 World Series in a row in 1954 and 1995. Meanwhile, the Marlins trying to be the first expansion team to win a World Series in 5 years. It took 8 years for the Mets to do it, 16 for Toronto, and 17 for Kansas City. And standing in the way is Jose Mesa. Mesa, in his 5th game, 5 of the 7, he has worked 3 1/3 innings and allowed 2 earned runs and 6 hits. And he'll be greeted by Moises Alou, then Bobby Bonilla, and Charles Johnson. Alou has popped up to second, struck out, flied to center. Out of a stretch goes Mesa. And here we go in the 9th as Alou looks at a pitch low, ball 1. Alou had a big at-bat in the 6th inning after Dalton reached third on the 3-base error by Manny Ramirez with 2 out, but Alou flied to center. Moises Alou batting .308. Mesa ready, the big man delivers, and it's swung on and missed in the count 1-1.
You know, Vin, I don't know what those 2 pitches were. They broke down. They might have been like a slider that he got over the top of because both those pitches were not straight.
Jose Mesa, of course, the closer for the Indians during the regular year, now asked to close it and win the championship. The 1-1 pitch to Moises Alou is a line drive into left center, base hit, and here we go in the bottom of the 9th as Christian gets the ball back in. So the Marlins have the tying run aboard in the 9th inning with nobody out. Bobby Bonilla, who grounded out, struck out, and then hit a home run in the 7th inning coming up.
Well, then that was another slider that Moises Alou just went out and kind of served in the left center field. And you got both clubs having the people in place that they want to have there. Mike Hargrove's got his closer in the 9th inning with a 1-run lead. Jim Leland's got the middle of his batting order coming up, and he's got a runner at first base.
And no one throwing in the bullpen as Bobby Bonilla, hitting left-handed, checks in. Bonilla with 17 home runs during the regular year, and he probably hits it foul off third back in the lower deck, and the count 0-1. Well, we were waiting for a true World Series game, and the first 6, there really weren't any. But we have got ourselves a dandy here in Game 7, bottom of the 9th. Cleveland 2, Florida 1. For the Marlins, have the leadoff man Alou get aboard on a base hit. Tomei holding the bag on Alou. Mesa out of his stretch. Takes a look over at Alou. Still looking. Now comes to Bonilla, who swings, misses, staggers across the plate.
You know, Vin, it's so interesting. We've got the Marlins. We talked about it. They are a club that have come from behind all season long. They led the National League in come-from-behind victories. They led the National League with home wins. And here we are in the 9th inning, and here they come again.
Moises Alou, standing at first base, has stolen 9 bases during the regular year. He stole 9. He was caught 5. 0-2 to Bobby Bonilla. Mesa set at the belt. Looks over at Alou. Works the hitter low. Ball 1. With the flash bulbs popping throughout Pro Player Park, trying to record a memorable moment. Keep it down, Chad O.J. hollers out of the dugout. Meanwhile, the Marlins trying to cheer Bobby Bonilla as he waits at the plate. Out of a stretch goes Mesa. Looks over at Alou. And the 1-2 pitch is bounced in front of the plate. A scrambling save by Alomar. And the count 2-2.
There is the most difficult ball to block for a catcher. A ball that is way out in front of home plate is a difficult one to block because when it's so far out in front of you, it's going to bounce high. So you almost, instead of going down on your knees, have to get up in the air. Sandy Alomar caught that ball with his chin on the side of the mask and in his chin to keep that ball from getting by him. Boy, what a big play that was.
Mesa had only 1 wild pitch during the regular season, but he sure came close to wild pitching that time. 2-2 to Bobby Bonilla. Alou off the bag at first. Nobody out in the 9th. 2-1 Cleveland. Mesa at the belt. Looks over his left shoulder at Alou. Works Bonilla high. Ball 3. On deck, catcher Charles Johnson.
Boy, this is big because with a walk here, then they have an opportunity to bunt the go-ahead run to second base, tying run to third base.
Charles Johnson, the on-deck hitter. So this will be a big pitch. Johnson, during the regular year, bunted 3 times successfully. Mesa ready, Bonilla waiting. Jose delivers, line drive down the right field line, foul. Boy, did the Marlins come flying out of the dugout to keep track of that. But it was fouled by several feet. So Bonilla comes back 3-2.
Vinny, I was broadcasting a game from here, and we've mentioned it before. It was a game with the Rockies, when the Rockies had made a terrific run. Right near the end of, or in the middle of September, Bobby Bonilla came to the plate with the bases loaded. The Marlins were down by a run. He got 2 strikes on him, 2 outs. The 9th inning, bottom of the 9th inning, he got 2 strikes on him. He fouled off 6 incredible pitches. he hit a grand slam home run to win the game. It was kind of like symbolic of their season, and there he is up again.
That was a dangerous pitch by Mesa. It was down and in the Bonilla area that he liked so much. Here's another 3-2 pitch. Alou's not going, and it's fouled away yet again. And the count remains. And Bonilla, with a bad hamstring, a bad wrist, and an Achilles tendon, might have gotten hurt on that foul ball, got a little bit on his front foot. So timeout while he walks it off.
Now, one of the things that I saw when I was managing the Mets, and I had Bobby there for a year and a part of the second year, was that if you give him a lot of pitches in the at-bat, to get on a pitcher, to time the pitcher, he can be fooled a lot left-handed by off-speed stuff. But if you give him a lot of pitches, he's able to time it. Now he's got a 3-2 count here. He knows he can sit on the fastball and try to go to ripping.
Well, Bonilla walking around to the right side of home plate. Ed Montague cleans off the plate. And 67,204, the majority of whom are on their feet. And sweats in both dugouts, the Marlins and the Indians. Mesa ready in a 3-2 pitch. Instead, he's off the rubber. The opening of the Tale of Two Cities. It was the best of times. It was the worst of times. And that's the way it'll be for one of them, either Cleveland or South Florida, Miami especially. All right, Mesa ready. Another look at Alou. Big man deal, swung on and missed. And Bobby Bonilla chasing a borderline pitch. You'd have to see it again as to whether that was in the strike zone or not. It was down, and he went after it after fouling off a couple of low pitches. Mesa delivered, and the pitch was right around the knees.
Well, that was a pitch that he can handle, but it had great action on it. It started in like it was straight, but it kind of tailed back. That's that two-seam riding fastball down in the strike zone.
So Mesa gets a big strikeout, and now Charles Johnson up there. Moises Alou, the tying run at first base. Mesa straightens up, looks over at him. Johnson, the right-hand hitting catcher, and he looks at ball one. The outfield is around the left. Manny Ramirez very deep in right field and slightly over more towards right center. Marquise Grissom has moved off the line. He is shading a bit into left center. And Alou, with 9 stolen bases during the regular year, a cautious lead at first. Mesa at the belt. Johnson, bat held high up, back of the right ear, takes a strike. Charles Johnson struck out in the second inning, hit back to the box in the fifth, and struck out in the seventh.
And this is a dangerous type of hitter. He's so big and he's so strong. He catches one of these fastballs by Mesa on the sweet spot of the bat, and you got a ball that can go a long way.
The 1-1 pitch to Charles Johnson, swung on, fouled away off to the right, and the count 1-2. It's incredible. You go all the way back to the end of February, and these two ball clubs reported to spring training, along with all of the others. And about 210 games later, your entire year's work has come down to 1 inning and 2 more outs. Remarkable.
Unbelievable. Boy, do these two teams deserve being here. I mean, what heart these clubs have. I mean, to come out tonight and do what they've done after they've been maligned. Both of these clubs have been maligned since the beginning of the series. They shouldn't be here. Well, they're darn right they should be here. They earned it.
Charles Johnson waiting. Mesa asking Alomar to go over the signs again. Now Jose straightens up. A look at Moises Alou. Still looking. The pitch to Johnson is lined into right field. Remember, Ramirez is deep. Alou is going to go to third. The tying run is 90 feet away with 1 out. So Charles Johnson, a line drive single to right, and he will be coming out for Jeff Zahn, who will run for him, and then, of course, if necessary, stay in the game.
Well, that was an outstanding bit of hitting. Now, Charles Johnson had the 2 strikes on him. Sandy Alomar stepped way outside. They tried to throw a slider low and away to get Charles Johnson to chase a bad ball, and he stayed right with it and hit it into right field. Now you've got all sorts of strategy abilities here. You have a hitter in Craig Counsell who can do a lot of things. He can bunt. He can put the ball in play. He can run. You've got a pinch runner at first base. Here's a guy that got a couple big infield hits against the Braves in a situation very similar to this.
You know, you have a left-hand hitter in Counsell and a left-hand hitter in Eisenreich. There's one left-hander left for Mike Hargrove, Alvin Mormon. But I don't know if he's thinking about bringing in Mormon. I guess he'll stay with his closer, Jose Mesa. So Greg Zaun is at first. Down the line at third, Moises Alou, 90 feet away from tying up the game. And, of course, Zaun represents the winning run. Out of a stretch goes Mesa. Counsell, the little left-hand hitter, batting 190, and he takes low. Ball one.
You know, one of the things that really worries a manager is to have a little punch-and-duty hitter. Now, that's not a knock. That's the kind of hitter he is. He slaps the ball around. Normally, he will not chase a lot of bad balls unless it's low and in, but he can put the ball in play. You got to protect, too. Be alert. He might do anything here.
The 1-0 pitch to Counsell as Alou comes down the line from third, and Counsell a full swing foul, and it's 1-1. As far as the deployment of the Indians, Tomei holding the runner and then jumps off at the bag. Matt Williams wide of the bag and even. Both Tony Fernandez and Omar Vizquel are back. The outfield just about straight away, and Marquise Grissom has shortened up a little bit in center field. So Jose Mesa has gotten himself in a mesa of trouble. First and third, one out. The big right-hander leans in to get a sign. Counsell with an open stance. Mesa looks at the runners and deals. Full swing, drive to right. Ramirez goes back to make the catch. Alou tags up to tie it up. Listen to this place. As you can imagine, they are going wild in Pro Player Park as the scrappy Marlins have come back to get a run in the bottom of the ninth inning and tie up the game 2-2 against Cleveland's best, Jose Mesa. Alou single to center with one out. Johnson single to right, sending Alou to third. Counsell, a 190 hitter, a quote, and he was right, a punch-and-Judy hitter. But Torborg and I see him drive one to deep right field. Manny Ramirez making the catch, and Alou comes home, and Miami in South Florida is euphoric as Jim Eisenreich is coming up.
Can you believe it?
Can you indeed? Counsell, during the regular year, had one scoring fly ball. Uno. What a time to get number two. So here is veteran Eisenreich at the plate, hitting .571 in the series, and the pitch to Jim is low, ball one.
Not only was it low, it was in the dirt, and Sandy Alomar backhanded it out of the dirt. He has meant so much to this club all season long in that unsung position behind the plate, saving runners, moving in the scoring position. He did it again.
So Eisenreich batting ninth, remember, in that 2-for-1 switch with Rob Nen. Mesa out of a stretch. You look over at Zaun. Now the 1-0 pitch, swung on, little roller to the right side. Tony Fernandez makes the play, and we're heading for extra innings. The score after 9 innings, Cleveland 2, Florida 2. You're listening to the World Series from CBS Radio Sports.
Hey, it's me, your brain. You know, you really ought to visit once in a while. It's amazing what you've got stashed away up here, like the file on Oki Data printers. You know Oki Data. They've been making printers for 24 years with over 9 million sold, and you act like you never heard of Oki Data. Do I have to remind you about everything? Oh, by the way, that report is due next week, and don't forget lunch with James at 12:30, and your dry cleaning's ready this afternoon, and your name's spelled with one R.
To learn more about Oki Data, call 1-800-OKI-TEAM. Ever go to one of those swank auction houses to pick up some Rembrandts and Picassos for your den? And the numbers keep going higher and higher till you say, wow, why can't we know the cost right now? And the guy in the tux with the wooden hammer goes, upfront pricing, sir. What do you think this is, that new GM Goodwrench Service Plus? And you figure, hey, I'm impressionistic. So you go and you get upfront pricing, plus a lifetime guarantee on parts and labor, plus courtesy transportation. And you think GM Goodwrench Service Plus, the plus means better.
Call 800-96-GM Plus for the select GM dealer near you. Ask for limited lifetime guarantee details. Professional golfer Nancy Lopez for State Farm.
In tournaments, I can really burn up the course. In my kitchen back in Georgia, burning things is the last thing I want to do. Kitchen fires can start easily, so here are a few tips. Don't ever leave cooking food unattended. And watch cooking temperatures, especially with hot fat or grease. Turn pot handles inward to prevent accidental spills. And never put towels or paper near a burner. Safety should always be par for the course.
State Farm. We're concerned about your home safety. And you.
All right, everyone, say cheese.
Cheese.
Oops, the light was not... could we move out of that shadow there?
Now you can forget all those confusing rules of photography with Kodak Gold Max film. For maximum flexibility that lets you take great pictures in any situation.
Okay, last time, I swear. Cheese! Cheese. Oh, we lost the sun. One more time?
Kodak Gold Max. Great pictures anywhere, anytime. Kodak. Take pictures further.
We're going to the 10th inning in the madhouse that is known as Pro Player Park. A 2-2 tie. The Indians, with 2 runs in the 3rd inning, led all the way 2-0 until a home run by Bonilla made it 2-1. And in the bottom of the 9th inning, Florida scraps for 1 and ties it up. So Rob Nen, who bailed out the Marlins in the top of the 9th inning, now battling for a decision, and it means that Messrs. Leiter, Cook, Alfonseca, Heredia, Wright, Ossenmacher, Jackson, and Anderson all have nothing to do with the outcome. It is, and perhaps rightly so, between the 2 closers, Rob Nen and Jose Mesa. Omar Vizquel will lead it off in the 10th inning. Remember, the last time a 7th game went 10 innings was 1991. We talked about it earlier when Jack Morris barely outpitched John Smoltz and won 1-0. Well, it's 2-2, and here we are in the 10th. Nen from a stretch. Vizquel hitting left-handed, takes high, ball 1. Omar grounded to third, popped to short, single to left, stole 2 bases, and struck out 1 for 4. Hitting .241 in the series. Nen ready, Rob delivers, and a fastball in there. And I mean fast, 98 it says on the clock. And the count, 1 ball and 1 strike. Bobby Bonilla in on the grass at third. Guarding the line is Eisenreich at first. Greg Zorn behind the plate. And the 1-1 pitch, another strike, and the count 1-2. Naturally, Charles Johnson is a tough act to follow back there. But Greg Zorn has been around, and as he would say about a horse, good bloodlines. His uncle was Rick Dempsey, who caught so many years in the big leagues. Vizquel fouls it away. Greg Zorn, in talking about his background, he said his uncle Rick Dempsey was a mainstay. Rick and his brother Pat, who spent 11 years catching in the minors, had a great deal of influence on Zorn. He said, I had my first Red Man chewing tobacco when I was 6 years old. You could imagine his mom jumped all over him about that. They were going to kill his uncles, but he got sick and gave it up. The 1-2 pitch to Vizquel is swung on and missed. So 1 out in the 10th inning as Nen records number 1, and the batter, Tony Fernandez. What do the Marlins have going in the bottom of the 10th? They'll have Devon White, Edgar Renteria, and Gary Sheffield. But remember, hitting 4th in the Marlin lineup is Rob Nen. But right now, he's the pitcher of record.
And he is pitching, too. He's throwing real hard, but that was a perfect pitch, right down underneath the hands to Vizquel. We wondered how Rob Nen would respond in this type of game, and he's responded like the closer that he has been.
Pitch to Tony Fernandez, fouled away. Tony hitting left-handed. So far tonight, Fernandez lined out to center, single to center, struck out, hit back to the box, 1 for 4. Hitting .438.
And you look at Tony Fernandez hitting left-handed against a hard thrower. It brings back to mind facing Benitez, Game 6, ALCS. He had a home run, extra inning.
Strike 1 pitch, inside out and foul into the stands off third base. Seemed to drop his shoulder and slice it. And the crowd delirious right now after being somewhat somber and discouraged through the middle innings. But with the Marlins getting a run in the 7th and a run in the 9th to tie, boy, they are in heaven for the moment. For one brief shining moment, it is Camelot here, no matter how it turns out. 0-2 the count to Tony Fernandez. Nen at the belt. Rob deals very high, backhanded by Zorn, and the count 1-2.
Boy, that reminded me of catching Sandy Koufax. There were times when Sandy had the perfect game going. I was catching, and he threw so hard, his hat fell off, he grunted, and he'd throw one just like that and almost take your shoulder right out of socket.
One is not big either. He's only 5'10".
I know, but that was a 98-mile-an-hour fastball. Might have taken him right over backwards.
The 1-1 pitch on the way. And that's high, ball 2. And the count 2-2 to Tony Fernandez. 1 out, top of the 10th in a 2-2 tie. The manager's dying inside right now. Mike Hargrove, Jim Leland. You can certainly relate to that. Then ready, Fernandez waiting. 2-2 pitch, swung on and foul back over the backstop screen. Still 2-2. David Justice on deck.
Then my stomach used to roll in exhibition games. Can you imagine what they're feeling? Probably almost numb at this point. 7th game of the World Series. Extra innings.
Yeah, it must be really terrible. Oh. All right, Fernandez back up to the plate. At least the players who are playing are moving around. The manager's just twisting the wind. And here's the 2-2 pitch coming up. Fernandez waiting, then deals, and it's a little soft looper into left field for a base hit. Tony kind of hit it inside out, not hard, but just wide of Bonilla, who couldn't get to it. So a one-out single will bring up David Justice.
Now we're in a situation right now. Now you've got a new catcher. You got Greg Zahn. He catches well. He hustles behind the plate. You got a new catcher. You've got a pitcher in the game who throws hard and has a pretty quick delivery to the plate, but you also have a base runner, Tony Fernandez, who's very bright, knows how to run. Who knows? Maybe if the count gets deep, you might see Fernandez try to steal.
Tony Saunders up in the Marlins bullpen. Ramirez at the plate, Justice on deck, and Saunders might be getting ready to come in to pitch to Justice. We'll see. Ramirez grounded to short, hit by a pitch, walked intentionally, and struck out. So he's 0 for 2, batting 160. Fernandez held on at first by Jim Eisenreich. And Ramirez waiting. Then out of a stretch and delivers, and it's fouled away off to the right lower deck, and the count 0-1.
Well, Vinny, we've talked before about the strange delivery that Rob Nen has. He taps the ground with his front foot. Most people will lift it. Most right-handed pitchers lift their leg, stride toward the plate. He doesn't lift his leg. He taps it with his left foot. But he's relatively slow for somebody to throw so hard to the plate. So we'll see what happens. The Indians obviously have a stopwatch on him also.
0-1, the count to Manny Ramirez. Out of a stretch goes Rob Nen. The right-handed deals, and it's hit foul down the right field line out of play. Beyond the bullpen where Saunders is throwing. Ramirez hitting only 160 in the World Series, but nevertheless, he is very, very frightening to the opposing pitchers. He has 2 home runs and a half a dozen runs batted in. So never mind the 160.
You are right on, boy. When he gets the ball, if you get a ball when he's behind in the count, out over the plate, he'll shoot the ball the other way. He has a way, for being a young hitter and a power hitter, of not pulling off the ball with 2 strikes.
Well, he's got 2 strikes on him right now. Then, out of his stretch, looks at Fernandez and then backs off the rubber.
And it looks like they're going to try to pitch him inside here, knowing that he handles the ball out over the plate and gets extension. Greg Zahn on the pitch before Rob Nen stepped off was way inside.
No balls and 2 strikes to Ramirez. 1 out in the 10th and a 2-2 tie. Fernandez at first. Nen set, ready, and fires, and it's a swing and a miss, and down goes Ramirez, striking out a second time. Now the batter will be David Justice.
Boy, I'll tell you, that ball was nowhere near being a strike, but it was thrown so darn hard that Manny Ramirez just couldn't hold up. He looked very weak trying to swing at that. And that's because that ball was coming at a rapid rate.
Up around the shoulders at best. So 2 down in the 10th inning. Tony Fernandez at first. And David Justice, the batter, grounded out twice to first, struck out twice. But if you're thinking he can't or won't pull Nen, then we'll see about Tony Fernandez. You have Matt Williams on deck and Eisenreich holding a corner. Nen a look at first, now off the rubber. To repeat, when the Marlins bat in the bottom of the 10th inning, Devon White, Edgar Renteria, and Gary Sheffield, and the noise will really be something then. Then, out of a stretch, a look at Fernandez, who has a short lead. David Justice waiting, a pitch to Justice, a strike on the outside corner. Might even have been a little off speed, or at least not as hard. That was only 91. Okay.
I agree with you. I think that was a slider, a backdoor slider, just like a little cutter that he dropped over the outside part of the plate.
No balls and 1 strike. The count to David Justice. Then again ready. Rob set and again backs off the rubber.
Well, the Marlins are very aware that Fernandez can steal a base. He's stolen 6 bases this year. But also in this situation, the options are you probably would like to keep the hole on the right side just until maybe 2 strikes before you would run.
Remember, Tony Fernandez stole 6, but really only a break-even base stealer.
Yes.
He was 6 and 6 caught. So we'll see. No balls and 1 strike to count to David Justice. Matt Williams on deck. So Tony Saunders, who was throwing in the pen, has stopped. Men ready. And the strike 1 pitch to David Justice. Rob ready and delivers. Swung on and missed. And the count 0-2. And now this huge crowd, 67,000, up and at him again. Rob Nen, during the regular year, in 74 innings, had 81 strikeouts. That'll tell you right then and there how hard he throws. Rob straddling the rubber in a 2-2 tie, top of the 10th inning. 0-2 to Justice, 2 out, and Tony Fernandez at first base. Nen out of a stretch and off the rubber.
Those last 2 swings that David, or actually the last swing that David Justice took, he really swung, almost came out of his shoes. Now, that you swing like that against a guy who's throwing in the upper 90s, you don't catch up. Now, David Justice normally just puts the bat on the ball.
0-2 the count to David. Then again ready. And the pitch to Justice, swung on and missed. Give you an idea why he's hitting 190 in the World Series. And the score after 9.5 innings, Indians 2, Marlins 2. You're listening to the World Series from CBS Radio Sports.
Out? What do you mean out? He was totally safe. Give me a break.
Hot dog. Get your hot dog.
Pressure, stress, spicy foods. When the game brings on heartburn and acid indigestion, you need powerful relief. You need Rolaids. Tablet for tablet, Rolaids can absorb 47% more acid than regular Tums. And it works fast. When the game gets to you,
I'm getting heartburn here.
Rolaids, R-O-L-A-I-D-S, spells relief. Use as directed.
Hi, welcome to my storage shed, where you're witnessing the end of a year-long hibernation of my lawnmower, motorcycle, snowblower, and boat. I put Stay-Bill fuel stabilizer in each of their tanks to show you how even after a year, they'll start right up. Here goes.
Rise and shine, everybody. Manufacturer recommended Stay-Bill fuel stabilizer. Add Stay-Bill to a fresh tank of gas today for a quick start next season.
Chinook is shy, a loner. It's hard for her to make friends. You might call her the black sheep of the family, except she's a wolf. The Discovery Channel presents Wolves at Our Door, the true story of a couple who gained the trust of a pack of gray wolves, then filmed their lives as few have ever seen. Don't miss the surprisingly human Wolves at Our Door, a world premiere television event. Monday night at 8 Eastern and Pacific, only on the Discovery Channel. Explore your world.
All right, I'm here to talk to you about film. 35mm camera film. Specifically, new Kodak Gold Max self-adjusting film. It lets you take great pictures in bright light, low light, fast action, no action, and even zoom. So say you have a 12-picture roll. You can take one picture in daylight, twilight, flashlight, sunlight, your brother running, your sister sprinting, both standing still, close up, zoomed in, zoomed out. You still have one shot left to snap or whatever else your heart desires. New Gold Max film from Kodak. Take pictures further.
We're broadcasting from Euphoria, Florida. Let's pause 10 seconds for stations to identify themselves on the CBS radio network.
Giants came from behind to win their 5th straight today. They beat the Bengals 29-27. Tamo Solani, the hat trick. Ducks force a 3-3 tie with the Rangers. More later on WFAN, New York.
Here we go. Bottom of the 10th inning. In a 2-2 tie, the Marlins will have Devon White, Edgar Renteria, and Gary Sheffield against Jose Mesa. Mesa ready and delivers. Devon takes low. Ball 1. So the Marlins have a golden opportunity. A wild card team that goes all the way. An expansion wild card, only 5 years old. The 1-0 pitch on the way, and White fouls it back to the screen, and the count 1-1. 67,204, taking in what truly is a 7th game of the World Series. There were some shabby efforts, part of it because of the weather, but not tonight. 2 runs, 6 hits, 1 error for Cleveland, 2 runs, 4 hits, no errors for Florida. Mesa ready and delivers. White takes a second strike, and the count 1-2. You know, I have one prayer in these kind of games, really and truly. Please, no goats. No errors. Let's make it all heroes.
Yes, I hear you. Go this far, these two teams deserve so much credit.
Here's the 1-2 pitch of Devon White. Mesa delivers high and away, pops out of the mitt of Sandy Alomar, and the count 2-2.
when you think about a game like this, Vin, so often the game is won by a home run or by a defensive misplay.
Yeah. Well, I'm hoping there will not be. I mean, it really bothered me that one man would have the horns put on him when that ground ball went between Buckner's legs back in 1986. Or I felt terrible for Mitch Williams because they were throwing things at his house. And let's just have some heroes here. Here's the 2-2 pitch to Devon White. Mesa delivers, and there's a shot up the middle. Over to get it is Vizquel and throws him out. Little English on that ball.
Did that hit Mesa?
I don't know if he touched it or the mound did it, but the ball suddenly veered.
It almost looked like he reached out for the ball and it hit him. We'll look at the replay to see if it hit him. It looked like it maybe hit off his thigh.
Maybe.
I don't know.
He appears to be okay, and Devon White is certainly out, one away. But the ball, something funny happened. So one down, and Edgar Renteria coming up. Double to right and walk, slide to center, hit back to the box. Renteria hitting .241 down in the bullpen, and I was speculating long before the game started. It wouldn't surprise me, and sure enough, Oral Hershiser begins to warm up. Mesa out of a stretch delivers. Renteria takes outside, ball one. What was it that was written about? There is no past, there is no future, only today, over and over and over again. In 1988, I can see Hershiser running down to the bullpen in the 11th inning. Ground ball into left field. Base hit for Renteria. So a one-out single, the winning run is aboard, and Gary Sheffield coming up. Renteria's second hit. Mesa has allowed 3 hits and a run, so he has not looked at all like a closer. Rob Nen, in the top of the 10th inning, struck out the side. So here is Gary Sheffield. Walk, popped up, struck out twice. Sheffield batting .261.
Well, Ben, we're talking about this is the man that Jim Leyland liked to have at the plate at this point, but he also has the base runner at first base he'd like to have there. Renteria, 32 stolen bases this year. And Mesa, at times, he'll keep an eye on the runner at first, but he falls asleep occasionally with a runner over there.
Remember, hitting behind Sheffield is Rob Nen, so John Cangelosi is out on deck. Mesa out of a stretch. You look over at Renteria. Double checking. Now to Sheffield, and it's low. Ball one. Renteria, during the regular year, stole 32 bases. Better than 2-1 in steals and caught stealing. Sheffield at the plate, if you're thinking about putting on any kind of a possible play, Sheffield, surprisingly, only struck out 79 times. So they could put on a play here. Mesa ready, and the 1-0 pitch. Gary looks at a strike, and the count 1-1.
And one of the options, of course, to Jim Leyland is not run Renteria, because if he ran and was successful, then they would walk Sheffield, most likely. And then they would pitch to Cangelosi. They want to give Sheffield a chance to swing. But as you mentioned, he does put the ball in play. Maybe deep in the count, sometimes you get down 2 strikes, then you try to run.
1-1 pitch on the way to Sheffield, and that's in the dirt. A great save by Alomar. I don't know how he caught that ball, and he's gone out to talk to Mesa. And the count, 2 balls and 1 strike.
That was unbelievable. I don't know how he caught that ball. That bounced out in front of the plate so far that Sandy backhanded the ball and brought it up. He didn't have a chance to block it even. You know, you talk about unsung heroes. Well, he's been very much ballyhooed for what he's done offensively. This guy has brought this team and this staff through this season, through some rocky roads, boy. He has done some job.
Time out now as Mark Wiley going to the mound. I was thinking, I'm not going to mention the people's names. I don't want to embarrass anybody. The story's good enough. The Dodgers were playing one day, and a guy having a tremendous year as a pinch hitter came up in the 9th inning to decide the game. And the Dodger pitcher made a pitch that made the Dodger catcher scream. And it was for a ball. And the Dodger catcher went out to the mound and said to the pitcher, "What in the world was that pitch?" And the Dodger pitcher said, "It was my screwball." And the catcher said, "You don't have a screwball." And the pitcher said, "I know, I figured he wouldn't be looking for it."
Oh, no. And that pitcher was a screwball. Oh, my.
Yeah, really and truly happened. 2-1 to count to Sheffield. With a runner at first, 1 out in the 10th, and a 2-2 tie. Jose Mesa, a wobbly closer tonight. And the 2-1 pitch is pop foul behind the plate and out of play. And the count 2-2. Great game. The Cleveland scored 2 in the 3rd. Bonilla hit a home run in the 7th, and a base hit in the 9th inning by Alou, a base hit by Johnson sending him the 3rd. Craig Counsell's fly ball scored Alou to tie it up, and here we are in the bottom of the 10th inning. 2-2 to Gary Sheffield. Mesa from a stretch. A look over at Renteria. The pitch to Sheffield in the dirt. Another great stop by Sandy Alomar.
Well, I keep harping on it. I don't think a whole lot of fans, unless they ever strapped the gear on, got behind the plate, know or knows how tough it is to field a ball that's bouncing, thrown that hard. There's an injury factor here.
Oh, sure.
If you don't touch it with a glove, which very often doesn't happen, it hits skin, it hits inside the legs, and after a while, you start flinching from the ball. Sandy Alomar and Charles Johnson have been magnificent this entire series.
Question, do you run him 3-2? Remember, Sheffield doesn't strike out
Yes,
much.
I would.
Okay. Renteria off the bag. Mesa looks over at him. Renteria short lead. There he goes. Sheffield, a ground ball wide to 3rd. Long play. In fact, Vizquel has no play. And there are runners at 1st and 2nd with 1 out. It'll be an infield single for Gary Sheffield. So with Renteria going, Vizquel deep in the hole, knew he couldn't get Renteria, nor could he make the throw to get Sheffield. And now John Cangelosi, wee John, coming up to bat for Rob Nin.
Remember what I said before about Counsell. A lot of times in situations like this, you don't want to see a little line drive hitter, a guy who just puts the ball in play. Because he can flare the ball through the infield, he can hit the ball through a hole, and sometimes he doesn't hit it hard enough, it gets through, and the runner just keeps right on coming. Cangelosi is a good hitter with a good eye.
Boy, Mesa has allowed 4 hits in 2 innings. He is hanging on by his nails. And with 1st and 2nd and 1 out, John Cangelosi with Moises Alou on deck. Mesa out of a stretch. A look at the runners. Deals low. Another great split and a stop by Alomar. He has saved Mesa 3 or 4 wild pitches in this inning.
You're not kidding. To this point, he saved the World Championship. Now, of course, it might be taken away from him, but he has really saved it.
Mesa hands it aside, spins to the waist to Reed Alomar. 2 on, 1 out, 10th inning, 2-2 tie. Mesa ready, big right-handed deliver, swung on and missed by Cangelosi, who hit .245 during the regular year. Cangelosi, no power. He has 1 home run. He hit that left-handed. Renteria, the winning run. The guy carrying the mail to bring the championship to South Florida. Gary Sheffield at first, 1 out. 1-1 to Cangelosi. Mesa again ready. A look at Renteria. The pitch to the plate is in there for a strike, and the count is 1-2 to Cangelosi.
And then as I look around the outfield, you've got a good arm in right field, but he's playing very deep. You've got a good arm in center, but in left field, David Justice has had that hyperextended elbow, which is a problem for him. And he's relatively deep. Now, what he can do is charge the ball, but if a ball is not hit right on the button to left field here, I think Renteria can score.
Well, Cangelosi, the veteran, 12 years in the big leagues, waiting at the plate. Out of a stretch goes Mesa. Another look at Renteria. The pitch to Cangelosi a little high, and of course it doesn't have to be too high. He's only 5'8", and he's in a crouch. So Alou and Johnson had base hits, and Counsell's fly ball scored Alou to tie up the game. Now Renteria and Sheffield get base hits, and John Cangelosi at the plate. 1 out, 10th inning, a 2-2 tie, and a 2-2 count on Cangelosi. Out of a stretch goes Jose Mesa. Right-hander ready, here he comes, and it is low, ball 3. And Cangelosi now walks away from home plate to take a practice swing. Boy, they are going right down to the nub. 3-2, 2 on, 1 out. Do you run them?
No.
No.
They don't run now, no. But I'll tell you what, Mesa's got to throw the ball almost down the middle of the plate. You cannot load the bases up from Moises Alou, because if you do, then you've got to either get a strikeout or a pop-up. You really have got to, you've got to challenge the little hitter right here.
Well, here's the moment of truth, as they say in bullfighting, and the 3-2 pitch is instead a fake and just a look at second. Renteria hanging out near the bag anyway.
That's not a bad move if you can keep that runner 1 step closer to the base. In case this ball is hit to the outfield, that maybe you got a chance of throwing a man out at the plate if it's a safe hit.
Oral Hershiser has stopped throwing in the bullpen, so it's up to Mesa for the moment. A look at the runners. They're not going, and the pitch is strike 3 called to John Cangelosi. So Cangelosi, who thought the pitch was low, is rung up as Mesa comes in with a clutch strikeout. His second. Remember, he got Bonilla in the 9th inning. So Cangelosi caught looking, and that will bring up Moises Alou, and it also brings up Mike Hargrove. Would he go to the pen? Well, we'll see. He's getting word, not for Hershiser, but they are going to the bullpen to bring somebody else in.
I think that's Charles Nagy.
There's not much left down there. It's Nagy coming in. So with 2 on and 2 out in the 10th inning, a 2-2 tie, and while Nagy warms up, let's pause for this.
There are bay windows and picture windows, and then there are windows of opportunity. Miss them and it could cost you. Right now is your opportunity to catch home loan rates at one of their lowest points in years. Don't wait. Call Countrywide Home Loans to refinance your home loan and lower your monthly payments, or to help make that first home a reality. Call 800-EASY-877. 800-EASY-877. Countrywide. Easy. Really. Equal housing lending. Rates may vary.
Welcome to my storage shed, where you're witnessing the end of a year-long hibernation of my lawnmower, motorcycle, snowblower, and boat. I put Stay-Bill fuel stabilizer in each of their tanks to show you how even after a year, they'll start right up. Here goes.
Rise and shine, everybody! Manufacturer recommended Stay-Bill fuel stabilizer. Add Stay-Bill to a fresh tank of gas today for a quick start next season.
Baseball's Great Commitments, sponsored by CNA, celebrating a century of commitment. I'm John Rooney. Retiring Dodgers outfielder Brett Butler is recovering from cancer and spends his free time with a number of charities devoted to helping sick children. Butler actively raises money for the Leukemia Society and donates his time and financial support to the Make-A-Wish Foundation and the Starlight Foundation. Butler is also active in the fight against cystic fibrosis. This salute to Brett Butler is sponsored by CNA. CNA for all the commitments you make.
Victims of Hurricane Andrew made a commitment to rebuild their lives. CNA kept their commitment to the victims of Hurricane Andrew by paying over $350 million in personal and commercial insurance claims. CNA knows that any commitment involves risk. That's why for over a century, they've been committed to helping people manage their risks, be they ordinary or extraordinary. CNA, for all the commitments you make.
Well, the entire season is on the line. Bottom of the 10th inning, a 2-2 tie with 2 on and 2 out. Charles Nagy, who did not relieve this year. He made 34 starts, and he put 227 hard-earned innings under his belt, then worked in the postseason, won 15, and here he is, given the ball to relieve with the game on the line against Moises Alou. What a spot.
You're not kidding. And historically, he's had trouble early in the game when he starts. What's he doing coming in relief? You know, that's early in the game for him. Also, very strange twist. Here's a guy with a whole world championship on the line, and there's been a lot of talk that his confidence was down. Maybe his stuff was not as good as it had been. And now he's brought into this situation. Now, they either boost your confidence. I'll tell you one thing. I saw this guy really bow his neck in a lot of trouble in the postseason in a couple games and did a heck of a job.
Well, we'll see what he can do now. Moises Alou popped up, struck out, flied to center, but then got a leadoff single in the 9th inning against Jose Mesa and scored the tying run. Now, here's Moises with a chance to be a hero, and Bobby Bonilla hitting back of him. Nagy ready, delivers. Moises takes down and away. Ball 1. It was Nagy who was up against the magnificent Mike Messina. It was Nagy who was in constant trouble that day, and it was Nagy who pitched his way out of it. But it was always his trouble. Now he's inherited Mesa's problem, and it is sizable. 1 ball and no strikes to Moises Alou. The next pitch to Moises lifted to right field. Manny Ramirez comes in. It seemed like it was a very late start, but he makes the catch. Tony Fernandez was out there with him. I don't know whether Manny saw that ball or what.
I don't know, but he scared Tony Fernandez half to death because he started to go out after it again.
The score after 10 innings, Cleveland 2 and the Marlins 2. You're listening to the World Series from CBS Radio Sports.
CBS CBS Sunday. When a beautiful young scientist falls in love with one of her research subjects, she thinks there is no one else like him. She is wrong.
There's 4 of you.
One of them is her lover. The others could be her killer. Now, her life depends on telling them apart. Kelly McGillis, Larry Hagman, and Jason Gedrick in the best-selling thriller by Ken Follett, The Third Twin, a CBS world premiere movie, Sunday, November 9th.
Here it is, time once again for the Great American Fall Classic. You've had an entire season of opportunity, and now it all comes down to this.
A few days left to protect your deck, or there may not be a next season for you.
Hey, relax. The Flood Company can improve your prospects for next season's viewing. Flood's exceptional exterior wood care products like CWF UV penetrate deep into your wood for one-of-a-kind luster and protection. Flood exterior wood care products. It's how wood should be treated.
Out at the Skip Barber Driving School, Dodge Neons are helping people learn about all sorts of high-performance driving maneuvers. With its four-wheel independent suspension and its inherent cab-forward, wheels-to-the-corner stability, it's perfect for all the twists and turns it gets thrown into by demanding instructors and determined students. It's also the perfect choice for the kind of driving you do, especially now with $1,500 cash back, making Neon under $10,200 for starters and around $12,800 nicely equipped, allowing it to smartly negotiate the turn into the bank parking lot, or get low financing instead of cash back. Dodge Neon at the friendly Dodge dealer near you, where you can maneuver yourself into a Neon in nothing flat. List prices after $1,500 cash back exclude tax. Financing option is for qualified buyers. Skip Barber Neons are nicely equipped with the available for order ACR package.
We're going to the 11th inning here in Pro Player Park. We have a 2-2 tie, and Jay Powell will come in out of the Marlin bullpen. Powell was 7-2 during the regular year, all in relief, and he also saved 2 games. So it's been Leiter and Cook, Alfonseca and Heredia, then Rob Nen, and now Jay Powell. And for the Indians, they've used Garrett Wright, Paul Ossenmacher, Mike Jackson, Brian Anderson, Jose Mesa, and Charles Nagy to come in to get Alou and bail the Indians out. So in the 11th inning, Matt Williams, then Sandy Alomar, and Jim Tomei against Powell. Powell has wobbled in the postseason, and in the World Series, he's had an ERA of over 10. That translates into 3 games, only 2 2/3 innings, and 3 earned runs. So Matt Williams struck out twice and walked twice. Matt 0 for 2, hitting .385. He has a home run and 3 runs batted in. So Williams has been somewhat of a feast or famine hitter. Matt, right hand hitting third baseman, has struck out 6 times in the series. Takes low and inside, ball 1, 1-0. So it is the last day of the season, and they can burn up everybody if necessary. Powell out of a stretch, the 2-0 pitch. Matt lays off, and it's down and away, ball 3, 3-0.
How would this be if we ever got to the situation where Livan Hernandez had to come in, and his mom is here?
Mom, wow. Ed Vosberg has joined Livan Hernandez in the bullpen. Powell staring, now Jay ready. The 3-0 pitch, Matt Williams takes a strike, and the count 3-1. 330 down the left field line, 361 to left center, falling away to 434. And the scoreboard is 210 feet long, and it's anywhere from 17.5 feet to 22 feet high, and you have to hit the top of it. Jay Powell delivers. Williams lashes it foul outside of third. Jeff Newman gets his leg out of the way, and the count 3-2. So a full count to Matt Williams in the 11th inning of a 2-2 tie. Williams turning on a knee-high fastball, pulled it foul.
And that's the area he likes, in that area there. When he gets up around the letters, he'll tend to chase the ball up there. But in the middle of the plate, he seems to be right on the ball.
3-2 pitch. Williams takes way outside, ball 4. Williams led off the 9th inning with a walk, and the Marlins were able to survive it. In looking back through the game, Tomei led off the third inning with a walk and scored 2 runs. And the leadoff man has gotten aboard a few times. Williams led off the 6th inning with a walk, led off the 9th with a walk. Now he leads off the 11th with a walk. A meeting at the mound as Sandy Alomar comes up. You thinking Alomar might bunt, might sacrifice?
I'm thinking so. If you remember the last time, he did the same thing, had the same situation, and he hit the ball in the infield. And if it hadn't been for Matt Williams flying down there and the ball bobbled, as you mentioned, by Renteria, there might have been a double play. Then you start thinking, well, Tomei will then see a left-hander, but why not? So get a runner in scoring position if you can.
Well, let's see if he does bunt. Alomar waiting. Powell, a fake and a look over at first. Bonilla about even with the bag. Alomar, during the regular year, bunted and sacrificed 6 times successfully. Right-hand hitting catcher at the plate. Powell out of a stretch. And he's going to show bunt. Got the bunt down. Powell's got to play at second. They get Williams on a good play from Jay Powell to Edgar Renteria.
Boy, that was an excellent play by Powell. That wasn't that bad a bunt. A little bit too close to the mound. Sandy Alomar put that ball down, but that was Powell's athleticism, jumping off the mound and he threw a rocket to second base.
So Powell makes a big out to nail Williams, and that will bring up Jim Tomei. And Greg Zorn going out to the mound to talk to Jay Powell. 6 pitchers used for each side, so they burned up 12. The Marlins have 2 more on the stove down there in the pen. And Levon Hernandez and Ed Bosberg.
Well, now you've got a big power hitter in Tomei who's really started to swing the bat in the postseason, near the end of the postseason, near the end of the World Series, actually. He likes the ball down in the middle of the plate. He'll jump some high pitches, but he has trouble if they get too high, a lot like Williams, and Powell seems to be throwing his fastball down.
Powell allowed only 3 home runs during the regular year, and the pitch to Tomei fouled away. In the World Series, he has given up 1 home run.
Now, this bullpen that Jim has put together out here, I'm looking down in the bullpen watching them throw right now. This bullpen can really throw the ball hard.
I was just looking. Powell gave up a 2-run home run to Matt Williams in the 8th inning in the Jarrett Wright game in Cleveland. Jay out of a stretch. Tomei waiting. The strike 1 pitch, and that's in there. Strike 2. It could very well be the reason why Matt Williams walked leading off the inning.
Yes.
Powell thinking about that home run.
Being very careful, yes.
All right, no balls and 2 strikes to count to Jim Tomei, hitting .296, 2 home runs, 4 runs batted in. Tomei settling that left foot. Now he's in the box. Time back in. Powell with 1 out. And Alomar no threat to run at first. And there's a shot down to second. Counsell feeding Renteria. Easy double play. Bonilla, Zorn, and Counsell will be due up. The score after 10 and a half innings. Cleveland 2, Florida 2. You're listening to the World Series from CBS Radio Sports.
Hi, welcome to my storage shed, where you're witnessing the end of a year-long hibernation of my lawnmower, motorcycle, snowblower, and boat. I put Sta-Bil fuel stabilizer in each of their tanks to show you how even after a year, they'll start right up. Here goes.
Rise and shine, everybody! Manufacturer recommended Sta-Bil fuel stabilizer. Add Sta-Bil to a fresh tank of gas today for a quick start next season.
Yoo-hoo, your brain calling.
Wake up!
Wow, some dream, huh? Your mother-in-law rides into your house on a giraffe and makes off with your laundry. Well, no one can be up and functioning sensibly 24 hours a day, except, of course, the Oki Data Helpline. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. If you need help with an Oki Data printer or fax, call them. They'll help you out. Hey, maybe we'll dream about that tonight. We're working the Oki Data Helpline, and Uncle Murray calls, singing Italian love songs. To learn more about Oki Data, call 1-800-OKI-TEAM. Ever go to that Shakespeare play with the guy in tights and the girl up in the balcony, and right when she's teasing him about eternal devotion, you blurt out, "Hey, Juliet, you're saying your love will last forever?" And Juliet snaps back, "Lifetime guarantee. What do you think this is, that new GM Goodwrench Service Plus?" And you figure, hey, wherefore after all? So you go and you get a lifetime guarantee on parts and labor, plus upfront pricing, plus courtesy transportation. And you think GM Goodwrench Service Plus, the plus means better. Call 800-96-GM Plus for the select GM dealer near you. Ask for limited lifetime guarantee details.
Professional golfer Nancy Lopez for State Farm.
In tournaments, I can really burn up the course. In my kitchen back in Georgia, burning things is the last thing I want to do. Kitchen fires can start easily, so here are a few tips. Don't ever leave cooking food unattended. And watch cooking temperatures, especially with hot fat or grease. Turn pot handles inward to prevent accidental spills, and never put towels or paper near a burner. Safety should always be par for the course.
State Farm. We're concerned about your home safety and you.
We're going to the bottom of the 11th inning in the final game of the World Series, and is a World Series game indeed. 2 runs, 6 hits, and 1 error for Cleveland. 2 runs, 6 hits, and no errors for Florida. A bitterly contested ball game, and truly a fitting climax to the year. A parade of pitchers. It's now Jay Powell and Charles Nagy. Nagy, a starter, brought in and was successful in disposing of Alou to end the 10th inning. Now he'll face Bonilla, Zahn, and Counsell.
And how about the move by Jim Leland? He dropped Bobby Bonilla out of the cleanup spot that he's been part of most of the season, down to where he is now in the order. And he comes up with that big home run to get him within 1 in the 7th inning. And here he is again. He could win this ball game right here.
Charles Nagy looks in to get a sign. Right-hander ready and delivers, and it's swung on and missed, and the count 0-1. Nagy was victimized quite a bit by the home run balls. He served up more home runs during the regular year than any other Cleveland pitcher. He gave up 27. Hershiser gave up 26. Strike 1 pitch, another strike, and the count 0-2.
Now, isn't it interesting? Here comes Nagy out of the bullpen throwing strikes. Now, he has trouble when he's a starter sometimes early in the game, but he comes out of the bullpen throwing strikes.
The 0-2 pitch to Bobby Bonilla is swung on, base hit into center field. This might be Bonilla's last appearance with all the physical problems he has. You wonder if he doesn't go out for a pinch runner. The batter will be Greg Braun, a switch hitter who will bat left-hander. But Bonilla standing on the bag, and Leland not sending in a runner for him, not yet. Maybe not until he gets to second base.
Well, there's a problem, too. He's only got one more guy on the bench of the regular players, and Arias, if I have my scorecard right, which means he's a little concerned that he limits himself.
He has used up all of his pinch hitters in the sense he's used Conine, Cangelosi, Floyd, Abbott, and he's playing Eisenreich. Let's pause 10 seconds for stations to identify themselves on the CBS radio network.
The Rangers settle for a 3-3 tie with the Ducks. Giants won their 5th straight, beat the Bengals 29-27. Sunday night game won by the Panthers. They beat the Falcons 21-12. More later on WFAN, New York.
So here is Zahn at the plate. Switch-hitting catcher, making his appearance in the series, and he bunts up along first base foul, and the count 0-1. You know, when they used Kurt Abbott, they also used up their third catcher. Dalton could not catch no matter what. He is physically unable. They started Charles Johnson. Now they have Greg Zahn, but they don't have anyone else, so there's not as if they can monkey around with Zahn. 0-1 the count to the catcher. 2-2, bottom of the 11th inning. Bonilla taking a short lead at first. Nagy a look over. Williams in on the grass. Zahn shows bunt, line drive, foul over the backstop screen instead. And the count 0-2.
Now the question, do you ask a hitter? Yeah, if it were a pitcher, you'd ask him to bunt again. Do you ask a hitter in this situation to get a 2-strike bunt down? Very tough to do. I think maybe you do.
Zahn had 140 some odd at bats during the regular year. No balls and 2 strikes the count. He's around to bunt. In the air, caught by Nagy. The throw to Tony Fernandez, covering, not in time. Bonilla face down, just did get back. So Zahn pops the bunt up. 1 away. Craig Counsell will be the batter. And then Jim Eisenreich, who bats 9th.
You know, there's always a thought in a popped-up bunt like that. You watch to make sure the guy who bunted is running down the first base line. You let it drop, throw to first base. You got a chance to get him and then the other guy caught in the rundown. But also in a game like this, you don't take any chances with this. And you don't want to switch runners, basically. You'd rather have Bonilla running if you only got one.
So 1 away. Bonilla is still at first base. And here's Craig Counsell, whose long fly ball in the 9th inning got the game even. Nagy ready, delivers. Counsell fouls it back. 0-1. He's hitting only 190, but it's a big 190. It just seems like every now and then he's in the middle of things and he comes up with something, usually a walk.
He really does. He's made things happen. Over in Cleveland, he got a couple big base hits against left-handers, kept the inning going. He played an exceptional second base, and he got the big sacrifice fly tonight to tie the game.
Nagy ready, and the strike one pitch coming up. Counsell looks at a breaking ball strike, and the count 0-2. Bottom of the 11th inning in a 2-2 tie. 2-run, 6 hits for Cleveland. 2-run, 7 hits for Florida. Nagy, right foot on the rubber. Tomei is not holding Bonilla. He's directly behind him, peering over Bonilla's left shoulder. Now the strike 2 pitch. Counsell fouls it at the plate. So Craig, you're still up there 0-2.
That's what this kid does. He takes you deep into the count. He battles. Not that it's a concern now wearing the pitcher out, but what it does is make him, somewhere along the way, possibly make a mistake and come in and he hits the ball.
He hit 299 coming over to Florida, and he hit 299 for the year. He just was in one game for the Rockies. No balls, 2 strikes. Craig waiting. Nagy out of his stretch. Comes back to the plate. Pulled foul off the box seats outside of first base. So he's still there. No balls, 2 strikes.
You know, when you think of a little guy, we talked about it, you think of a little guy, he's slight, stands at open stance. He swings hard on some pitches. He turns on certain balls, and he'll pull the ball sharply foul, like the sacrifice fly he throws to left field.
Yeah.
And then other times, if you pitch him away, he just kind of serves the ball the other way.
0-2 the count to Craig Counsell. Nagy out of a stretch. Big right-hander ready, and the pitch to Counsell inside at the hands. We have just gone over midnight, according to the clock in straightaway center field. 2 minutes beyond the bewitching hour here in Florida on the East Coast. Game started a little before 8 o'clock. Nagy out of a stretch, set at the belt. Bonilla short lead at first. Counsell swings, little ground ball to the right side, and it goes under Fernandez's glove. And Bonilla will go all the way to third.
You know what happened? He was thinking about turning and throwing the ball to second base to get Bobby Bonilla. He was going to go over and spin on a reverse spin and throw to second base, and he misjudged the hop.
And we had said earlier we were hoping there would not be a goat, and yet the horns are almost put on a Gold Glove, Tony Fernandez, who tried to one-hand the ground ball out in front, and as Jeff said, he was thinking of getting Bonilla, but it went right under his glove. It will be an error charged to the usually reliable Hernandez. And now, first and third, 1 out. And the Marlins will have Eisenreich walked intentionally. That's the only thing that Nagy can do. And in a moment, Devon White will be coming up with 1 out and the bases loaded. And the Marlins with the winning run 90 feet away in a banged-up Bobby Bonilla. So the usually reliable defense has hurt Cleveland. A ground ball under Tony Fernandez's glove. A nightmare play for a veteran second baseman, of course, basically a shortstop. And so Tony Fernandez, deep in thought, and you can understand his thoughts as Mike Hargrove goes out to the mound.
And what Mike's going out now, he's going to tell him how he wants to play the defense. Now the outfield has to pull in. They have to get to a distance that they feel that they can throw a runner out at home plate. So they're going to have to play it up. Now, they don't have to stand up right away, but they have to get close enough where they can run up and catch the ball and make a play of the plate. So this was really nice. Mike Hargrove went out and he kind of grabbed Tony Fernandez by the shoulder and said, "Let's go. We'll get out of this thing."
Tony Fernandez won 4 Gold Gloves at a shortstop, made 4 All-Star teams, was a member of the '93 Toronto Blue Jays that won the World Series during his brilliant 12-year career. He missed the Yankees' drive to the World Series last year. He was out for the year after breaking his right elbow in spring training. And now a disastrous moment in his career unless Cleveland can somehow get out of this sticky situation. Bases loaded, 1 out, and Devon White, who has struck out twice tonight at the plate, the same Devon White who has struck out 10 times in the series. The infield is up. Nagy out of a stretch, and the pitch to White, swung on, little ground ball to Fernandez, goes to the plate, they get a force play on Bonilla.
Whew, how can he make that look so relaxed? He kind of went over and flipped the ball to the plate. And you know he's saying, oh boy, give me a second chance, give me a second chance here.
Well, he's gotten it. The force play moves everybody up. Counsell goes to third. Eisenreich goes to second. White is at first. And now Edgar Renteria will come in with the bases loaded, 2 out. Renteria with a chance to win it if he can get Counsell home. So Charles Nagy facing Renteria, who is all of 22. What is it? A little child shall lead them. We'll see. Renteria takes a strike, a mean breaking ball on the inside corner.
Now, that's why Mike Hargrove brought Nagy in originally to face Alou instead of Macy. He wanted breaking stuff. But this guy, Renteria, is a tough out, Vinny, because he handles the ball the other way so well.
A lot of nail biting now as Nagy comes back, and there's a line drive behind second base. Base hit, and the Marlins have won it. And they are crazy at Pro Player Park. Renteria, a line drive base hit to center field, and the Marlins, the first expansion team to win a championship. They did it in 5 years. The Mets took 8, and the Marlins came in here as a wild card to win it all. The only regret I have is we had a goat. The ground ball that went under the glove of Tony Fernandez, that's too bad, but let them revel in the base hit by Edgar Renteria. You're listening to the World Series from CBS Radio Sports. Let's give our stations a chance for a message, and we'll be back in just a moment.
That's right, folks. I'm Ross Porter with the Everyday People Show, brought to you by the brand new Toyota Sienna. With me today is Joanne Carter.
Hi.
Hi, coach for the local pep squad.
Yay, Joanne!
Thanks, girls. So tell me, Joanne, where do they get the pep in the pep squad? Do they have happy, peppy parents or quirky, perky friends?
Well, I believe it's a well-rounded combination of the both, Ross. That a cheerful outlook on life doesn't hurt either.
Right. Well, you know, Joanne, if you want something to really cheer about, try the brand new Sienna minivan from Toyota. It has seating for 7 people with front-wheel drive and available dual sliding doors. The Sienna is a safe, smart, and affordable choice in minivans. The all-new Toyota Sienna. Your life will never be the same. Toyota, every day.
All together, girls. S-I-S-I-E, S-I-E-N-N-A, Sienna, Sienna, yay, Sienna.
So, do you guys even know the meaning of a bad day? I don't think so.
WFAN New York.
67,204, the majority of whom are rejoicing in the Marlins' victory. A great number of downcast Indians still sitting in their dugout. A head down, obviously emotionally crushed Tony Fernandez walking the length of the dugout, and an absolutely out of his mind delighted Jim Leyland gesturing to the fans. It is like any World Series victory. One team exulting and the other team deep in sadness. What a sight, what a contrast.
Oh, man, can you imagine the emotion on both sides? I mean, neither team, you say it sounds so trite, neither team deserved to lose this one. This was unbelievable. You talk about teams getting there by using everybody. Everybody on both these clubs were a part of this. This is really magnificent. Look at Jim Leyland after all the disappointments he had at Pittsburgh. And then what a shame to think they say he never got there. Getting where he took those Pittsburgh teams to win divisions were outstanding. But this game can be so tough on you. He didn't get them over the hump. Well, they're over the hump now, baby.
Indeed they are. I remember last year watching Wade Boggs on top of a policeman's horse going around the stadium. Jim Leyland is carrying the big flag, the World Championship. They handed it to him as he made the complete circle route around the ballpark. The 52-year-old manager is absolutely delirious, and there isn't anybody who would begrudge him the moment. Levon Hernandez didn't get in the game, but his mom was here to see his ball club win, and you can understand how Levon feels as Jim Leland, the skipper, carries the banner, and Levon Hernandez beating his chest with both hands. So one kid pitcher and a 22-year-old shortstop, Edgar Renteria, getting the base hit to win it for Florida. An incredible story.
Boy, is it ever. I just sit here in disbelief on how many young people were a part of this. Just think this Florida Marlin team never had a winning season till this year. Now they're world champions, and it's a 22-year-old shortstop, as you say, a young pitcher out of Cuba. But who almost beat him? A 21-year-old on the other side of the field in Jared Wright. What a fantastic postseason. What a climax to this season.
I have to also add this. They are so excited here in Florida that they have the wrong score on the scoreboard. One run came over in the 11th inning on the base hit, and Florida won the game 3-2. But the scoreboard, if they take a picture for posterity, it shows it Florida 4 and Cleveland 2. Not that it really makes any difference, but it shows you how excited and out of the minds they are here at Pro Player Park. Huge crowd down on the field, and Jim Leyland is so wound up trying to release all of the energy. He is walking around on the infield. Most of the Marlin players, if not all of them, are all over the field. And that World Championship banner is being carried. Dave Dombrowski out there amidst a sea of people. Jim Leyland with his uniform shirt burst open. All the buttons, I'm sure, have been pulled off it. And this crowd staying at 11 minutes past 12 to cheer the successful champions of 1997, the Florida Marlins, who is getting a bear hug and a lift from Bobby Bonilla. They're always great moments to cherish, and at the same time, you can just imagine the silence in the Cleveland clubhouse, but somebody has to lose.
Boy, so close. That's what they can say, so close. But, boy, they deserve so much credit. But watching Bobby Bonilla hug Jim Leyland. Now, they were together in Pittsburgh. They were beaten a couple times with heartbreakers. Bobby Bonilla, much maligned in New York. Bobby Bonilla struggling in this series, all banged up. Gets a home run in the 7th inning to bring this club closer. They had not scored a run till he did that. Now he leads off this inning with a base hit. And it was not his run that necessarily scored. He was not the one carrying it home. Ironically, the little second baseman was the guy that scored the run.
Great counsel.
What a story.
That inning again, Bonilla singled. Dawn tried to sacrifice and popped it up. Counsel hit a ground ball to the right side. Tony Fernandez going to his left. No doubt, as Jeff pointed out, thinking about going to second with a force on Bonilla, but the ball went right under his glove. Tony came up empty, and there were runners at first and third. They walked Eisenreich. They got Devon White to hit into a force play, only to have Edgar Renteria line a single to center to score Counsel, and the Marlins won the game, and with it, the championship for 1997. For Wayne Heisinger, the owner of the Marlins, who once said he was going to sell the club, then is reconsidering, saying, I'm talking to the politicians, if I can get a new ballpark, possibly with a retractable dome, possibly a much smaller ballpark, then he might reconsider and not sell the club. And there's a lot of politics going on right now, and by winning the World Series, that might very well aid Heisinger in his drive to get a new ballpark, maybe.
I would think it would, Vin. First of all, he's the type of guy that's come out and say, I'm losing too much money here. He came out, he spent the money. He gave them the opportunity to do what they've done tonight. They've went out and got a tremendous ball club. He's the guy who went out on a limb. He's the guy losing the money. Now, I think they ought to listen to him a little bit here.
I would think so. And if they do, then the question of where will the ballpark be built. In fact, Heisinger had a rather strange way to put it. He was talking about this ballpark, and he said when you have only 30,000 in the ballpark, it's like drinking alone in a bar. Meaning, of course, this is such a big place. It holds 67, and he was so frustrated by the fact they weren't coming out to see his team, he canvassed the whole upper deck, so he couldn't even see the seats, let alone use them. He was also furious that with Alex Fernandez here and all the money he had given him, that the Cuban population weren't coming to the ballpark. But he forgot a couple of things. The ballpark is way out I don't mean in the middle of nowhere, but it's not easily accessible. It is far from the Cuban people in downtown Miami. And it rains here about 4:30 every afternoon during the season. And a lot of people are dissuaded from coming because A, it rains, B, there's no place to hide, and C, they won't even let you bring an umbrella in the park. So that's something that has to be addressed here.
Boy, you're not kidding. A lot of factors, but you really have to stop. If you're from South Florida and you are a politician, you are in power, you got to say, this man brought this franchise here. This man laid money out for this ball club.
Absolutely.
Now, let's, as a community, let's get behind him. You know, he's not trying to come out and rape and cause a community to go and up the taxes to try to get a new ballpark just for the sake of having a new ballpark. You know, a businessman has to be stupid to keep losing money. But Huizenga has been very successful here with his Panthers, of course. They went to the Stanley Cup. But I think he really has a legitimate gripe. But the people around here ought to stop and think. I mean, they've got a world championship ball club here in just 5 years. That is some trick.
The roar that just went up, Bud Selig presented the championship trophy to Wayne Huizenga, who was out there past the mound near second base. Huizenga, along with his victorious manager, Jim Leyland, and his general manager, Dave Dombrowski, and they now are receiving the plaudits of the crowd. The Marlins all standing around, many drenched, I assume, in champagne, although it could just be honest sweat. It was a very hot, humid night here in South Florida. Huizenga addressing his crowd and his team, congratulating all of them, and the people, 67,000, staying in place. It's not a case of leaving to try and beat the crowd. This crowd wants to exult in the moment. And Edgar Renteria right now, with all of his teammates holding up one finger, the World Championship banner being waved. Renteria, with the game-winning single to center, is the hero of the moment. But, of course, over a course of a full season and division play, league championship, and World Series, there are plenty of heroes to go around.
So I see a lot of the wives now heading out, and this is a family effort. A lot of people forget about what the wives have to put up with and sacrifice. A lot of people say, well, Major League Baseball, all the big salaries, what a luxury, what a life to live. There's a lot of separations with family being away, a lot of pressures, a lot of a difficult life that a lot of people don't understand. Certainly the players make a lot of money, but there's a certain pressure, an emotional pressure that unless you've been part of it, you don't realize what's there. Just look at Jim Leyland's face. I mean, this man, you know, is close to having an illness from this pressure.
We get a signal. Let's go to John Rooney. Having trouble. We can't quite pick up John in that sea of humanity out.
Been licensed by Major League Baseball. Cement coins commemorating this historic achievement. Only 25,000 1-ounce pure silver medallions will be available for $34.95. Environment will only release 5,000 24-karat gold overlay medallions for $49.95. All coins are individually numbered, accompanied by a certificate of authenticity, and are attractively packaged in a gift box. There will never be a second vintage. Call 1-800-288-MINT to order your Marlins World Series Championship medallions. That's 1-800-288-MINT. 1-800-288-MINT. We're going to try to grab some of these Marlins to talk to them after their first World Championship. Of course, the celebration continues, and they're just now getting to the presentation for awards. Congratulations on the first World Championship of performance tonight.
Well, you know, I went out there, I struggled the last couple of games. I just wanted to go out first strikes, and it happened, and I just thank everybody, the fans, and it was awesome.
Isn't this amazing to be in the middle of all of this and to be out there and all this on the mound while you're by yourself, but now you get a chance to celebrate with these folks?
It's unbelievable. I mean, this is what you dream about from growing up and playing Little League. This is what it's all about.
How fast was your heart pounding when you were out there in the late innings?
Oh, big time. You know, I want to stay out there and hopefully do what I could, and that chance didn't come up, but this is unexplainable.
All right, thank you very much. I'll be back. This microphone.
Well, friends, we're sorry we're having a lot of technical difficulties. You might understand with the press of people and all of the various technical stuff that goes on here in the aftermath of the World Series. John Rooney doing a noble effort, trying to fight his way through the crowd, trying to find a player who is not busy flying to the clouds. And when we went to John, that microphone was breaking up. I'm not sure if we're going to try and go down or not. What do you think, Norman? Well, we'll try one more time, but I'm not sure when to throw John the cue. In case you missed it, the Florida Marlins got a base hit by Edgar Renteria in the bottom of the 11th inning after a leadoff single by Bobby Bonilla and a crushing error by Tony Fernandez. And that's the only thing I'm sorry about, that somebody had to wear the horns, but it's all over. And Florida beat Cleveland 3-2 to become the champions of the world in 11 innings over the Cleveland Indians. Tonight's game sponsored by CBS Television, by Countrywide Home Loan, by Oric, and by the U.S. Army. Our producer, Norman Baer, our engineer, Sam Gehan, and Sam Sherrill, our studio coordinator, Andrew Homeland, our PR rep is John Ralph of the Baseball Hall of Fame, and assisting us in the booth, Dale Torborg. Once again, the final score from Miami, the Marlins 3, Cleveland 2. This will be our last broadcast for CBS. Jeff, I must tell you what an absolute delight and pleasure it has been to sit here and share the broadcast with you. You're outstanding.
Ed, coming for you, that means a great deal. You are not only a Hall of Fame announcer, you are more than a Hall of Fame person, and I respect you so much. And so grateful that we have a friendship and have had for a lot of years. Thank you.
If we never work together, I will never forget these years, and thank you. I'd like to thank John Rooney, who is indeed a part of the group, and to our loyal producer, Norman Baer, who has done such a great job over the years. And for us, that figures to wrap up our World Series work for CBS. So once again, the final score, Marlins 3, Cleveland 2. The Marlins are the world champions. Our congratulations to both teams.